Hello, I'm Paul Miil, and welcome to episode 36 of Defense Against the Dark Arts. There is this book on how the crowd thinks, the collective hive mind of the crowd, the singular identity of the crowd. It was read by Adolf Hitler, Benito Mussolini, Sigmund Freud, and now me. It was written in 1895 in French by a guy named Gustave Le Bon. The book is called The Crowd, A Study of the Popular Mind. It's not really a study. It's just a bunch of assertions on his point, but they seem to hit home or hit a lot of stereotypes or a lot of, I'd say that. But the reason why we're covering it is because it's popular in the manipulator crowd, the people who are politicians, advertising, PR, right? This is one of their Bibles, right? Gustave Le Bon is one of their prophets. So to get an idea of why they behave, why they behave the way they do, why the politicians still use ad hominems to try to defame their enemies or opposition, despite knowing that the public does not like hearing people using ad hominems. There's a reason why they do it, even though they know the ad hominems are a negative. The greater negative is ruining what's called the prestige of their opponents, and that makes them less credible. And so it's a greater negative, right? It's positive by being less negative. It's still all negative, though. Concepts are our way of just framing what we perceive, or perceptions or concepts. This is how the crowd thinks. Well, I got to be careful here. I got to distinguish between the crowd and all of us. Gustave sort of floats between the two, and I'd hope to think that there's a reason why he does it is because he wants everyone to realize that we are all susceptible to being the crowd. We are all susceptible to being non-critical thinkers. I don't think that's why he does it. I hope that's why he does it, but I don't think that's why. I think he's an elitist. But I don't know, he seems to have this bizarre pseudo sense of humor, or maybe it's just me perceiving his insanity as being funny. I don't know. But the idea of how the crowd acts and thinks has been examined for centuries, millennia, thousands of years. But there's no real distinct border from one concept to another. It's just an arbitrary definition that we place there, right, when we talk about our concepts. So populism is a concept that clearly overlaps in this way. Populism is a political stance that emphasizes the idea of people versus the elite. And the concept of elite is very insulting to free animals, unless you are those elite, right? So Gustave Le Bon believes the crowd demands this concept of the elite. The crowd wants a hero, a superior, to lead them. But today, this elite is the antithesis of a hero. They are the lowest scum trying to usurp power and domination over other people. And their lapdog legacy media are the obedient, or are obedient to their evil. It's very grotesque. The idea of populism is portrayed as the will of the people by the people. And it is framed to be the lowly peasants by those loyal to the elites or the scum usurpers themselves. So how someone stands on populism is an important battleground on this information war we find ourselves in. Populism is now ironically hated by communists who are supposed to be of the people, but are clearly not. Communism is about centralization of power to the central elite, not equality to the people, right? Equity, right? The equality of outcome. These are the evil premises that are being thrown at us, right? Here we go with the framing of concepts that overlap. And our struggle is to find the ultimate truth of these concepts, if they're even true. So we mustn't confuse populism with a mob, which a lot of people are doing. Populism is the will of the people, the normal people, whereas the mob implies an emotional, irrational outburst from a feral group, right? It's murky because, as we know, people's beliefs can be manipulated by mass psychosis and manifest in calm, otherwise rational people who are by definition wrong. Right? Real psychosis means an abnormal condition that results in difficulties in determining what is real and what is not. Like I said in an earlier podcast, it's not abnormal to have difficulties determining what is real in a world of professional manipulators and liars. We are all exposed to legacy news media, politicians, advertisers, and salespeople. And we can't know what they say is real or not. Now, I'm saying like true, real as in true. I mean, obviously them speaking, right? If you, this the what's the word I'm looking for? The clinical term, right, for psychosis is somebody not knowing if somebody's actually standing there telling you something. This is we're backed off a little bit on that, and we know there's somebody there. We just don't know if what they're saying is true or not. So I'm being a little hyperbolic with my definitions here, right? Just a little bit, but it's the same concept. We don't know what's real. If somebody says it's a red block in the trunk of their car, right, we don't know if there really is. This is almost quantum physics, right? The cat in the box, right? We don't know if it's a red box in the trunk of their car, despite them telling us that, until we look, right? So we don't know what's real. We don't know if the cat's alive or dead, right? So, apparently, Gustave's book, had an effect, a profound effect on Sigmund Freud. Now, I'm not a big fan of Sigmund Freud. I'm not a big fan of Hitler, and I'm not a big fan of Mussolini, But apparently all three of these people were, deeply affected by this book. And I think it's because they're not critical thinkers, because I think Gustave was probably speaking tongue-in-cheek for quite a bit of it, and these guys took it literal. It's like these people, the literalists, read the Bible and, it's literal. This is literally what happened, right? Instead of metaphors or, whatever. But perhaps I should be more motivated, like Hitler and Mussolini, to want to take over the world, right? But even if I was, that doesn't change the fact of this book being more of a, I think, a joke than to be taken literally. But Gustave's observations, they didn't really have a profound effect on me. Well, they did have an effect. It's the question we're all trying to answer ourselves. I found him interesting, but mostly anecdotal. Right? This is not really a study. Like, it's a study of the pop. It's not a study. It's him just talking, right? Making assertions, even though a lot of his assertions are based on popular stereotypes of the day, I guess. And a lot of people believe that. A lot of people seem to believe, stereotypes. Oh, that's what that is. I think that's what it is, right? No, we gotta be critical. But anyways, we can only speculate about the effect these concepts, Gustave's concepts, have on tyrants. There's a correlation that they read it, but was there any causation or actual effect or effect, on them? Did Hitler actually take this guy's, I'm trying to talk about what the causation correlation of this book. People say, well, look, if Hitler read it, Mussolini and Freud, and they became, successful in their evil endeavors, right? Well, we don't know that it was the reading of this book that made them successful. We don't know that it was, they even utilized anything in this book, right? But, I read all books by all these evil people, Marx and Mao and I think Stalin has a book. I haven't read that yet, but if there is one. I heard, what's his face? Saddam Hussein actually wrote a book. I want to read that, but I think it's probably banned because he outs all the CIA stuff, right? Anyway, so I read Mein Kampf. For those of you who don't know, that's My Struggle by Adolf Hitler. And I don't recall any reference in his book to Gustave Le Bon, but I read it decades ago. And it was, wasn't very exciting, right? It was kind of funny reading, the words from this guy, and some people debate that he even wrote it. He dictated it apparently in some prison or something, and some guy might have, taken liberties. Who knows? I don't know. People are always trying to change history, so who knows what really happened. But for anyone uptight about me but my reading Mein Kampf, reading it doesn't make one a Nazi, right? Just like reading Marx does not make me a communist. If anything, it makes me an anti-communist, right? So you're reading these books, and like reading Mao didn't make me a Maoist, or reading the Torah doesn't make me a Jew, right? Reading the Bible doesn't make me a Christian. Reading about Muhammad doesn't make me a Muslim. Reading about Buddha didn't make me a Buddhist, right? Reading the Toronto Star doesn't make me a complete idiot, even though, because I'm reading it critically. I'm not just like, oh, Toronto Star, yeah, these people are smart, right? Gustave writes, the substitution of the unconscious, okay, I need to get his, well, I'm not going to say it with a French accent because I don't know if he spoke with a French accent. I don't know if he even spoke English, so I don't know how you would say it in English. But so I read a translated version of the book. Even though he wrote it in French, it was translated, I think, a year or two after the original. So there might be some, variations in the translation, right? Yeah. Anyway, so he wrote, the substitution of the unconscious action of crowds for the conscious activity of individuals is one of the principal characteristics of the present age. The substitution of the unconscious action of crowds. So we say the crowds are acting unconsciously. they're unconscious. So it's subconscious, I'm assuming, right? So they're unconscious mind. So obviously he defines unconscious as your subconscious. You're not consciously determining yourself for yourself. In your frontal lobe, your actions. It's an unconscious action, right? For the conscious activity of the individuals is one of the principal characteristics of the principle. So he's saying the principal characteristic of the crowd, his crowd, the Gustavian crowd. I'm calling him because his name's Gustave, so I'm going to call his crowd the Gustavian crowd because he's talking about a specific crowd that I think it's his own definition. It's not the how we interpret crowds. So his conjecture is that individuals. Their consciousness is being replaced by their consciousness is being replaced by the unconscious action of the crowd. So the crowd's consciousness is taking over their consciousness. This is what Gustave says. That sounds insane, right? Well, it pretty much is. But the fact that a lot of people read this and still today they follow it stuff. So some of the stuff you're like, wow, really? Yeah, really. I mean, Gustave. And now you got to be careful about your interpretations when he says stuff. He tries to be over the top kind of stuff. But the conjecture just means an opinion or a judgment based on inconclusive or incomplete evidence. It's guesswork, but it's not a random guess, right? So his conjecture is not just a random guess. It could be, but it's generally it's based on observations and anecdotes, right? So not to say that it's true, right? Or to say it's false either, right? His reasoning is not based on the deduction of proofs or induction from statistics and data. He's using the heuristic or the what's that called? Abductive. He's using the best guess of abductive reasoning. So you got deduction, it's proven. Then you got induction, right? You induce it from statistics and data. You can't say for certain, but it's most probably this, right? And as we use mostly in science now, right? And then there's also the best guess of abductive reasoning. So anything below deductive reasoning none of them have a guarantee. Yeah, anything below deductive reasoning has no guarantee of being true, so we need to keep this in mind. So long as we recognize the benefits and limitations of the various patterns of reasoning, the most important being that beyond deduction, there is no guarantee of anything being true. You think about how we frame bits of reality into concepts, right? Like the color red. It's a part of the visible rainbow that we see. We frame a portion of the spectrum and we call this bit of band red. In the next bit we call orange, then yellow, but they're all a gradient. It's like the heap fallacy. There's no distinct point that red becomes orange. Now there might be with technology, we might have some, but humans, we can't really pin it exactly to this, chroma level, right? It's like the heap fallacy. At what point does, a couple grains become a pile? How many specific grains does it take to be a pile, right? Before it's just a couple grains. At what point does red become orange? I don't remember his name, but there was a professor at Stanford of behavioral psychology who referred to these framings that I'm talking about as buckets. Now, it's kind of, very quantizing of ideas and concepts, right? And that these buckets were bad as they created blind spots. Now, I don't think that it's intrinsically bad. There are bad aspects, right? Because as how our human minds think, we have to quantize things, right? We have to, if you don't have the concept of red, right? It's not bad, to have the concept of red. So categorizing something or quantizing it or putting it in a bucket is not a bad thing, despite what the Stanford idiot says, right? So he's talked about these blind spots where these buckets meet, orange red, right? The extremes of our framing that are different. Different language people see things differently because they pick arbitrary points of the spectrum. So maybe somebody else doesn't have orange or red, they just have sort of red, and that includes yellow to green. Who knows? I don't know, right? But I have to call bullshit on this overgeneralization, because there are people who, regardless of language, break down the color spectrum to more than just the primary colors, right? Or red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet. They include framings of many other colors like cyan and magenta, chartreuse, turquoise, cerulean, fuchsia, and many more. These buckets are not based on language. They are based on the individual's depth of knowledge or sophistication of a certain concept. They could be artists or maybe, fashion or whatever, right? They if somebody works with colors, they would be able to rhyme off a ton more colors because they have broken down the concept into a more sophisticated framing, more finer buckets, right? And it's not just based on their language, right? It's more based on what they do. And this is something we all deal with every day when we talk with someone who may not be sophisticated as we are on a certain topic, or somebody who's more sophisticated on a topic than we are, right? They might have a larger bucket or a simpler bucket that encompasses more stuff. We may have a bucket that's broken up into thousands of more subtle sub-buckets or subtle concepts, nuance, right? And they have a more sophisticated framing on a subject that we, that they know more than we do about something, right? So recognizing this allows us to know that A may not equal B as we naively thought, and that our limited experience, on a topic, but A may more precisely be explained as being equal to D, E, F, G, H, I. I don't know if you're following me. All right, so manipulators are lazy thinkers and often like to simplify by throwing all the complexity and nuance of a concept into an overly simplified framing or bucket. Now, it could be because they are, I could say this because it feels more satisfying to say it's because they are more simple, right? Manipulators, they just don't know the nuance and the complexity, right? But that's a moronic take because these people usually do know, right? Now, you could be arguing with an idiot who doesn't know and they are oversimplifying things. But generally, if somebody is into manipulation, they do know the nuance. They do know how sophisticated something is, and they are intentionally oversimplifying it to the point of, it being wrong. It's a logical fallacy, right? I don't know what that one would be called, but I'm sure we could come up with a name for it. We could quantize it and put it in a bucket, right? That fallacy, to be able to understand it better, right? So we all do that. We all oversimplify things at times, right? We use heuristics. We when we don't have the time or resources to dig into something deeper, but we should be aware that we're doing it and we're removing the precision, right, of the concepts, the precision of that, the nuance, right? We're oversimplifying, and that's dangerous if we don't know we're doing it. It's even dangerous if you do know you're doing it. Gustave argues that crowds have a collective consciousness that is independent of the individual's rational thought. One might rush in and assume assume that Gustave is arguing that the crowd is operating on some instinct, but Gustave explicitly claims that this is not the case. He claims that they are operating against their instinct of self-control. To me, the mentality of the mob appears to be instinctive, but Gustave is not referring to just a mob. And when you come across people who have been brainwashed by the news, and you're like, whoa, have you not researched this? Here's some actual, evidence, right? Some proofs that, you see it. You see that they're not being rational, and they get emotional, right? And they could be irrational about everything else, but when it comes to that one topic, they don't want to hear. They don't want to see the evidence, right? They're definitely not going to take the effort to look at it or search it out on their own. If they did, they wouldn't be brainwashed, right? So those type of people who do take the energy to research it are, wow, I was wrong, or that is what they said was wrong. Right? Anyways, so the mentality of the mob appears to be instinctive if you think about, a mob, right? But Gustave is not referring to just a mob. His concepts of the crowd include any mass of people, where his psychological law of the the psychological law of the mental unity of crowds comes into play. So he says it's like a hive mind, right? It's bad form to jump ahead and assume you know what a person means before you hear their entire explanation. I like what he says about belonging to a certain school of thought. He wrote, to belong to a school is necessarily to espouse its prejudices and preconceived opinions, right? So a school of thought. Now, I like that, but to belong to a school of thought, we don't have to be owned by any thoughts. We can be exposed to a school of thought, analyze it, be critical of it, verify or disprove its parts, and hold the plausible bits as plausible, the facts as facts, and disregard the disproven, and recognize that it's a frame, it's a bucket, right? Going back to our Stanford bucket. But there are going to be lazy people that just regurgitate the school of thought. And I think that's a lot of us, probably most of us, just regurgitate the school of thought because we're too lazy to think about things with its prejudices and preconceived opinions. We see this today, people regurgitating what the news told them now without being critical, right? In the news, giving opinions, emotionally based, like calling a whole group of people misogynistic racists, right? That is the Trudeau ad hominem against anybody who protests against or has a different opinion to him, right? So anybody regurgitating that is an absolute moron, right? Because one, they didn't look into it, and two, they're just regurgitating, they're just repeating it, right? They're I don't know, a parrot. They're parroting it, right? Le Bon writes that despite the extreme mental inferiority of crowds, it is very dangerous to meddle with their organization, notwithstanding this inferiority. Now, I've given many speeches and spoken in front of many large crowds. I would agree that individuals behave differently in a crowd than one-on-one, but they can still grasp complex ideas. Jokes, things implied. Sometimes only a few people will get it, but other times the majority of the crowd will, right? I never saw a crowd develop a collective mental inferiority, but I never gave very emotional speeches. But I have seen people who seem to be brainwashed by news media and politicians, and who are otherwise rational, intelligent people, and they do seem to, when it comes to that specific topic, they do seem to be mentally inferior. They delusional. They don't want to hear evidence. It's emotionally based, right? And I'm sure we're all susceptible to that. That's a critical thing to realize, right? When you start getting emotional about things and you're not looking at the evidence, but when you do look at the evidence, you see it's bullshit. You can call them assholes. You say, it's bullshit, right? But the crowd can be misinformed, misdirected, or disinformed. But I don't see how the mental capacities become inferior. But they do. This is where Gustave is right. Like I had a difficult time with this because, you when you read it, you're like, I want to believe that, but then it's bullshit. But then you come across people you see, and you're like, right? That one specific person that I've spoken with does seem to be, mentally inferior on this one specific topic. How is that possible, right? And you think, well, maybe happens to be. Anyways, Gustave claims that the reason they become mentally inferior is because they are a social organism, and social organisms can be as complicated as any being, and it is beyond our power to force them to undergo a sudden transformation. Now, sounds plausible, right? The psychology, but I mean, you can suddenly change your mind, but if you've been conditioned to, have like a cult or the news, right? They give you, in case anybody says this is what you should think, right? Or you should think of somebody this way if they happen to ask this question, right? Right? This is literally where we're at now, where people, oh, you're not supposed to ask that question. What do you mean, right? Right? How could you know adverse long-term effects without long-term studies? Oh, you can't say that. We're going to kick you off Twitter. I was literally kicked off Twitter for saying that. But Gustave is implying that the individual is capable of undergoing sudden transformation to become a cell in the crowd, right? So this is kind of a funny thing where he's one way it's possible for them to be suddenly transformed. But isn't the individual a complicated being, right? So if the individual is a complicated being, according to Gustave, right, and complicated beings are not capable of rapid transformations, then how could they rapidly transform into the crowd, which he says they do, right? So some of his logic is not quite sound, but there could be more complexities that I'm not grasping, right? Maybe the experimental evidence shows something different, right? How does being complicated, how is being complicated proof that sudden change is beyond our power, right? Something complex can't change, like a computer is really complicated and they can change things instantly, right? But complexity doesn't mean, he's conflating mass and inertia with sudden change. Like you can't suddenly change the direction of a ship because of the mass, right? The mass and the inertia, right? It doesn't want to change. It can't, for whatever reason, the magic of physics, the forces at play. You can't change direction, but there's nothing stopping your consciousness from changing an opinion, right? You talk to any woman, edit that part out. All right. So using the principle of charity, we have to interpret his meaning that a crowd, due to the numbers, makes it more difficult to suddenly change. What exactly are we changing? Our minds, our opinions? So he must be claiming that once a crowd has achieved this magical collective consciousness and is of one mind, that mind is difficult to change. Now that sounds a little more plausible, that if there is this collective mind, that collective mind would be difficult to change, because you can't change this collective mind just by changing one mind of the, one individual. You have to change the mass of the people. I don't know if everybody could change, if you could turn 1,000 light bulbs on and off at the same time. I don't know, right? But I don't know. Perhaps there is some sort of conscious inertia with a mass of people. I don't know. I don't think so. There's no evidence. Well, maybe there is evidence towards that. I shouldn't say that. I haven't seen evidence, but it's possible. I mean, the stereotype indicates that there could be, right? There are a lot of people who mimic the crowd without knowing exactly what's going on. Could be based on our attention or things beyond our control. If I walk out of a shop onto a busy city street and everybody was running in one direction, and it was not a marathon, even if I could not see the danger, I might perceive that there's plausibly unknown danger. They must be running from something, and so then I'd probably start running with them. It's not that I'm not thinking. I'm thinking, heuristically, it could just be a bunch of pranksters, a mob. What do you call it? A flash mob. Or it could actually be there's, Giganosaurus is smashing the city and these people are running from it, right? So, it's not a bad instinct if everybody's running to run that direction, right? If somebody asked me why I was running, I would answer because that's what the crowd was doing. Now, you can say you're an idiot because you're following the crowd. Well, in that situation, probably not. There's some logical reasoning, right? Our instincts have taught us that when you see a mob running, maybe it's not a bad thing to run with them, right? You don't know why, but, doesn't mean you don't question why are we running or look around, but could be, mass shooter, who knows? This could be what Gustave was referring to, people acting a certain way without knowing exactly why, simply because the crowd was. But this is not what Gustave was talking about, because that is an instinctive reaction, a survival instinct. And Gustave explicitly said the crowd is not operating on their instincts of self-control. So he knew that we might interpret it this way, and he explicitly said, no, this is not the Gustavian crowd. It's something else. So what is he trying to explain? He writes that there's nothing more fatal to a people than the mania. Jesus, that word sounds funny now. The mania of great reforms. Mania, you're a maniac. The mania. Anyways, so there's nothing more fatal to a people than the mania of great reforms. However excellent those reforms may appear. Reforms take place over a substantial period of time. So he's not referring to the instinctive, everyone is running from something situation. He goes off the rails a bit, and he says, pure reason is very often contrary to practical reason. Now we got to be careful about definitions here, right? And so we could interpret this to be that theory isn't always correct and practical experience is generally more accurate. But again, it depends on how he defines pure reason and practical reason. What level of reasoning one uses for his pure reason. Does he mean pure reason is deductive reasoning and practical reason is inductive or abductive reasoning? But when it comes to pure reason, we have things like truth tables, which are unarguably correct. If a practical reason disagrees with the truth table, there's something wrong with the practical reason. Right? The ancients conflated speculation with theoretical, as in hypothesis, and called ponderings pure reason. Now, you can kind of see how they thought that because I'm just reasoning it out, right? But while practical reason had to do with experimental or performance of observational actions. But these are just framings or buckets. They're as all definitions are. They're just definitions. They're defining it, which means they're framing it and putting it into a bucket. And some people use slightly different buckets, right? So I'm not sure what definition he's using for practical reason and pure reason. So we're going to have to put a pin in that one for now. Gustave, he rambles on a bit about different perspectives, which is generally a good thing, right? It sounds like he's riffing on Aristotle's cave people and their shadow world, who only see two-dimensional shadows versus the others who comprehend three-dimensional reality. So in his case, it's the the people who don't leave the cave are the sheeple, and those red-pilled people who manage to take a step out of the cave and see three-dimensional reality are like, wow, man. They go and they try to explain to the blue-pilled cave people. You know what I mean? This metaphor is thousands of years old. I mean, what's that stupid movie, The Matrix? They didn't create this idea, right? Or Aristotle, and I'm sure people before Aristotle, had this idea of the red pill and the blue pill, right? The people who, anyways. So maybe maybe Gustave is using a metaphor for the three-dimensional perspective, and in a more dimensional reality, like a four-dimensional, beyond time, a fourth spatial dimensional. A lot of thinkers head down this rabbit hole when it comes to consciousness and the dimension of mind. One of my heroes, Rod Serling, being one of the more well-known in pop culture. The dimension of mind. It's how cool is that? So I like that Gustave recognizes the complexity of the issue and that complex systems are impossible to grasp as a whole and to foresee the effects of their reciprocal influence. It seems, too, that behind the visible facts are hidden at times thousands of individual or invisible causes. Gustave sounds, a bit like the Jordan Peterson of the 1890s, right? So he refers to the thousands of invisible causes from a complex system as an immense unconscious working. He refers to thoughts and desires that come from our minds, yet we are not fully cognizant of it or from where they come. So it's a little trippy, right? He gives a nice model that we see the perceptible phenomena. Now, phenomena, the word, the beginning, the etymology of phenomena actually means observable, right? The phenotype, right? It's observable. So it's kind of redundant to say the perceptible phenomenon. So something if you visualize, if you see it, it's redundant to say it's perceptible because you perceived it. Anyways, so it's but he said he gives a model about the perceptible phenomena, as he calls it, is it's only waves of an ocean. So what you perceive, the phenomena that you perceive, right? So the phenomena you shouldn't need perceive. Stop. Is the waves of an ocean, but the unconscious working that is beyond the reach of our analysis is the vast, deep-lying disturbances in the depths of the sea, of which we know nothing. I'm sure we must have learned, something since then, but I've read people argue that there's no subconscious, which is, I believe, idiotic. As we know, there are workings in our brain that we are not conscious of. I'm not conscious of my blood pressure or my heart rates or even my breathing unless I think of it. So those are like subconscious, right? Phenomena. And phenomenon is an interesting word too. I think it was the ancient Greeks or Immanuel Kant or that Leibniz guy or all the above probably. I don't know. But I've read somewhere that someone had this bit where he framed or defined phenomenon as an observable event, as opposed to an event which cannot be directly observed, which he called noumenon. So, phenomenon is something you can observe, and noumenon is something that you cannot observe. Right? So that's got a noumenon and phenomenon. So a noumenon, which is a pretty cool concept if you think about it, something that you cannot observe. So noumenon is not an event. It's not an event that is just not observed. It's an event that cannot be observed. Right? It's impossible to observe it. But now I think it's defined as an event that exists independent of observation. This whole quantum insanity, right? So it sounds quantum physics-y, but it's not, because the quantum heads claim that an event is not observed and it's only a probability function and does not exist until it's observed. So the idea of can or can't be directly observed is a vague concept. It is not directly observable due to current technology or circumstances, or is it a fundamental part of objective reality that can not be directly observed, like the quantum heads claim, right? Like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, where we cannot know both, position and momentum. These are all just models, right? In the future, we might find it's all bullshit, right? So there's a limit According to this, to his model, or bucket, or framing, however you want to call it, noumenon is also defined as something that can only exist in the dimension of mind, an abstract concept, like a god or the concept of infinity, which circles back to theoretical versus practical. But then, if you can observe something in your mind, doesn't that make it a phenomenon? No, I guess not. According to this definition, it's a noumenon. Right. A noumenon is a theoretical thing, and a phenomenon is a practical thing. So it's all a little slippery, depending on how we interpret it. But we know these are just buckets or framing of the concept of the spectrum of events or things. Do they exist in objective reality? Are they provable to exist and are true? Are they abstract concepts that still have logic of being true and false? Or are they just like math? Or are they just a sea of abstract ideas that may or may not be true, like dreams? But just because something's mathematical doesn't mean it's true. There's a lot of mathematical theorems that are proven false, right? Just because it's math doesn't mean it's true. Gustave writes, crowds display a singular inferior mentality, yet there are other acts in which they appear to be guided by those mysterious forces in which the ancients called destiny, nature, or providence. So that was Gustave saying that, right? So which Gustave calls the voices of the dead, and whose power is impossible to overlook, although we ignore their essence. That is some pretty spooky, hardcore shit right there, right? Right. So this guy's a little, right? He tries to equate this mysterious instinct or guidance with the concept of language as proof that it exists, and how we as a species instinctively create language. He's implying there's some sentience external to us creating our language. I could argue that this is just an assertion and that there aren't people creating our languages beyond us. We instinctively just do it, but that does not refute his claim. He's implying that instinct to create the language is from this mysterious dead people place, and does come from Serling's dimension of the mind. We aren't conscious of it, but the mechanics beyond that are as yet unknown, to me at least. So we can, of course, create words and define new things, but that is not language. With its verbs, tenses, and all the English and grammar crap that I never paid attention to in school. The fact that I can still communicate without being conscious of the structure of the language is actually kind of bizarre. Similar to Carl Jung, who talked about humans not being born tabula rasa, that is, being born with a blank mental state. We are born with instincts and some kind of innate programming. Again, going back to the whole nature nurture, right? If we dropped a bunch of babies on an island and they managed to survive, they would create their own language. This is just hardwired into us. Yes, that is an assertion, and it's, but they would, right? I guess this is the Creole, right? You throw a bunch of people together, but that's slightly different because they all had languages and they kind of merged their languages. But again, this does not refute his conjecture. Where does that hardwiring of us creating languages come from? Gustave writes that this unconscious instinct that reveals itself is in the common consciousness of the crowd, and may be the secret of its strength. Like how creatures in the wild accomplish acts whose marvelous complexity astounds us. He claims that the reason of the individual is a recent development in our species, and is still not developed enough for us to figure out the laws of the unconscious, the deep sea of decisions made by instinct. I don't know if it's a recent development in our species or not, but he doesn't give any evidence for that, or if there are laws of the unconscious as he assumes, again with no evidence. Who's to say there are laws of the unconscious? Maybe it's chaos interacting with objective reality with a touch of instinct. Who knows? He claims the part played by the unconscious in our lives is still immense, and that played by reason is relatively small. The unconscious acts like a force still unknown. How is he quantifying the percentage? How does he know if unconscious is more in control than the conscious? Conscious reason. How does he know? How is he quantifying that? For those who differentiate subconscious with unconscious, I'm not right now. I'm allowing him to use it. So I'm using the term unconscious in the same bucket as subconscious. I'm conflating the concepts for now because that's how Gustave used them. He was using a larger bucket, so it's not accurate for me to assume he meant red when he wrote color. Right? To clarify, I make mistakes all the time. Sometimes I catch them, sometimes I don't. This is not one of those times. Just in case someone who's wondering why I'm saying unconscious, Freud even conflated the two. Not that he's a hero or anything. That dude had a lot of shit wrong. Gustave writes, if we are to remain within the safe limits of science and not to wander in the domain of vague conjecture and vain hypothesis, all we must do is take note of such phenomena as they are accessible to us. Every conclusion drawn from our observation is therefore premature, for behind the phenomena we see clearly are other phenomena that we see indistinctly, and perhaps behind these yet others which we do not see at all. That's some good thinking right there, right? Behind the phenomena that we see clearly, there are other phenomena that we see indistinctly, and perhaps behind these, there are others we do not see at all. That is some well-aimed creative conjecture, conceptual probing with penetration. Gustave writes that the great changes in civilization that we see are actually brought about by great changes in the ideas of the people. The waves and the ocean, the visible and the unknown causes. I would argue that great changes come from very small catalysts, like the butterfly effect in chaos theory, which claims the wind from a butterfly's wings can cause a chain of events that lead to a hurricane in some distant land, right? Complex systems, chaos theory. What's the... like that movie Inception, right? Little tiny things. You can incept little things. Anyways, Gustave goes on talking about his world in a state of change that is changing into something, right? The world is always in a state of change. Just sometimes that changes are very slow. The world isn't turning into a butterfly from a caterpillar. The world is changing nonstop, like a kaleidoscope turning into another kaleidoscope, right? Gustave wrote that among the changes, the key changes to changing society are the changing sources of authority. People stop trusting one source and change to other sources, which is healthy as it destroys dogma. Le Bon claims the only constant in society is the power of the crowd. Ultimately, the power is always with the crowd. But if someone controls the crowd, they control the power of the crowd. This is why ad agencies and PR firms, mass media are so powerful today, and why the councils and royalty, the councils of royalty cared what the masses believed, right, to a varying extent in later years, right, because the crowd started getting more power, especially after the French Revolution or during the French Revolution, right? Gustave writes that when the power is in the hands of the people, societies always collapse. Right? He equates the crowds to barbarians. Now, he didn't say when the power is in the hands of the crowds, his Gustavian crowds. He said that when the power is in the hands of the people. That's different. So he's being a little east, right? Societies always collapse. He equates the crowds or the people to barbarians and writes that civilizations are only created and directed by small intellectual aristocracies and never by the crowds. He writes that the crowds are only powerful for destruction. So Gustave is clearly showing his hand as an elitist. centralizing power, right? Perhaps his book's purpose is a propaganda piece against the people, against populism and pro-elitism. Maybe he had to say that because the publishers at the time were all elitists, which makes sense, right? But Gustave is contradicting himself here by, one, claiming that the only constant in society is the power of the people, and two, when the people have the power, there is only destruction. Well, then there should always be nothing but destruction, because ultimately the power is always with the people. That could be a false conclusion on my part, right? I don't know how much we read about power. I can say that there's destruction when power is centralized in the hands of the few elite. Tyranny is a lot easier with centralized power. Just look at every dictator in history. Mussolini, Hitler, Napoleon, Pol Pot, Stalin, Trudeau, all advocates of centralized power, and for a reason. Gustave writes that civilization involves fixed rules, forethought for the future, and an elevated degree of culture, all of which crowds are incapable of realizing. Are Le Bon's assertions true? No, they are not true. Rules and laws are changing all the time, and there are a lot of people whose full-time job it is to do so, right? He knows this. He should know this. Does civilization require forethought for the future? What level of humans don't require forethought to survive? Nomads needed to know migration patterns of the herds. Settled people need to know the seasons, for planting and for the different food sources. Are there some savages living in the jungle that can just survive off of random monkeys and berries? Perhaps. But they would not be responsible stewards of the land and would probably screw up the resources by overhunting and fishing, or doing it in a season when the species is vulnerable, or irresponsible hunting like killing the females and screwing up the resources to the point of their extinction. Does civilization require an elevated degree of culture? How does Gustave define an elevated degree of culture? Culture is normally defined as the social behavior of a human society. Their knowledge, belief, arts, laws, customs, capabilities, habits. Civilization is defined as a complex society that is characterized by urban development, social stratification. So by definition, communism is not permissible in civilization, a form of government and symbolic systems of communication. So if they don't have reading and writing or a city or town, then technically they are not a civilization. It appears Gustave is correct. To have a town or city, you have to have people who know how to build stuff, which requires elevated culture, which includes an elevated knowledge of math, material science, and some basic physics. Is there a situation where the crowd leads to a better society? Yes. The American Revolution, the French Revolution. But when they revolt and change a society, they can be violent, but not necessarily. Look at the separation of Czechoslovakia. It was peaceful. Now, did they create a new society? No, they reverted back to two presumably older societies, I guess. Is there a situation where the crowd led to a horrible society? Yeah, of course. Look at the Bolsheviks, the Soviet Union hellhole under Stalin, or the Iranian Revolution. Every system of government today does have a minority of people making decisions on behalf of the crowd. That is the definition of a government, right? Even though the leaders are clearly not scared enough of the crowd, at least not in the Five Eye countries. Gustave equates the crowd to microbes that eat a dead or dying body, and society as that body. When society has grown rotten in the core, the crowd instinctively eats it and destroys it. So Gustave is saying the crowd does operate on instinct? Make up your mind, man. His analogy to the people being microbes that eat a dying body is quite an elitist perspective, and he's dehumanizing the people. Right? He doesn't give any premises to back up his assertions, but it's hard to argue either way if he's right or wrong. When a society is crumbling, there is a power vacuum, right? And there's going to be a revolt, perhaps, most likely. But this didn't happen, as far as we know, at the end of the Bronze Age. You should read about that if you don't know about the Bronze Age. The ending, it's pretty spooky, weird stuff. Those sea people. Otherwise, healthy civilizations were vastly interconnected. They were attacked by these mysterious sea people, and those great civilizations were then abandoned. The society that withstood the sea people at the end of the Bronze Age the longest was the ancient Egyptians, and they wrote about it. That's how we know. Perhaps the collapse is evidence to support Gustave's claim, as the weakened societies were not rebuilt, possibly due to the crowd. But it's baseless supposition, so not really evidence of anything. Gustave writes that all masters of the world's religions or empires, eminent statesmen, and mere chiefs of small groups have always been unconscious psychologists, possessed by an instinctive and often very sure knowledge of the character of crowds, and it is their accurate knowledge of this character that has enabled them to establish their mastery. Citations needed. It's plausible that masters of religions, empires, eminent statesmen, and mere chiefs have an instinctive knowledge of the character of crowds, but perhaps they are masters due to some other manifestation of their characters that they had innately, that the crowd responded to, a confidence, an intelligence, a temperament that suited the zeitgeist of the day. Who knows? How would you even study that? This reminds me of a story a friend of a friend told me. I was traveling with a buddy from El Salvador, and he had friends living in Quebec who were in the Civil War in El Salvador, but they'd also been to Cuba. They told me all kinds of harrowing war stories, but also one about Castro. And there was a crowd marching apparently against Castro, so he showed up to the head of the crowd. He stood on top of a truck and gave a speech to the mob, and at the end they were chanting for Castro. You know, my buddy and his friends were laughing at Castro's instinctive or innate control over the crowd. But I doubt it's so simple as that. Castro knew what they were upset about, what they cared about, and then maybe his instinctive or perhaps learned control over the crowd played a part. I don't know. But Gustave writes a similar bit about Napoleon being able to understand the psychology of French crowds, but not those of the Spanish or Russian crowds, as they are a different culture and have different behaviors and values, or maybe different wants and needs, right? Maybe they have enough food and they need something else, right? Whereas maybe somebody else, they don't have enough food, right? So it depends on the priorities, right? So Le Bon is a little bit more race-based, as elites tend to be, but his interpretations seem somewhat valid if you transpose his racist rhetoric to the culture of nations and genetic disposition of the individual. Here's where it gets juicy. Le Bon writes that laws and institutions don't have much influence on the crowd, and that they are powerless to hold any opinions other than those which are imposed upon them. Sounds like people that, you know, we hear that regurgitate the news, right? They are powerless to hold any opinions other than those which are imposed on them. And that it is not with rules based on theories of pure equity. Quite a woke term for 1895. So, laws are based on a nation's values, so it is plausible that appealing to their value would make an impression. Le Bon mentions how a lump sum tax of a little amount would be rebelled against by the masses, where a subtle, larger tax taken incrementally would pass unnoticed by the crowd because it requires an amount of foresight which the masses are incapable of. Here, Gustave is clearly not talking about the crowd as a mass gathering with a single mind, as he defines it, but an elitist perspective on the people being stupid. So here he conflates again the people and the crowd. Right, so the people here he's saying are too stupid and not capable of grasping what is best for them. So it sounds a bit like he's joking, right? He's doing a little tongue-in-cheek here. Is it his prejudiced view of the people, right? Or is it a joke, right? Is it meant to be like hyperbole? Perhaps he was writing for an audience of elitists. Perhaps he assumed that no one from the populace would read his book or consider themselves part of the populace, or maybe this is a form of conditioning to make people to not want to be part of the populace and try to be of the people and try to be of the elites. Oh, I'm not part of the people. Blah, 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 blah. I'm an elitist. Blah, 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 blah. Right? Or capable of being able to read anything at all. Right? Maybe he thinks the masses are just too incapable of even reading, right? They're illiterate. Which reminds me of some politics. My father explained to me when I was a kid about Canadian tax and stupid voters. Now, Canadians, I mean, if you needed to look at a Gustavian crowd of idiots, Canadians are fucking ripe. It was 1979. Gas was sold in Canada by the gallon. The new Prime Minister, Joe Clark, put a tax of 18 cents per gallon, which is equivalent to like 4 cents a liter. And people revolted, right? And they kicked him out of office by a no confidence vote. Oddly enough, spearheaded by the tax-loving pinko Bob Rae of the far left New Democratic Party. Right? So this commie, right, spearheaded a non-confidence vote to get rid of a guy who raised taxes on gasoline, right? The NDP spearheaded that because they didn't want an increase in gasoline of 4 cents a liter or 18 cents a gallon. So the idiot Trudeau's father, Pierre Trudeau, won the next election and put an even higher tax. But since it was now expressed in liters, the idiot Canadian voters were duped because they were too stupid. 8 cents a liter sounds like less than 18 cents a gallon, even though 8 cents a liter is twice as much as 18 cents a gallon. So I'll never forget that as a kid. My dad explaining this to me, because it was at the time, and he's like, how stupid are Canadian voters. So I don't remember the exact numbers. If those are the exact numbers, I don't think they are, but it was along those lines anyways. The whole, cents per liter, cents per gallon, the pinkos voting out a guy for idiot people, idiot Canadian voters are stupid. They've always been stupid. The fact that they voted in Pierre Trudeau, well, it's sad. I mean, second time, third time, this is insanity. Anyways, so there is some truth with Gustave's claim. Idiot voters, at least Canadians, are as stupid as Gustave's crowd. Gustave wrote how Napoleon understood this concept, but the politicians of Le Bon's day were clueless idiots who did not. They were all guilty of making the odd, unfounded assertion, but we're all guilty of making the odd, unfounded assertion, but Gustave makes a lot. He wrote, "Men never shape their conduct upon the teaching of pure reason." Notice he says men, not even the people, not the crowd. He's just pluralizing men. Does he mean men as in the crowd? This is an obvious, gross overgeneralization. Something as common as designing a electronic circuit or coding is conducted based on pure reason and conducted by men. Right? So now I'm sure he's, back in the day, right? Men and women, right? He was just saying men as in mankind. I'm assuming. I'm interpreting it, right? Although women didn't really participate much, I don't think, back in the day when it came to logic and reason. I'm not sold on Gustave's duality of the consciousness of the individual and the consciousness of the crowd. I get people can be irrational and behave differently in crowds. Individuals behave differently in many settings, at a funeral, at a wedding, on your couch on a Saturday morning. But Le Bon is claiming that men never base their conduct on reason. Never. Which is bullshit. Because if no one ever did, then reason would not exist. He's not claiming individuals understand reason, but don't base their actions on it, because he says the crowd can turn cowards into heroes and honest men into criminals. It's a subtle thing, but honestly, it is not the opposite of criminality, right? The opposite of honesty is dishonesty. The opposite of criminality is law abiding. A law might be unjust, and an honest man would not follow it. This does not make him dishonest. It just means he broke an unjust law created by other men. This is how nations exist. The values of people align with the laws. When that breaks down, either the changing values or changing laws, there is conflict until the laws are changed to be in line with the values of the people. Gustave gives a detailed description of what he means by the crowd. He writes, and I'm paraphrasing, "A large number of people does not suffice to form a crowd. There are special characteristics of psychological crowds, the turning in a fixed direction of the ideas and sentiments of individuals composing such a crowd, and the disappearance of their personality." The disappearance of their personality. The crowd is always dominated by considerations of which it is unconscious. The disappearance of brain activity and the predominance of medullary activity. Right? So, is he joking? I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Medullary means the inner part, right? He probably means the reptilian brain of the medulla oblongata, the core of our brain. What is surprising is that they could actually measure the brain's activity in the 1880s, a decade before Gustave wrote The Crowd. He continues, the lowering of the intelligence and the complete transformation of the sentiments. The transformed sentiments may be better or worse than those of the individuals of which the crowd is composed. A crowd is as easily heroic as criminal. The lowering of intelligence, right? But the complete transformation of sentiments. So what you emotionally, right? Again, no citations or evidence to prove his assertions, right? So he's talking about when all the desperate, the different, separate, desperate, not disparate, not desperate, disparate people in a group unite in a collective conscious, and their individual personality vanishes. Sounds pretty spooky. And I've seen some pretty spooky behavior by people who couldn't deal with what was going on at the time. And it's plausible that this may happen to the right crowd in the right circumstances where the mass of the crowd behave that way as well. But, as a bouncer in college, I've pulled violent drunks, out of a crowd and talked them down to the point where they calmly walk out of the bar. They walk out of the bar. But, were these drunks experiencing this crowd mind that Gustave is talking about? Well, maybe not. But then at times he conflates it and says it's just a people or just men, right? The people. Gustave says this collective mind is temporary. So now he's saying it's temporary and presents a very clearly defined characteristic. The collective mind, he also calls an organized crowd or a psychological crowd. So the collective mind, a.k.a. organized crowd, a.k.a. psychological crowd. So when he means organized, he doesn't mean organized by somebody else. I'm assuming. That's how I'm interpreting it. It's just a self-organizing crowd. This mentality, collective mind, self-organizing in a crowd, like a meme, right? So it's not about the mass of people. It's about when a mass of people change into a temporary hive mind, and the individuals lose their personalities. Now, before and after, like he changes his definitions, right? So you'll see. Anyway, Le Bon has not won me over, with his assertions with no evidence and his changing definitions. So here he's saying the crowd is a temporary hive mind of a group of people, right? Earlier on, it was just the people, right? But we've all been in crowds where there's weird energy. So I'm still open to the possibility of this temporary hive mind appearing. I can't refute it. I don't know that it doesn't exist. Maybe it does. If anything, my experience indicates to me that crowds become docile. Of course, there are violent crowds. We've all seen footage of BLM and Antifa violence. I think there are a few radicals who think the crowd may be supporting them. So those individuals behave differently or lose inhibitions. And that may cause mimicking, And mimicking is a bizarre but actual behavior we do see. But mimicking doesn't mean those individuals lose their personalities and become that which what they are mimicking. Might be semantics. Maybe what Gustave says is true. We should be, if it is, we should be able to create this crowd in a social experiment. But the only thing that comes up today is, the crowdsourcing, which is not a collective singular mind Gustave is talking about, where the individuals lose their personality. It's a bunch of people who already agree on something, and then they, like minds, support something. So it's their minds aren't created by, this mass or external events or whatever. They are already a bunch of different people who all think red, so that all the red people collect, right? So is mass hysteria or mass psychosis a form of this crowd hive mind, that Gustave is talking about? A crowd of people being irrational or delusional. There is some overlap of concept, but what are the causes and differences and effects? Mass hysteria can include symptoms of phantom illnesses. Gustave mentions nothing of this. Right? So he's talking about a different phenomena, if it exists at all. Is it a phenomenon? Which one's plural? Though it appears that a strong emotional response is a trigger for mass hysteria, mass psychosis, and Gustave's hive mind. But it may not be. I don't know. It just appears that way, right? It could be other causes. I heard it argue that people do become a hive mind, like at sporting events where the crowd all cheers simultaneously, but they are cheering simultaneously because of a definite cause, like a goal or a foul, not because they are a hive mind that spontaneously all cheers at the same, right, with no cause. But this doesn't mean that a hive mind does not occur. It might, but that's not evidence of it or proof. It's right? He says the collective mind won't simultaneously form in any assembly. There needs to be an influence, and the setting has to be right. So here he's saying it's a very specific thing, right? It's not all people, not all crowds, which later on he does say, or earlier on he also says, the people in his elitist attitudes. But here he's specifically saying it doesn't spontaneously form in any assembly. It has to be the right influence, and the setting has to be right. Also, the numbers are not important, he says. It could be a small group, or it could be a nation. It is triggered by feelings or violent emotions influencing thought. So the nature and intensity of the exciting cause varies the characteristics of the collective mind. Le Bon claims all humans vary in character, depending on the environment that they are in. Well, change the setting, change the character. This depends on how one defines character. People behave differently in, fancy restaurants than they do in fast food joints, but their character is not changed. Their behavior is. Now, if one defines character as behavior, then you can conflate the two. But again, going to buckets, I think there's a nuance here that is being overlooked. I differentiate between behavior and character and frame character as the collection of your different behaviors, your collection of behaviors. Behaviors often change, but character does not. Your character is your assemblage of all your previous behaviors. Right? I'll say the archetype of your character is defined by the stereotype of your behavior. Right? That's pretty good. The archetype of your character is defined by the stereotype of your behavior. Paul Miil. Gustave refers to the violent and savage French National Convention. The French Revolution was very violent, and they chopped a lot of heads off, right? And different new governments turned on recent new ones. It was all very violent. La guillotine, the Bastille, right? Anyway, Gustave wrote about how after the storm had passed, these once violent, bloodthirsty murderers resumed their normal character of quiet, law-abiding citizens. And Napoleon found among them this group, his most docile servants. It should be obvious to all that Gustave is using a simplistic interpretation where he overgeneralizes and simplifies complex people and events into Tupperware. People are complex. We can be violent and we can be peaceful. People who are pushed by tyrannical governments may justifiably chop the heads off the arrogant elites who are oppressing them. After they remove the evil scum, they would most likely return to their docile behaviors, right? You remove the cause and the behavior returns to normal, right? It's not rocket science, Gustave. I mean, these oversights on his part push me closer to believing that his objective with the book is to smear the populace, just to push elitism. I don't know. Can he be that ignorant? Le Bon claims that there are different degrees of how much the collective mind has taken hold, which makes sense. It probably wouldn't be binary, on-off, or digital. It would probably be analog, certain percentage of manifestation, if it exists at all. Perhaps not everyone affected, or not everyone affected to the same degree. Gustave refers to this as successive degrees of organization of crowds. Reasonably, Le Bon wants to focus on the phase of the complete organization, or the complete hive mind, 100% collective mind. So he's saying there are crowds. Some are maybe 10% hive mind, some are 30% hive mind, some are 100% hive mind. With no evidence or proof. He claims at the phase of 100%, there are new and special characteristics that are superimposed on the character of the individuals. The turning of all feelings and thoughts of the collective mind in identical direction. So he's saying it is literally a hive mind. Now, I can't remember if he used the word hive mind at all. I don't think he did. But that's the concept. There is no evidence that the crowd mind is a singular collective mind as opposed to many individuals who are experiencing a similar event and similar triggers, but uniquely. I guess stand-up comedians and other performers can get a crowd to think and feel similar things at the same time, but it's more than that, according to Gustave. Gustave claims the individual's personality is replaced. So what you would find funny is now different, right? Your personality has been changed. It's replaced. So he claims it doesn't matter the individual's occupation, character, or intelligence. They all act in a new collective way. A heterogeneous crowd transforms into a homogeneous collective being. Is it homogeneous or homogeneous? It's spelled homogeneous, but everybody says homogeneous. Anyways, so he's saying a heterogeneous crowd transforms into a homogeneous collective being. Well, it's been over 125 years since he wrote that, and there's still no proof that I'm aware of to confirm any of these assertions. Maybe in some CIA lab where they study people. Maybe, I don't know. I see people referring to him as proof Le Bon says this, therefore it's true, right? That's not proof. Just 'cause some idiot wrote it down and claims it is not proof, right? It's evidence, maybe weak evidence, but somebody's saying something, right? It's doesn't mean it's good evidence. It could be shit evidence, right? Just because some idiot asserts something doesn't make it true. According to Gustave, it's not a summing up or average of the individual's characters. So if you're thinking that, according to Gustave, you're wrong. His definition is not the average of, so if you got a bunch of university professors in, whatever field, it's not an average of what they believe. It's an entirely new thing. So it doesn't matter if you put them in with a bunch of other people, who might be smarter than them. It's a new thing. It's not a summing up or an average of the individual's characters. According to Gustave, it's a brand new mind, very different from any of the individual's minds. Now, I don't know. Is there an individual that might have that similar mind? According to Gustave, it's different than all our minds. He says you can observe one individual who forms part of the collective mind and mark how different they are from when they are isolated. But it's difficult to isolate the causes of the difference. Gustave's claiming causation based on random assumptions using a random hypothetical example is not in any way proof or even evidence. I guess technically it's evidence. It's not really evidence, right? It's not good evidence. Freud was an idiot, and Le Bon was a great influence on him because he focused so much on the subconscious or unconscious. I think that it's debunked that the majority of our actions are due to our subconscious. I'm not talking about blood pressure, heart rate, or digestion. I'm referring to our actions. But it may not be. I don't know. We definitely have instincts at different phases of our lives. And, family when we're young, your pack of friends when you're a little older, and pairing off to start your own families when you're even older than that, right? That's, the maturing from childhood to adulthood, right? Not everyone follows this, but we definitely have the instinct for reproduction, and these instincts are independent of our occupation or intelligence, but not independent of our character. And, or gender. God, I saw this stupid, what was it? The new Matrix. She says, "Oh, I remember I wanted to have children, but I think I was conditioned to have children because I'm a woman." What, men don't have kids too? Like, I get that men don't give birth, right? But, parents, right? It's not just women, right? Dummies. Le Bon argues that in this common consciousness, our instincts that take over in a collective mind are the reason why the crowd is so dumb, because it's our instincts don't include higher learning and reasoning. And he says, so neither too does the collective mind that is operating on instinct, right? So it's like the lowest common denominator of consciousness. But he said also it's not instinct, and it is not an average or a lowest common denominator. Refuting. Again, this is not how, instincts work. Instincts are like an executive order, and our higher learning and reasoning try to find reasons to implement those instincts, if you think about it, right? So Gustave, if you wanted to migrate, right, you have this instinct to go to Mexico, right? Then your conscious brain tries to find solutions to get you to Mexico, because you have this desire to go to Mexico, because that desire is your instinct. If you're a moth or butterfly or whoever the hell flies to Mexico. So Gustave claims this is why a crowd of intelligent people with different specialities become a crowd of imbeciles. So they're operating on instinct, which is a non sequitur. There is no proof of a crowd even becoming imbeciles, never mind a connection between that assertion and the loss of their higher mental faculties. Now, we've seen people, again, right? We kind of want to believe what he's saying, right? Because, right, I don't know why. Why do we want to believe it? Because it sounds kind of funny. It's like, I have people are idiots. The crowd are idiots, right? It's all this, right? But we might assume that the crowd might act based on the lowest common denominator out of fear of the individual, their beliefs from retaliation from the mob. But Le Bon claims it is not an average of the crowd's intelligence or even the lowest common denominator. It's a completely new character that may be more benevolent or it may be more malevolent than the average individual of the crowd. So it's not one person changing their personality to suit the crowd out of fear of retaliation of the crowd singling them out. Gustave's saying specifically, it's not that. By Gustave's logic, any halfway smart person has more intelligence than a crowd. He claims the external causes that determine the characteristics of the crowd are not the characteristics possessed by the isolated individuals. So if Gustave is right, any crowd can be turned into the same mob based on the external causes. I could see why Hitler was so interested in this book. If you could turn any crowd into, you control it, right? The first cause is that because individuals are in a mass, they acquire a feeling of invincible power, which taps into instincts he normally would keep under restraint. Now they get a feeling of anonymity and feel unaccountable and irresponsible. Responsibility, which normally controls people, disappears completely, according to Gustave. The second cause is a bizarre one he calls contagion. It's essentially monkey see, monkey do, mimicry. But again, it's not that easy to explain. He thinks it's something to do with hypnosis. So you're going to be careful about how we interpret things, right? What he's saying. Don't jump to conclusions about what he's claiming. Listen to how he further defines things. And you're like, whoa. He claims in a crowd every act and sentiment is contagious to such a degree that the individual sacrifices their personal interests to the collective interest, which is contrary to our nature, which is rarely seen outside the crowd. The third cause of the collective mind of the crowd is suggestibility. He doesn't mean just being suggestible. He means total and absolute control of the individual in the crowd. Not saying, hey man, I feel like a hamburger, let's go eat hamburgers. No, he's saying absolute control of the individual. Gustave doesn't know the exact mechanism, but he claims the target is in a state that resembles fascination and is completely under control of the hypnotizer. So now he's introduced a hypnotizer. Who is this manipulator? Who's this hypnotizer? A minute ago, a crowd was feeding energy, from the crowd. Gustave. The ability of the brain being paralyzed. So here I'm going to quote him here. The activity of the brain being paralyzed, he becomes the slave of all the unconscious activities of his spinal cord, which the hypnotizer directs at will. The conscious personality has entirely vanished, and will and discernment are lost. I'm going to read that again. This is Gustave. The activity of the brain being paralyzed, he becomes a slave of all the unconscious activities of his spinal cord, which the hypnotizer directs at will. So the hypnotizer is bypassing the logic and reason, and this person is operating at an unconscious level. Their desires and behaviors and activities by this hypnotizer. The conscious personality has entirely vanished. So these people, will and discernment are lost. So these people are turned into zombies, mindless puppet zombies that are controlled by some hypnotizer now, right? So this really sounds like hyperbole by an elitist against the populace, right? So he's referring to the crowd as this, right? Being the crowd, the people, right? Populists, their brain are being paralyzed, right? They're the slave of the spinal cords being manipulated by some hypnotizer, right? Well, if that's the case, any adverse actions by the crowd are the responsibility of the hypnotizer. And if the hypnotizer is part of the elite, then any, ill effects from the crowd are the responsibility of the elite. The elite person who controlled them is the person who caused the effects of the crowd's misbehavior, right? According to Gustave, which is not what he's saying. I'm just, interpreting that. I've been in, again, many crowds, and I've never experienced this phantom crowd that Gustave claims exists. I've never seen a bunch of zombies all controlled by, well, maybe at a concert, and I think, no, they're not mindless zombies, or the musicians up there chanting something. I've never seen them become zombies, right? So Gustave writes, certain faculties are destroyed while others may be brought to exaltation. So mental faculties, right? So some faculties are destroyed while others may be brought to exaltation. Exaltation means elevated or inflated, exalted. My faculties are exalted. And these targets can be made to do acts quickly with little or no thought en masse. A voice of reason would have a hard time against the wave of the crowd. But if they evoke happy emotional images, they have been able to stop bloodthirsty crowds, according to Le Bon. Interesting, eh? So a voice of reason has a hard time against a lot of people today, judging from what they believe in the press. You can say things, and we see a lot of this behavior in brainwashed people. Well, almost everybody who can be brainwashed about certain things, right? Specific. It's very funny. It's not their entire, it's just very specific topics. So if he's right, it's spooky that humans can be turned into unthinking robots with their personalities temporarily removed simply by being in a crowd with suggestion, contagion, and impetuous acts. Impetuous. With primitive enthusiasm for spontaneous, ferocious violence. Wow. The defense is to not allow yourself to be impressed with words and images while in a crowd. They have a minimal to no effect on an isolated individual, apparently. So if you're sitting by yourself and you're listening to this podcast, apparently I have no effect to brainwash you. I cannot brainwash you. So you have nothing to worry about. But again, I have to call bullshit. There's no proof to his claims. Le Bon writes that this mentality is present in juries as well as governments, anywhere there is a group of people. So now the mentality exists anywhere there's a group of people. So before it was very specific and now it's any crowd of people. This exists. All right. He didn't say possible. He said present. I will use the principle of charity and assume he meant it can be present. He's probably exaggerating for sarcastic effect. I don't know. He claims the key cause to create the crowd is emotional provocation, which we know today apparently emotional appeals to emotion bypasses people's reasoning, right? Le Bon writes that it is possible to transform people who are in the crowd to change a skeptic into a believer, the honest man into a criminal, and the coward into a hero. These being temporary changes. Where's the evidence, Gustave? What's your evidence? The power is just a benign tool, according to Gustave. It can be used for both good or evil, depending on the nature of the suggestions. It appears that the power of suggestion works sometimes on some people, as well as mimicking, but there's no evidence people's personalities are diametrically changed, temporarily even. Some might be pressured to do something we wouldn't want to do, but that is, part of conditioning. It doesn't immediately change one's personality. So he thinks people need to be worked up in a crowd to achieve great things as well as horrible things. It sounds a lot like Gustave's tool of the crowd is essentially the coach's prep talk to the team, the halftime talk, right? Gustave says that premeditation is absent from the crowd. Premeditation is absent from the crowd. Based on what? If there's a puppet master, or I lost my microphone. If there's a puppet master or a manipulator, what did he call him? The person in control there can be premeditation. He writes, the images evoked in the mind of crowds are accepted to them as reality. So all you need to do is evoke imagery, mental imagery in the people, in the crowd, in the Gustavian crowd, and they take it as reality. Again, it's just an assertion, a stereotypical generalization with no proof. But we've all seen people, how they respond to politics and news, right? Sometimes they believe bullshit as reality, right? Does that make them not know what's real? Well, yeah, they don't know what's real. If what they think they know is wrong, then clearly they don't know what's real, right? So they're out of touch with reality. I've heard politicians say perception is reality. So they believe that people are not critical thinkers and believe whatever image is evoked in their minds. Perception is reality is the mantra of the manipulator. They don't want the target to think of the word illusion. That puts a wrench in their spell, right? They don't want you even contemplating the concept of illusion or manipulation, right? An enlightening bit of Gustave's writing is that when he wrote, there are characteristics of the crowd such as impulsiveness, irritability, incapacity to reason, the absence of judgment, and of the critical spirit, and the exaggeration of the sentiments which are almost always observed in beings belonging to inferior forms of evolution. I'll paraphrase or reword what he said to people who are more emotional than critical and logical. Gustave was a bit of a racist and a sexist. Or, he may be been a man of his times, but that doesn't excuse his thinking in stereotype or overgeneralizations, which is so prevalent in far left groups today. I think people as a whole evolve socially or at least change. There's a zeitgeist. And, generalization, groups, probabilities, right? You get what people may have been, what may have been a powerful influence on the naive person of the past may not work at all on a modern man. We don't find some old shows we enjoyed as enjoyable anymore as a society, right? Gustave, young people won't watch a movie that other people their age years ago would have found enjoyable because the society's evolved, right? Gustave writes that the mind of the crowd is like leaves in the wind. This sounds like the elite's hate of populism. The crowd's mind are like leaves in the wind, scattered, right? What he calls that variability mobility. And he writes that the mobility of crowds, of their minds, renders them very difficult to govern, especially when a measure of public authority has fallen into their hands. Well, now we start to, again, ring a little true here, right? When you get a measure, just a tiny bit of public authority, you give somebody a vest and wands, and all of a sudden, they're Hitler, right? This is explicitly arguing that no power should be given to the people because they are difficult to govern. This implies that there's another group who want to govern the people, and it makes this other group more qualified. What makes this other group more qualified? Or even necessary, or that the crowd need someone to govern them. Right? This is very a very statist perspective, a perspective of centralized control. Someone must be in control, which is, never a good thing, especially on a societal level. He thinks the will of the crowd is frenzied, but does not last for long, and crowds are incapable of thinking for any length of time. So this is a bizarre model of a crowd that is elusive as Bigfoot, right? He writes, the crowd acts like a less evolved form of life, not prepared to admit anything can come between its desire and the realization of that desire. and it feels irresistible power due to the numerical strength. An individual knows he can just set fire to a palace or loot a shop. But acting as a lower form of life, the crowd has no problem burning or looting, and worse, murder or rape. Any unexpected obstacles will be met with a frenzied rage. Gustave Le Bon is describing Antifa and BLM riots of today. The mobs are acting as a lesser evolved form of life, savage and stupid. Are these people changed by this crowd? I say no. I say when they go home, they still have the same attitudes, right? It's not temporary. We have no evidence that the looters aren't just scumbag opportunists, and the arsonists would never think of such a thing individually. The reality is that these people do prepare. They bring weapons. They bring Molotov cocktails. They aren't created or changed by the crowd. They are what we see. Le Bon says crowds vary in temperament, in irritability, and impulsiveness. Well, again, maybe these crowds that I'm referring to aren't Gustavian crowds, right? They're just mobs, riotous mobs. So there's this cliff in Italy. It's about 80 feet tall, where the Romans threw people off to be executed. And it's called the Tarpeian Rock. And the Romans had an expression, Arx Tarpeia Capitoli Proxima, which means the Tarpeian Rock is close to the capital, which means a politician's fall from grace can come quickly. If a politician screws up, over the Tarpeian Rock they go, right? Their fall from grace. Gustave writes that the crowds are very emotional, unstable, and quick to change their collective mind. So now their minds change quickly. So whoever controls the crowd might achieve a lofty destiny, but they are always skirting the brink of the Tarpeian Rock, with the certainty of one day being tossed from its lofty heights. So, again, Gustave's definition of the crowd now is it's a mob, it's controlled by somebody, right? So crowd manipulators have you have fair warning. If crowds can be controlled, and this one type of magic crowd that Gustave has created, right? If you might be thrown. So if you have any, reasoning or evidence or logic against the Gustavian crowd, his supporters might just say, well, that's not the type of crowd Gustave was talking about. Because if you've got evidence against it, then that's not the type of crowd he's, right? So it's kind of slippery how he's trying to change his definitions, right? And not have consistent definitions, right? So it's a hypothetical crowd sometimes. And anyways, it's very inconsistent. So I'm not saying there aren't ways in which people can be deceived and manipulated to act and behave a certain way. There obviously are. I'm saying there's no proof of Gustave's special type of crowd. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. If it does, or if it has existed, it may be or may not be for the reasons that he claims. It just might appear that way if it existed, right? Keep in mind this book is, it might just be an elitist hate manifesto against the people. Perhaps that's why crowds are so often portrayed as stereotyped as the mindless mob, right? We're being fed fairy tales from the elites who hate the people. We've been preconditioned to prejudice a gathering who protests as mindless idiots, right? Very much from the perspective of the statist sociopath. I get angry, which is emotional, when I think of the mob burning witches, right? But it wasn't the mob, it was individuals. And those individuals had courts, and were just assholes, right? They weren't a temporary hive mind, right? What I mean by they had courts is, they actually brought the witches to court and found them guilty of being witches. So it wasn't an instinctive emotional outburst where they just happened to burn a witch, right? These were sociopaths, right? Or psychopaths, I guess. Gustave claims that the ideas that are accessible to crowds and how they conceive them are in two classes: accidental, passing ideas, and fundamental ideas. His accidental ideas are from the moment, infatuation for an individual or a doctrine. So a doctrine can be from the moment, especially from the diminished mental capacity of the Gustavian crowd. So we have to assume the doctrine was taught earlier. In order for them to understand a doctrine, they don't have any concept of, they're only operating on their spinal cord, right? So that means they must have been taught this doctrine earlier in order for the crowd to be able to access it, if we want to be consistent with Gustave's definitions of what this crowd is. Okay, so I picture some Islamic State nut screaming to, some innocent, cut some innocent person's head off, but I don't think the crowd had anything to do with it. That individual already had that desire and hatred by their doctrine, by their conditioning. So it wasn't a Gustavian crowd where they were, their character was replaced by this person who wants to chop the head off of an innocent person, right? Gustave's second class of ideas that are accessible to the crowd are what he calls the fundamental ideas. He says they are religious ideas of the past and social and democratic ideas of today. So this is the same thing. I'm pretty much just negating the first part. So at least here, they could have been, ideas from the past. He doesn't say where the ideas come from, but they are environmental, genetic disposition, and public opinion give them stability. Gustave never mentions if any of the ideas are correct or not, and it appears that the correctness of the ideas are irrelevant to Gustave. He brings back his metaphor of water and uses the fundamental ideas as the body of water flowing and the accidental ideas as the transient waves on the surface. At least his body of water is flowing, which indicates that the fundamentals can change. His model falls apart for anyone who's been to it changes meaning. I shouldn't say it falls apart, but it changes meaning. If anybody has ever been to the Niagara River Rapids, there's a narrowing of the river where the speed of the water is very fast, and the rapids make some static waves. So the waves are not changing, but the body of water is rapidly changing. So it's an inverted model of what he's talking about. So in Gustave's model, the fundamentals are rapidly changing while the accidental ideas are long-lasting. Limits of models, right? We got to be careful when we use models. Gustave recognized the fundamental ideas of our fathers are tottering more and more. Tottering. That's a word for you. Tottering. This is only true if your father's ideas were dogmatic and did not accept the questioning of things. My father said it was wrong and futile to try to stop progress. He meant the progress to better things, not just different things. And change by progress or change by itself is not progress. It is just change. Gustave laments the majority of ideas of his day will fade away as they lack vitality. Well, then they are probably wrong, right? This is the way of things. We all have millions of ideas. A lot are crap. And, via natural selection, they will fade away. And some good ideas, will keep afloat. If we no longer need certain ideas, they will be lost. Even if they are genius, we don't need them. They're gonna disappear, right? Take a look at the skills the craftsmen or sailors used to have. The modern world has erased a lot of their genius ideas. That's the evolution of the species, technology. It's not the evolution of the species; it's the evolution of our modes of doing things, right? The species didn't change, our behavior changed due to the technology that we invented, right? So the ideas aren't as important as the ability to come up with them. That's what I define intelligence as, the ability to come up with valid ideas, not the ability to just, regurgitate them. So in a changing or new environment, that's the human superpower, apparently, right? We're adaptable. We can change. Why can we change? Because we can come up with new ideas for our certain situation. but the ability to stand on the shoulders of others' work is a great thrust forward in our collective understanding and some of our more universal concepts. Did Gustave Le Bon give anything to society other than assertions that are most probably false? Well, I shouldn't say that. Maybe they're true, but not proved, right? I've been guilty of throwing out, all religious ideas because I've come across blatant inconsistencies and garbage in the Bible. As anybody who's critically read it will agree. A lot of, self-refuting garbage in there, right? So I thought the entire book was compromised and the information is all useless junk. But I could be wrong, right? Not all ideas or concepts in there are actually junk, right? Just as Mao used some good ideas to lure people in before he hit them with his cult propaganda, there are some good ideas among even the most evil, right? You look at Hitler, for example. He came up with the audio recording technology of, the magnetic tapes, right? Cassette tapes and stuff were reel-to-reel probably back then. He came up with multi-lane highways, the rocket technology and many other advances in technology, right? So even though we hate and disagree with someone, they may have some good ideas. But Gustave just throws out the baby with the bathwater, the tub, everything. When he wrote Christian ideas, democratic and modern social ideas are all sorry errors. They're all errors. He didn't say he just says they're errors. His context was that the low crap ideas are the ones that have impact on the crowd, which is against what he wrote earlier when he said doctrine can have great effect. Well, some doctrines can be very high concept, right? He is again using the logic of a Marxist and he would hate that because apparently he doesn't like Marxism, right? By oversimplifying complex things and jamming them into Tupperware. Jamming them into boxes, you try to frame them. In terms of the mechanism to control the crowd, Gustave says ideas must be converted into opinions. So now, an opinion is a judgment on something. An idea is a concept that may or may not be true. So an opinion on a false idea is a false opinion and not a matter of taste. An idea can be proven or induced by overwhelming statistics to make it very plausible, which would make the opinion a valid one and not based on irrationality or emotion. But Gustave apparently is not aware of deduction and induction, but he's only aware of abduction, which is best guess logic. There's no reason for a person to be certain when using abductive reasoning, and a critical thinker would know this. Therefore, Gustave is not a critical thinker. Some people use emotions as a basis for their opinions and are quick to judge. These types rarely hold opinions as tentative, until further evidence. They're closed-minded, right? Quick to anger, quick to judge. All of us can become lazy thinkers and jump to conclusions when we don't have to. Gustave claims that regardless of how much clear and verifiable proof there is for an idea or point that would convince a reasonable person, the convert will quickly return to his original conceptions by his unconscious self, the same way a crowd cannot be convinced of certain things. While it is true many people cannot be convinced and are very close-minded, I'm not sure the crowd has any effect on that. Yet, Gustave says, their personality and characteristics can change, so, right? Gustave claims when an idea has penetrated the crowd's mind, it possesses an irresistible power which has no opposition. I don't see the existence of the crowd causing any of this. I have no evidence that an open-minded person will become a closed-minded one just because they're in a crowd. He gets loose in his definitions, although we got to be careful because I've got a buddy who's open-minded knows all the fallacies, and that guy is sometimes does not think critically, right? Just because he knows about it and he can do it sometimes doesn't mean he always does. Same with all of us. Just because we know about it doesn't mean we always use it. So, yeah, Gustave gets loose in his definition of the crowd again when he claims it takes 100 years to implant an idea like the French Revolution. I call bullshit. It takes starving people to create a revolution. Gustave claims the ideas accepted by the crowd are several generations behind learned men and philosophers. So a crowd is a temporary collective consciousness that can only accept ideas that are several generations behind learned men, but it can accept a doctrine. What about a doctrine that is taught by learned men? I don't know. His logic falls apart. He's really he feels like he's being hyperbolic, and he just hates the people with an elitist's hatred. I can imagine all the pompous twits of the day throat chortling over this book. While they'll sip their tea. An echo chamber of the elitist hatred towards the people circa 1895. Who would get published in 1895, right? Bring your book to the publisher. What type of person would get published? It's probably an elitist throat chortler. Gustave writes that the crowd can reason. Now they can reason, just at an inferior level. He writes the arguments the crowd employs and those which are capable of influencing them are from a logical view of such an inferior kind that it is only by way of analogy that they can be described as reasoning. Holy shit. This is rich coming from a guy who uses no premises and argues by assertion. But that may be because he's French. So Gustave claims reasoning is based on associations of ideas, which is wrong. Simply associating ideas, combining and mixing them around, does not produce valid reasoning. Maybe this is how Gustave reasons. Today we reason with deduction, with its proofs, induction with its statistics, and most probable conclusions, and abduction with its best guesses based on incomplete information. Just associating ideas is not valid reasoning. Clouds float, balloons float, therefore balloons are clouds. That's associating ideas, and it's not valid. But when we enter the realm of reasoning, we go down the rabbit hole of consciousness and mind, and it's currently black magic. We don't really know what's going on at the core. Reasoning uses association, but that is an incomplete model. Just placing ideas adjacent is not reasoning. It's geometry of concepts. The magic is the meaning we infer from those juxtapositions. But this is the result, not the mechanism. The inference is still partially black magic. Where do new ideas come from? That's currently beyond our grasp. It's interesting that realization means it becomes real in our minds and can be shared in objective reality. It pops into existence, like the word insight. Sounds like it comes from seeing within. Gustave refers to inferior reasoning of different races as well as women. So he refers to Eskimos of his day thinking glass is ice as inferior reasoning. If this is even true, under what context? This is not inferior reasoning. It is reasoning that has evolved to survive an environment of ice, the harshest environment on the planet. Put Le Bon in the Arctic with nothing and see who has inferior reasoning. I'm sure after 2 minutes of handling it, the Eskimos understood that this new substance to them, glass, is not ice. I've been to the Arctic. I've worked with Eskimos. They told me they preferred to be called Eskimos. And I tell you, they certainly understood what glass is, and they knew it was not ice. Gustave also refers to a savage that eats the heart of his enemy, thinking they gain their bravery. While the transfer of bravery from eating your enemy's heart has not been scientifically verified, as far as I know, I'm sure eating a heart is very nutritional and results in the eater's greater chances of survival for believing that and eating it. So while the reasoning may be superstitious, the result is a greater probability of survival, and that ultimately is the reason for reason. Gustave's third example of inferior reasoning is a workman who is exploited by one employer and believes all employers are exploiters. Well, this depends on how one defines exploit. Well, maybe he's also referring to him just generalizing, stereotyping all employers based on one employer. But sure, all employers leverage employees. That's what makes them, viable, the employees. It's not a bad thing as the employees willingly exchange their time and effort for money. It's not slavery. This is the logic of stereotype and what Gustave himself used many times in this book. Also, he's implying that all Eskimos are his magic crowd. Is that what he's saying? Or all savages, however he defines that. Or all workers. They're all monolithic. So he's using the very logic that he's crapping on about. His perspective is very much of the elitist who stereotypes and resents the people. Ideas, humans, and businesses are all controlled by natural selection. Some are parasites that not only harm, but still manage to survive, while others are neutral and still others are beneficial. Gustave claims the crowd make connections that aren't there between two things. This is what I call the phantom connections. I covered that in an earlier podcast. Phantom connections can happen to all of us, but when connections are intentionally claimed that do not exist, we've entered the world of the Canadian journalist. What I just said there about Canadian journalists is what I think Gustave was doing a lot in this book. He was being hyperbolic, perhaps, joking. And most jokes are based on observations. Regardless, Gustave's interpretations feel childish and antiquated at times. Now, Gustave claims that phantom connections are intentionally used by the manipulator, which is plausible as the manipulator would want their target to believe something which appears to be true but is in fact not true. Deceived with a false connection. But Gustave goes a step too far in claiming the crowd is incapable of grasping a logical argument. Of course, there's a lot of non-critical thinkers out there, and we all can be duped by phantom connections which appear to be true but are false. This is used all the time in legacy news propaganda. But being incapable of grasping a logical argument, I only see that when someone is a close-minded idiot or someone who is deluded, or both. I've come across it often with religious people when arguing about religion, but I've also come across it with other types of leftist ideologues or any kind of ideological person. And I'm not saying that a religious person is incapable of grasping a logical argument or that all religious people are the same. Just one that goes against their dogmatic beliefs, whatever they've been conditioned to believe. When people are programmed by fear, they are resilient to logical arguments, but not impervious. We can break free from whatever cult some manipulator is trying to indoctrinate us into. But Le Bon's short-term, emotionally charged, hive-minded crowd is incapable. Okay. No proof, but okay. There may be some general truths of probability in Gustave's assertions. He's implying that it's the short, graphic meme which has more influence over the crowd than rational words. That appears to be true, but it's not an absolute. Some people in some circumstance may ignore graphic memes and be influenced by a long-form rational critique. He goes against what he wrote earlier when he says judgments accepted by the crowds are merely judgments forced upon them and never judgments adopted after discussion. His extremes, again, make me think he's being hyperbolic and joking, but I'm not sure. Either way, he earlier claimed that the crowd is uncontrollable and can only appear if the conditions are right. Now he's claiming their opinions are merely forced on them and never opinions after discussion. So they never adopt them after discussion. So this is what the legacy media does today. They force opinions on the idiot public, but it is not absolute. It works on some, but not all. It works on the non-critical sheeple, but not the critical thinker. If they're being critical, if they're applying their critical thinking. Just because you're a critical thinker doesn't mean you can't be duped. You need to keep using it, right? In order to, and even then, his observation might have some merit, but only on his special version of the crowd. The hive mind are merely idiots who believe what the news media and politicians say, if that's what he's saying. In which case, he's not spewing hate of the people in general, but a subsect of the people, the idiots who believe the news. But perhaps he does not differentiate. He thinks everyone are the people who believe. He thinks everyone believes the news, which they don't. Obviously, there's people maybe it's a small percentage of people, I don't know, who don't believe the news. He says it's a temporary emotional state, his crowd. But the people that believe the news don't have their personalities transformed only to have them return to normal after they watch the news that I'm aware of. So this is an ongoing state, a static crowd, a chronic torture of the people's free will. In 1895, Bayer Pharmaceutical pushed diacetylmorphine, also known as heroin, as a cure, safe and effective. Our experts will tell you it's safe and effective. At least they weren't forcing on people, but as a cure for asthma, cough, and pneumonia. Today, we know heroin does not cure asthma, cough, and pneumonia, despite what the experts of the day had said, right? Perhaps Gustave was partaking in too much diacetylmorphine, and maybe he had a cough, and maybe that explains his squirrely logic. Gustave argues the extreme opinion or position that crowds come to, kind of rich coming from this guy, extreme positions when he does all his overgeneralizations. He argues the extreme opinion or position that crowds come to is because it's the opinion that they would never form based on their own personal reasoning. They do it because it's not their normal thing. So is this because of a loss of inhibition? Regardless, it's yet another baseless assertion on Gustave's part. No evidence. We don't know. He's just making the assertion. This is it. Believe it. All right. Gustave, his main point is his main fallacy. He's assuming the crowd is a single organism. He claims that, right? I would like to see proof of that, but there is none. Even still today, 130 years later, 35 years, whatever it was. Some in the crowd will believe a false story if they are otherwise uninformed, but an informed person in the crowd won't. This is what logic would lead us to say, but that's not. Gustave says this does not what happens. His model of the crowd is an oversimplification that should not be taken seriously, I don't think. And maybe he didn't intend for it to be. Like I said, this book, I'm always on the edge of, is it really just a joke? Is he just joking? He's just pulling our chain? But the fact that some people took it seriously and still do today in many industries, politicians and advertisers, Hitlers, Mussolinis, psychologists like Freud, it goes to show how shitty that whole field is if they're believing stuff based on assertion. Science, it's just about assertions now, right? If you listen to a politician, that's absolutely what they believe science is. There may be the lowest common denominator thing going on, despite Gustave not claiming explicitly that's not what's happening. You could picture, an angry crowd scaring an individual to fall in line, right? They better get with the crowd, so then the whole crowd appears to be equally stupid. But he explicitly said that's not the case. So we got, in his crowd, that is not the case. So we got to throw that away. So Gustave talks about the imagination of the crowd. He says, when reasoning power is absent, imagination is very powerful. It's interesting that he said that, because I watched a documentary on, was it Alzheimer's or stroke or something like that? And when people lose a large portion of the brain that has to do with, reasoning and logic, they sometimes become like almost savants in the arts. So not to say that artists or savant artists have no logic or reasoning, but there was a correlation between people. I can't remember if it was like Alzheimer's or something, but these people, when they're negatively affected, people say blind people get better hearing or whatever, but this is not the case. It's arts. So imagination becomes increased. So not to say that those with the strong imagination lack logic or reason. This is not what I'm saying, but Gustave says that when reasoning power is absent, imagination is very powerful. All right, so first off, we haven't determined that reasoning is absent. He claims it. I will use the principle of charity to interpret it to mean that the effect of imagination is strong on those with poor reasoning skills. It's important to differentiate that there is no correlation between truth, false, and imagination. You could imagine something that is true, or you could imagine something that is false, right? Correct solutions are found and are first created in our imaginations in certain situations. But anyone who worked on a problem knows that their imagination might be wrong too, right? Just because it comes from our imagination, there's no correlation between right or wrong. Although probably wrong, right? There's a greater probability of something being wrong, maybe. I don't know. That's just a wild guess. Gustave claims the images in the crowd's minds are almost as lifelike as reality. Wow. Based on what evidence? His own? He uses the metaphor of the crowd being asleep, like a dream. He's really getting into the head of his crowd, right? They can't reason or reflect, which allows crackpots' ideas to manifest, which they normally would quickly disbelieve. And like in a dream, the crowd has suspended their disbelief of the highly improbable, which makes most improbability stand out and have the most impact on the crowd, according to Gustave. It makes a good story, but he gives no proof or evidence. Perhaps a comedian could try the most improbable scenarios to see if the crowd responds to those as a social experiment. Perhaps we are wired to take notice of improbable events. Notice the difference, right? You're going to notice the difference is, as a thing, is probably a routine passed down by natural selection. We have this routine to notice the difference. But if the differences are lies, I think we grow tired quickly if there is no truth. Then there is fiction, which we enjoy if it's done well. But we know it's a fiction. We compare it to the norm of other fiction, which can also be boring. So the differences have to be with real life, and the people should not be comparing it to fiction, but with real life. So Gustave says the marvelous and legendary events or stories strike crowds with the greatest effect. Probably he means affect, right? Or maybe both. Boring is the enemy when it comes to controlling the crowd, according to Gustave. Appearances are more important than reality when it comes to controlling the crowd. sounds a lot like perception is reality. Gustave goes on that crowds can only think in images. Only images that terrify or attract them. Terrify or attract and motivate action. He claims the theater has enormous impact. So the movie theaters, back in the day, I guess there's, stage, has enormous impact because the entire audience experiences the same emotion at the same time. The unconscious spectator realizes these are imaginary adventures and yet still laughs and weeps. This is true as an effect on the individual, but says nothing about the hive mind of the crowd. There was an experiment done in modern times using the theater as an experiment. I think they might have been, might have read Gustave's book or something. I don't know. But I contacted the people who conducted the experiment, and I'm still waiting on the results. They never got back to me. Well, they got back to me, but they didn't give me the results. They said they were going to, and nothing happened, right? So Gustave writes you think they'd just give me a summary of whether it worked or not. So he wrote the unreal has almost as much influence on the crowd as the real. They don't distinguish between the two, according to Gustave. The unreal has almost as much influence on the crowd as the real. They don't distinguish between the two. So he's saying the real still has more influence than the unreal. At least there's that. So go to a Comic-Con and see the fans, are they impacted? They don't believe it's real. Well, there's one guy I know that thinks he's Iron Man or Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man, but that's not the norm. So Gustave continues, ideological conquerors are based on popular imagination, and working on this imagination is how mindless crowds are led. From Judaism, Christianity, Islam, to the threatening invasion of socialism today are all a consequence of strong impressions produced by the imagination of the crowd. That's Gustave. So socialism was a threatening invasion of the day back then, 1895. I see evidence of imagination trumping reason. And today we see this, right? Listen to the news. People that believe it, right? Their imaginations when things are framed a certain way, and then people connect the dots themselves and make assumptions, right? They're using their imagination, and they're not following reason. They're just a reason, what's plausible based on the evidence that was given, which is not true, and they're being manipulated by that, right? So their imagination trumps actual reason. But I do think it's plausible that imagination is a powerful tool used on those who are uninformed on a subject. Words that evoke mental imagery can be powerful and provoke strong emotions. We need to check our priorities when it comes to absorbing new information. If it's important or evoking an emotional response, we should take a beat and start analyzing that information critically. If we don't feel the need to take the time to do that, why bother listening at all? Chances are we are not getting an accurate story, and we're being manipulated because we're too lazy to take a beat, to be critical of the appeal to emotions that are being pumped out at us by a lying media and lying politicians and lying PR firms. We also need to pay close attention to the definitions, and if the definitions are being twisted by the manipulator, or just someone who is honestly ignorant, misinformed, or simply, we should just look them up if we aren't 100% sure if we know the definition or all the different definitions of that word. I look up definitions of words I think I know all the time, and they're like, there is that other use that I'm not familiar with, right? It's common sense, but we're often lazy as a species. And manipulators know that, and that's a vector of attack, right? So Gustave claims that all the great statesmen of every time and every country have regarded the popular imagination as their source of power, right? Darth Vader. So we need to define popular imagination. Is it a narrative, a story created by those seeking power? Is that what's in the popular imagination? Is it the zeitgeist he's talking about? Just what is this concept of popular imagination? It's the mindset of the people who fall into the collective mind of the crowd, whatever that is, being those who accept the image presented to them uncritically. So they're accepting it. So the sheeple who believe the news and the politicians, that's who he's talking about. They are the crowd, which is differentiated from the people. The suckers who fall for it, right? All right, I'm honing in on just what Gustave is on about, right? So it seems to be the sheeple. Not all the people, which he does say. So you got to filter through his weeds here. So as the people outside the crowd, and sometimes in it, it's the same group. So we could morph in between, in and out. So what is our best course of action to try to maintain the most reasonable patterns of inference, the most reasonable way of thinking, right? We fight images or narratives presented to us, or do we fight the mechanism of manipulation? Narratives change weekly. The mechanism of manipulation is ongoing. Hence this podcast. So I've already answered that question in a meta form by creating this podcast. The mechanism that we should be studying, because they change the narratives weekly. So fighting the narrative is irrelevant. It's the mechanism that they're using to shove the narratives into our face that we need to understand. So my problem is bringing this vast yet subtle subject to the people, including the sheeple, right? They can then help spread it to the crowd, right? It's not an impossible task. The material is larger than a meme, but people can understand it. Or perhaps this is a large meme in itself, a large, complicated, I don't know if you know mimetic theory or not, but it's an idea that uses people to propagate itself. We need a seed, a catalyst of exposure. But since I'm reading a book on the subject that was written in 1895, and the masses still don't know or pay attention to it, I mean, how much hope do we have? Or perhaps we're conditioned to disregard the subject. I do remember a lot of anti-reading and anti-nerd stuff in movies growing up, and still today. You know, don't read, don't be smart. Only nerds are smart. Be dumb like us. Don't read. Right? They were talking about Jordan Peterson and the intellectual dark web. All those people who read. Oh, it's like, really? Don't be a reader. Be a Marxist. You know, this is what they're saying. The idiots. What about all the other people who know this stuff? Have they tried to explain it to their fellow man? Or are they trying to use it against them? Perhaps everyone who knows this stuff has gone into politics, news, advertising, or PR firms. How come we don't hear about them? Maybe there's a million other podcasts like this out there and millions of books, and nobody's just paying attention to them. I'm unaware of a lot of them, most of them, because I don't think there's that many. People don't want to hear how a transistor works. They just want to listen to their radio or use their phone. They don't want to know how they're being manipulated. They just want to be whatever, live their lives and believe the garbage that is least offensive to them, despite it not being true. It appears to be the case. Now, I'm not saying everybody, right? But I got to be careful. And this is just an assertion. I'm acting like Gustave here, right? So you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. I guess there are other things more important than who's controlling our lives, like fashion or, sports or idiot actors. Yeah. I need to know the Leafs score. I got to watch that game, man. That's so much more important than knowing how I'm being manipulated and how my rights are being taken away from me, right? Yeah. So hierarchies. Perhaps natural selection has programmed the bulk of humans to be easy prey for the manipulator, ideologically vulnerable to programming, to have hierarchies, a natural hierarchy that is challenged when the limits are breached. So the hierarchy of the herd, right? So a feedback, perhaps there's a feedback loop to control the bulk from the top, and then the top from the bulk. Right? If when the feedback, if they the crowd doesn't like what the leader's doing, they attack the leader, they throw them off the cliff, right? Their fall from grace. The bulk want leaders to direct the mass in a general direction, and when the idiot leaders demonstrate their inferiority of judgment, the bulk remove them. Could be, I don't know. Complex systems, who knows, man. Leaders are the disposable ideological point man the bulk send out to break the path or to stay on it. The ultimate power is always with the bulk. Is our DNA already coded for this super organism of society? Are we already a hive creature? We currently can't survive on our own. We have castes for different duties, important ones like farming and garbage removal to unimportant ones like actors and entertainers. We share 50% of our DNA with a fruit fly. That is just bizarre. 50%. Look it up. If you think about it, even a simple life like a fruit fly is a very complicated machine. We have no idea how its little mind works. It has instincts, memory, balance, control of multiple legs. It can fly, walk, convert matter into energy, reproduce, evolve, and its entire body is packaged in something smaller than a sesame seed. So if we think of our behavior as a result of evolution, then there are those mechanisms of manipulation. Are they a result of it? When is the idea of false information good for an organism? I don't think the idea of false information is good for an organism. Well, I guess defensively, camouflage is a beneficial trait. That is false information. You're giving out false information and you're trying to protect yourself by being camouflaged, right? For deceit of other animals. It also makes sense that tricking other animals, or if you're offensive as well, if you're a camouflage predator, right? You're going to be camouflaged and you can get some more food by the unwary dupes walking by, right? So it makes sense that tricking others has led to greater survival rate for the trickster. A lot of this manipulation, I would say, is learned, could be instinctive, but the concept of the naive person who falls for everything would indicate that it is not a intrinsically hardwired thing into our species. It may be in a line, like a family or a group, depending, their DNA, their branch, but it doesn't seem to be of our entire species. Otherwise, we wouldn't have such naive people. Are there people who are genetically more manipulative than others? I would say it makes sense. Why would there not be? What would there be stopping one group of people from being more manipulative than others? Evolution does not revert to the mean. Otherwise, it wouldn't evolve. It would be a relatively static system with minor deviations from the norm. It just keeps on going. It branches and it makes new, more crazy things, right? Nature creates diversity in case of cataclysm. Does natural selection give a shit about the dominant life form? Ask the dinosaurs. The group would have a competitive advantage over the individual in a lot of situations. So perhaps we've evolved as a social animal for that. We can obviously achieve greater things with division of labor and specialization. Why do we also have the instinct for self-sufficiency? Probably because there are limits to our social structures. They might collapse. We know they collapse. So the cells in my body need my entire body to survive for their survival. In the extreme, humans don't need society for their survival. We need society for our thriving, or do we? We need it for our modern life, absolutely, but perhaps a more physical life would be beneficial for our species to get out there and, be nomads or garden or whatever, Perhaps we can no longer survive without society. Well, the numbers of the planet, we obviously can't. So this is a problem. This is what the globalists are trying to correct with their Great Reset and killing off the majority of the population, allegedly, according to conspiracy theorists. So, maybe we can't survive without society, given how fragile society is. The great filter may be upon us. If you don't know what the great filter is, you should look it up. If this great filter exists, is it a mechanism of natural selection? The Great Reset? Burn the experiment and start over, right? We think we control our bodies, but our body tells our brain when we're hungry. The bacteria in our gut controls our mood. We are controlled by the microscopic. Like the leaders in society, we are given a certain amount of autonomy, but when we go off the rails, the bulk of our body takes back control. So how long can you stay awake or not eat? I mean, it's possible, but hard. I guess some people starve themselves. So who should we listen to? Our gut or our brain? Do we even have a choice? Are we living in a deterministic world where choice is an illusion? Who knows? So they used to work, together for our survival, but now our gut directs us towards unhealthy choices, eating junk food, too much food, etc. Because it's too easy to get food today. Not too easy, but it's very easy to get food today. And fat and sugars, which probably are harder to get or were harder to get for us in the past. I'm assuming. Could be wrong. I don't know. So that drive was probably necessary to motivate us to get us off our asses when we lived in the wild. Boy, you better get up there and go find some food because you're going to die. Right? So that hunger was motivation, right? The drive. Now we have easy access and still have that primitive drive. So something is screwed up in our evolution, or our society's changed faster than our evolution can keep up with. We have a lot of those, what do they call that? Vestigial characteristics. I don't know. Those who have too much drive for eating in this environment will die off. And those who have less drive will live healthier, longer lives. But if society collapses, the drive to go find food will have been lost. Another species bites the dust, I guess. I don't know, right? So we're always in an evolving, changing situation, right? So perhaps those who eat too much will die off, like I said. We've advanced faster than evolution. We need to hack. Do we need to hack? I think we do need to hack our system to be healthy in this environment, or just not. Just the offspring that aren't as, wanting of bags of chips and junk food will survive, and the ones that aren't will die off. Perhaps that's what's going to happen, natural selection, right? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But there's more to learn today, unless we're being conditioned to want to eat those bags of chips because we didn't evolve eating bags of chips, right? I don't know. There's more to learn today than yesterday. Our knowledge base is exploding, and knowledge is power. So the potential to have vast power is exploding every day based on knowledge. Gustave had a preoccupation with Napoleon. Why? Because they were both French, because Napoleon gained so much power. Gustave flip-flops on the control of the crowd. He stressed that the imaginations of the crowd cannot be impressed or controlled by intelligent reasoning or by demonstration or by cunning rhetoric. Yet he goes on about how Napoleon, with his cunning rhetoric, and intelligent reasoning, controlled the masses. Well, which is it, man? So, but demonstrate. You think of the word demonstrate. Demonstrated by cunning rhetoric. Demonstrate has an interesting etymology from Latin de, which means, I think, entirely, and monstrare, which means to point out. To demonstrate means entirely point out, to show or reveal, which is related to monstrum, which it means to a divine omen or wonder, which is the source of the word monster, which is kind of interesting If you think of that, right? Monstrum means divine omen or wonder. Oh, I wonder what that is. It's a monster, right? Isn't that kind of spooky how monster came from revealing about something that you wonder? Or actually wonder came from monster? No, monster came from wonder. Yeah, weird. Anyways, sounds like a good thing. Anyway, demonstrate, demonster, entirely monstrous, entirely revealed. So Gustave says imagination, mental images in the mind of startling and clear image, freed from all accessory explanation, or merely having as an accompaniment a few marvelous or mysterious facts. Mysterious is critical. Examples are in point are a great victory, a great miracle, a great crime, a great hope. Things must be laid out, and their genesis must never be indicated. Right? On the surface, it sounds like it makes sense until you realize he's just making assertions again with no evidence. Like, ooh, this sounds like some secret sauce. Hitler read this book, and he laid things out, and their genesis was what he harped on, and it worked for him. So it does make sense that a crowd would respond more to the clickbait of a great injustice, victory, miracle, or hope. This is the modus operandi of the legacy corporate news and many bloggers. Clickbait, extremism, truth be damned. Like a hammer being more jarring than the slow knife, Gustave claims many small events have no impact on the crowd, where one larger event will, despite it being less disastrous than all the smaller ones put together. It does seem plausible that the target won't notice or rebel against many small things as much as they would a large, sudden, jarring thing. Gustave uses a ship disaster in the news for a week, yet no one cared about the other 1,053 ships that were lost that same year. This is a lot what happens in the news still today. They make you think, oh, there was only one, that major ship disaster, but there was over 1,000 other ship disasters that nobody cares about because they didn't hear about it in the news. Right? This example is further evidence that Gustave is referring to the people who believe the news as the crowd. Though it's not like anyone would not believe the shipwreck happened. I'm sure it happened. It's not the believing. It's the minds that are controlled and occupied or preoccupied by what the news is telling them, controlling the crowd. I wrote on my webpage for this podcast, your attention is their resource and your emotion is their product. I hope I spelled their right. TH. Anyways, so this is what I'm referring to. News, social media, movies, TV, radio, magazines, newspapers, books, online games, politicians, advertisers, more subtle forms of PR, working in the shadows with the psyops types. This is not to say that we shouldn't be entertained or read the news, but we should have our ideological defensive armor on when we do. Gustave may be right that it's not the facts that are impactful, but how they are brought to our attention that has the effect. He writes that the images must be startling, which fills and troubles the mind. To know the art of impressing the imagination of crowds is to know the art of governing them. This is probably a line Mussolini and Hitler both took to heart. Now, Gustave talks about the religious shape assumed by the crowd's convictions. Again, he writes that the conviction of the crowd is different from the individuals comprising it. So he's going back to his earlier definitions, right? This is a pill a bit too big for me to swallow. I haven't seen any evidence to prove this. He claims that since crowds don't reason, they accept or reject ideas as a whole. They tolerate neither discussion nor contradiction, and that suggestions transform themselves into acts. This sounds like it's pretty close to being true, but it's assertions, no evidence, and again, it's not everybody. It's the people who sort of believe the news, right? And not everybody that believes the news. We sometimes all believe the news. Sometimes we get caught and we're like, oh, that was false. The news lied to us. So an audience at a comedy show does tolerate discussion and laughs at contradiction, and they do not act. They only applaud and drink beer. But that audience is not a Gustavian crowd. His crowd is the Toronto Star subscriber or the CBC viewer. Given that definition, it's hard to disagree with Gustave. They do not tolerate discussion and are highly suggestible to the false imagery pumped out by the media. But what's different is that Gustave claims the crowd is uncontrollable and may turn on those who dare try, whereas the Toronto Star Tontos never appear to turn on their supplier of false imagery. Are they in a chronic state of Gustavian crowd? Even Gustave thinks the crowd is a temporary event. But look at me, personally. I was a hardcore CBC subscriber. I listened to CBC Radio. I watched CBC News. I trusted all the garbage, right? Same with NPR and all that stuff. I was a hardcore, so I did eventually turn. So maybe I'm part of the crowd that did eventually turn on their evil masters, and all the other idiots haven't yet. I don't know. Or perhaps I just started thinking a little more critically from reading, and I saw that it was bullshit, and I called it the bullshit. It could be both. Who knows? Perhaps our modern conjurers of deception have figured a way to dupe people and maintain the crowd state for an indeterminate length of time. This is possible. Gustave is only begging for someone to call it as bullshit. He claims here that crowds only entertain violent and extreme sentiments. Sentiment, of course, means an attitude towards a situation or event, an opinion. I think of sentiment in this context as an emotionally based opinion. Hence the sentimentality part of the word, sentiment. But I call bullshit on his absolutism, claiming that crowds only entertain violent sentiments. Again, people would say, well, if it's not violent, if it's not entertaining a violent sentiment, then it's not a Gustavian crowd, because it's just the definition, right? No one or no crowd or no person only entertains violent sentiments, no matter how violent they are, right? Perhaps a stereotypical mob that is in the act of violence, but Gustave defines a crowd outside of those parameters when he wrote about the shipwreck in the newspaper. Those people were not in the act of violence, yet he's referring to them as the crowd, who reads the paper when committing an act of violence. I don't know. I'm reading the paper. Maybe reading the paper is an act of violence. I don't know. On your faculties. Gustave is embarrassing himself here, right? Does this mean we should throw everything he says? No. Possibly. But since he was and is such a large influence on the manipulators of our society, seeing what he claims helps us get a bit into their heads. It feels like there's a harmonic of truth to what he claims sometimes, even though there's no evidence. It's like I was saying before, you kind of want to believe what he's saying, even though there's no evidence. It's just stereotype. Not everything, some things, right? He wrote, sympathy quickly turns into adoration, and antipathy is transformed into hatred. Antipathy means feeling against someone or a thing, right? But if we look at the George Floyd riots, sympathy for the drugged out piece of shit George Floyd turned into adoration. Idiots painted his face on buildings and made shirts, for Christ's sake. The man did not deserve to die, but he should definitely not be adored. He threatened a pregnant woman with a weapon while his goons robbed her. He was a piece of shit. I have antipathy towards those who adore George Floyd, but I don't hate them. But Gustave isn't talking about me. He's talking about his crowd. And he claims if his crowd feels the opposite about something I do, they hate me. Sounds like a Canadian Liberal caucus member. Normally, we define religious as believing in a divine ruling power, an omnipotent God, but Gustave is using the word religious to mean worship of a being that is supposed superior, fear of that being's power, blind submission to its commands, an ability to discuss its dogmas, the desire to spread them, and a tendency to consider as enemies all by whom they are not accepted. Whether such a sentiment apply to the invisible God, hero, or political concept, it is religious, according to Gustave. So he includes the political partisans that worship their ideology and believe it's superior. They fear the power of the ideology and give blind submission to its commands, are unable to discuss its dogmas, and desire to spread them, and consider all who are not accepted or accepting of the ideology as enemies. Pretty much sums up the Trudeau government. But it's not a temporary crowd as Gustave's crowd is, according to him. Looking at the words Gustave uses to describe his crowd is enlightening. Obsess. Obsess means what? Preoccupy the mind continually to a troubling extent. Infatuation is a short-lived passion for something or someone. A fanatical is excessive, single-minded zeal. Zeal, what's zeal mean? Obsessively concerned with something. Gustave claims that the crowds endow their leader or political idea with a mysterious power. He's clearly not talking about a mob. A mob in a riot has no leader. His crowd reads papers and has a leader or political idea. Back to religion. He says people are not religious. Again, this is Gustave's definition of religious, not being a deity, but I already described it. So he says people are not religious just because they worship a divine being, but when they are fanatical for a cause or person who becomes the goal and guide of their thoughts and actions. So the only people I can think of off the top of my head that fits Gustave's definition of religious are Islamic extremists, or perhaps communists who are obsessive with their ideology. Maybe vegans. Vegans would also fit that. Maybe, yeah. So the guide and goal of their actions. Well, I guess anyone who is passionate about a field of study or career would fit. So if they were obsessed and thought of nothing else but it, like fashion, pro sports, golf, anything, they feel they could fit into Gustave's definition of religious. I'm being religious about golf. I don't know why Gustave just didn't say religious like fervor, right? Fervor meaning, an intensity of emotion or a passionate feeling. Intolerance and fanaticism, the necessary accompaniments of the religious sentiment. They are inevitably displayed by those who believe themselves in the possession of the secret of earthly or eternal happiness. I don't consider myself a religious man, but it's a fallacy to think all religious people are intolerant or fanatics. Today, if one says all Muslims are religious fanatics, they would be, obviously wrong due to overgeneralization. But this is not what Gustave is saying, is he? Remember, he defined religious to include the non-God types. He says people are not religious just because they worship a divine being, but when they are fanatical for a cause or person who becomes the goal and guide of their thoughts and actions. It's easy to get things wrong when people redefine words. He should add a prefix or a suffix to the word he's redefining so, when we won't forget. So maybe I'll do that. Gustave's, maybe I should call Gustave's religious crowd religious. I don't know. That's very Gustavian. His last name is Le Bon, so maybe I guess I could call it Lebonian. Both sound good. I'll use both. No, I probably won't use Lebonian. So his crowd, which is a different definition to what we normally use for crowd, which I'm still trying to pin down actually what he means by it, is defined to have a religiosity, which is not what we define as religion. Well, not what I normally define as religion. I should look it up. Maybe that is the definition of religion. But a new crowd religion that might confuse too, right? Crowd religion, because you think, well, it's all crowds have religions, but a Gustavian cloud religion. Or we could call it Lebonian religion. I don't know. So this Gustavian crowd are intolerant and fanatical about something. So this goes to show that Gustave's crowd doesn't exist without a cause. something they are focusing on obsessively. Can a crowd be angry and not know why? We've all seen people upset and not know why. Could it be hormones? PMS? Could I have been angry and not know why? Sure. Feeding the monster. Why would I be feeding the monster? That part of my consciousness that chooses to feed the monster is not controlled by anger. That part can choose to let in anger or not. But I think there are times when a situation bypasses that control valve and we jump right to an emotional based anger. I guess all anger is emotional based. Or maybe, so fast we don't notice. Just right. If we are conscious about what emotions we currently have, then we can question, I'm angry. Should I turn off the tap of angry and let it run? Sometimes, most times, I'm sure we aren't conscious of what emotion we currently are feeling, or that one emotion, I suppose, or more than one emotion. Is calm an emotion? I don't know. Being aware of what emotion you are in is critical for controlling your emotions beyond what your genetic predisposition is, assuming you even want to control your emotions. If you control them, it doesn't mean that you still don't feel them. You just don't let them control you, which is sometimes easier said than done. But then again, maybe being angry is what we are naturally supposed to do. Why else would natural selection predispose us towards that in those situations? So Gustave's crowd are intolerant and fanatic, and they believe they're in possession of a secret, earthly, or eternal happiness. Me, and me. I'm so close on this. I get what he's saying, but tolerance is something that has limits. And when it comes to the secret of happiness, that would change from person to person and likely day to day or even minute by minute for that individual. Happiness, I think, is a state of doing what you want when you want. That is also the definition of power, I think. Interesting. Maybe Gustave also thinks that what makes us happy is changing second by second. And that is why the secret is so elusive, because it is a constantly changing point in the dimension of mental space-time, or mental time, as there doesn't appear to be any space, I suppose. Deep, right? But can that secret to happiness not be known as it's always changing? Or is the experience of it knowing it so that cannot be unknown? Changing things can be known. Our speed is the changing location per time, so that is a good model, right? Speed is not the same as the details of the ground beneath us, which would be the analog to what makes us happy at that moment. So the changing of what makes us happy changes, and perhaps the rate of change can also change. It can slow way down so that one thing makes us happy for a long time, and then it may speed up, and we may need many things in quick succession to make us happy. And there are different layers to it as well. There's what makes us happy in the long run, medium run, and what makes us happy at this moment, or in other ways too, right? What would make me happy? Learning would make me happy. The fact that I have choice of what things to learn about make me happy. Picking the things that I like make me happy. The learning and the having learned new things makes me happy. Using those new things to learn other new things makes me happy. Learning how to keep myself in a position where I can learn things makes me happy. Learning how to fight others who want to stop me from doing my learning makes me happy. It's getting deep, right? Learning and application. The goal is to be able to do, right? To keep learning. How can this be used against us? Manipulation. We want to learn. Wanting to learn can be a trap for the unwary. The manipulator can plant interesting, secret knowledge as a trap to stop you from learning, which steers your wants away from actual learning, and now perpetrate the virus of unlearning you just got, by learning wrong things, right? Because it's going to consume your time and resources. The defense against this trap is, of course, to be self-critical, to criticize one's own thinking and views. If the logic is sound, keep on trucking. If not, castrate it. Books like Gustave's might be a good example. If all his ideas are bullshit, which do not help us learn more, to see how we are all truly manipulated, which takes us away from that, and what truly makes us happy, and instead what makes us happy if we don't know the truth, which is a subprime happiness. If all his ideas are bullshit, then we can learn how he tried to manipulate us with his bullshit and keep our eye out for those techniques, as we've seen with other manipulators like Chairman Mao. Not everything is garbage, and it would be too easy to call it out. They have to paint the turd in beautiful truth so that it looks delicious and true, but once you take a bite, you're into ideology. Not that all ideologies are bad. Ones that are critical of themselves, using as much reason as we can muster and allow for correction, are good ideologies. But one must be wary. That's how Mao painted his ideologies in some beautiful truths. But it was just those truths veneering the turds of Marxism and Maoism, I guess you'd call it. Gustave wrote that crowds assume blind submission, fierce intolerance, and the need for violent propaganda. Today, with the big lies being presented by politicians and the news, one might agree with Gustave's definition if we were talking about a political ideology that is not self-critical, which he might be. Irrational ideologies demand blind submission, fierce intolerance, and the need for violent propaganda. I think Gustave and I would agree on that. Do they need violent propaganda or just want it? Natural interpretation? Either way. They gun for violent propaganda. What is violent propaganda? Definite, harsh, clear content that is angry and insulting and belittling to anyone who disagrees with it, not just the target, if there is one. With propaganda, the audience is always the true target. Even when a politician is being ad hominemed, the propagator isn't actually attacking the politician. They are attacking the reader with their attempted manipulation of what the reader is supposed to think, or the listener. Gustave writes, "The hero acclaimed by a crowd is a veritable god for that crowd." Veritable means literal. So Gustave's crowd has an idea and a leader or a hero, definitely more complex than a mob. If we think about who would fit this definition, he's talking about far radical weirdos like the eco-terrorists, Antifa, and other extremist cults. When we think of globalists, do they have a hero? They don't want the world to believe they exist, cramming their ideology down our throats at universities, so he or she or it is not publicized, if there is one. Gustave claims the crowd is temporary, so that would mean this leader or hero he speaks of is a transient, or at least capable of being transient. Is his crowd just a bunch of individuals who have the same ideology? No. He at one point claimed the crowd was a mass of people, or maybe I interpreted it that sloppily. I don't know. It appears to me that the crowd he is speaking of are like-minded people. Gustave is stressing the other and ignores that he might share the traits of his crowd himself, like a closed-minded elitist. Gustave claims that all the religious or political creeds or guiding principles have established themselves solely because they were successful at inspiring the crowds with those fanatical sentiments, which have as a result that men find their happiness in worship and obedience and are ready to lay down their lives for their idol. Sounds a lot like what I was saying just a few minutes ago, but what makes us happy? Being hijacked by manipulators using the poison fruit of secret knowledge, which is a little more complex than just clickbait. Not to minimize the unrecognized complexity of making good memes. Maybe that's why the story of Adam and Eve is trying to warn us about, the manipulator who tries to steer us away from what truly makes us happy and into the untrue world of deception for whatever purpose. So then, what makes us happy? Being able to do what we want when we want is actually the Garden of Eden in this model. Then power is also the Garden of Eden. Interesting that there are so often two competing interpretations. Yin and yang, good and bad. Is power intrinsically bad? No. It can be used for both good and bad. Gustave uses Rome as an example and argues it wouldn't have lasted 500 years if it was ruled by force. It was maintained by religious admiration of the leaders. Oh yeah, is that right? Which is, I consider, bullshit. It may have been, at times, a velvet glove over an iron fist, but recall the Tarpeian Rock, where the people used to toss corrupt leaders and other criminals over. That wouldn't be if it was all admiration. When Gustave wrote, not by force, he clearly meant not by physical force. But today we know that mental force is more powerful than physical force. Getting your target to want to do what you want them to is way more effective. Until they realize you've been manipulating them. Then you're toast. If they do, which they probably won't. Arx Tarpeia Capitoli Proxima. The Tarpeian Rock is close to the capital. Don't skirt close to the Tarpeian Rock. How could we know what percentage of citizens actually admire their leaders? The existence of statues doesn't indicate either way if the leaders were admired or just bullies. Or perhaps it was mandated to have little pictures or idols of the leader, like in the Commonwealth today, pictures of the Queen in government buildings and schools. Gustave writes, the crowd demands a god before anything else. So now they're demanding a god. So a leader and a god. He says the crowd definitely has a figurehead, at least at some point. So in order for it to be a Gustavian crowd, it has to have a figurehead, a leader, and a god, and an ideology. If you think about how we behave as individuals, we behave differently in different environments, different expectations we were programmed to. We would behave differently at a fast food joint than we do at a funeral. Behave. Even that word sounds like a brainwashing term. Have, right? If you behave, you will have something for the effort. Be and have. Well, why does Gustave think the crowd demands a god? He doesn't say. He doesn't even give evidence that they do. Is this concept banished to a bygone era? Well, it exists today in contemporary humans. Some humans still appear to need a god. Is it a fact or not? I can't say. I'm just talking on my ass. But it does seem that a lot of people need a god, be it religious or not, an ideology. Perhaps there are studies in this. I'm pretty sure I read somewhere about it. Gustave claims sentiment, an emotional opinion, is an eternal conflict with reason. So he's saying if you have an emotional opinion, it is the opposite. It's in conflict with reason, assuming reason would mean, truth, which it's not. Right? I could picture myself saying something as two-dimensional as this, but when you think about it for a moment, depending on how he defines sentiment and reason, sentiment, when controlled, can exist perfectly well near reason in a three-dimensional tank, like two fish. But if either gets too large, they will eat the other. There needs to be balance, yin and yang. Or does there? Obviously, controlling reason is part of being reasonable. We can't let our ideas take off without proofs or evidence and still be reasonable. Reason is the mechanism, not the idea being reasoned, except for right now. Same with emotion. If we let it go, it may feed itself and spin out. We control that by not feeding the monster. Is there a time when we shouldn't control our emotions and abandon reason? Probably when we're living in a forest and a predator attacked our tribe. We would need to face our fear by abandoning reason and attack the beast. Are we actually abandoning reason, though? Perhaps there might be a better path forward, like climbing a tree or running. Perhaps when we're cornered, our emotions take over. Who knows? Why does the word climb end in a B? Climb. Doesn't make sense. If we haven't pronounced it in 400 years, maybe we can drop the B. Climb. Natural selection, or whatever programmed us, has given us sentiment for a reason, one would assume. But we also have the capacity to reason as well. So we probably needed both. And maybe still do. Either way, our genetic programming is a vector of attack by the manipulator, by triggering your emotions or using poison fruits, by poison fruiting our reason with secret knowledge clickbait. Gustave wrote these religious instincts were easily activated. Humans want a hero who has the power to remedy all injustices, and all evils. A legend of a man. That is from Gustave's perspective. Today, I think a lot of us want to be a hero, he mentions. We all want the power ourselves to remedy all injustices, and all evils, to obliviate evil. Either Gustave was a pussy, or our society has evolved over the last 130 years, or both, or neither. Obliviates, right, means to prevent, to keep from happening, to render unnecessary, or to anticipate, to prevent by interception, to remove from the path or the way, to make unnecessary, to obviate. Did I say obliviate? Obviate. Obviate, to prevent. To obviate the message, to obviate the deception, to obviate the resistance. Gustave continues that humans have a religious-shaped belief and ideology, be it a social, religious, political, and that atheists exhibit all the intolerant passion of a religious sentiment. We've all seen that. Gustave saw this back in 130 years ago. So we can clearly see Gustave is absolutely overgeneralizing about humans. I don't know what the percentages are, but I know not everyone is so close-minded when it comes to ideologies. There might be a lot, but we don't know what percentages, right? It's not 100%. I could see if people define ideology to be beliefs and dogma, but the critical thinkers among us would not. We would define ideology to be a model of a principle or ideas that we know may not be true. We know there are different groups that believe in competing ideologies, and some hold both as plausible. Ideologies are therefore models or principles that may not be true or even the best way. To me, if one wants to even attempt to be honest and search for the truth, it is clearly more complex than overgeneralizing people like Gustave does. So that's not his goal, I'd assume. I get that he might be just being blunt and going for bulk, heuristics. The truth is generally this direction, which is not a bad thing when we were making earlier first attempts. Could be misleading. There are clearly militant atheists and peaceful ones, just as there are libertarian leftists and totalitarian leftists. Things are more complex, right? Just as there are rational people who are also religious. The degree of open-mindedness or closed-mindedness is not directly correlated by religiosity, depending on how you define it. But I keep forgetting Gustave's religiosity includes militant atheists. Gustavian religion includes all people who are obsessed and closed-minded, whether they believe in a god or not. But he is throwing all believers under the same bus and only including the fanatic atheists. Where I argue there are some religious people who are also open-minded, perhaps a greater percentage than atheists, who knows? He does appear right that for a good percentage of any followers of an ideology, it can become a cult, like globalism, environmental extremism, or social justice warriors. All have large factions that act as a cult. He says people transitioned from religion to reason. The objects of the religious beliefs have been transformed, but the religious sentiments are still the same. He means mode of thought, the lazy emotional opinion versus the work of continued critical thought. Gustave refers to this lazy, closed-minded thinking that can affect us all as the religious form, which we all have to fight against, as our tired, lazy minds will eventually revert back to that form of reasoning without constant critical analysis of our thoughts and beliefs. Gustave refers to the psychology of the crowd as an explanation of the revolutionaries' bloodthirsty, ferocious side, a horde of epileptic savages abandoning themselves without restraint of their instincts. So he's saying their instincts restrain them again. Now he's back to that. I don't think so, right? If anything, your instincts are, what cause you to become savage. We have savage instincts, right? I would argue that they're, Gustave claims the French Revolution was merely the establishment of a new religious belief in the mind of the masses, and any similar uprising are a phenomenon of an intellectual kind. I think it had to do with starvation, Gustave, and possibly the volcano that erupted the year before in Iceland. So he's talking about the new religious belief in the mind of the masses, and any similar uprising or phenomenon of the intellectual kind, that is, crowds motivated by religious sentiments that pitilessly extirpate whoever is opposed to the establishment of the new faith. I disagree with Gustave. Revolutions are not to bring about a new ideology. They can be due to the overbearing oppression of a dictator in which the crowd want to bring back the freedoms they had until recently enjoyed, or at least the minimum level at which humans can exist happily. Gustave writes, upheavals are only possible when it's the soul of the masses that brings them about. The most absolute despots could not cause them. I interpret that to mean despots not able to create and control upheavals, which is just another Gustavian affirmation sans proof. That's it for Gustave's Book 1. So, let's review a little bit from Gustave's Book 1, where we discuss the mind of crowds, lack of reasoning power and imagination, sentiments and morality, religious shape assumed by their convictions. That is Gustave's definition of religious shape, which includes narrow-minded atheists who adhere to dogmas that are lacking the critical spirit. And we started way back with the mental unity of the crowd. Now let's discuss the remote factors of opinions of crowds. So what are the remote factors? What does Gustave mean by remote factors? Well, remote factors are factors that are remote in time. So non-immediate factors or non-recent factors that affect the crowd's opinion. We will cover immediate factors that affect the opinion of the crowd soon, but right now we are on remote. He wrote, the origin of the beliefs of crowds is the consequence of a preliminary process of elaboration. So the origin is a process. What the hell does he mean by that? The origin of the crowd's opinions come from an early process of working out the detailed meaning of something. Gustave claims these early or preliminary processes happened long ago and are long duration and are revealed or triggered by a crowd event years or possibly generations later. Gustave breaks these preliminary processes into 5 categories: race, traditions, time, political and social institutions, and institutions and education. He initially calls his point 5 institutions and education, but later mentions it as instruction and education. So, I don't know. I guess he probably typoed it maybe, right? I'll go over these quickly and then a bit more in detail. What's the difference between social institutions and regular institutions, you ask? I don't know if you've read Foucault. I don't even know how to pronounce his name, but he wrote some crap about the 2 types of institutions, the social institutions and total institutions, or just institutions. If I recall properly, social institutions are the patterns of behavior of people, the actions they do, like marriage, church, female genital mutilation, whereas institutions or total institutions are the organizations. I guess a church would be an organization, but as well. Created by the people that generally are meant to help people somehow, like hospitals, psychiatric asylums, prisons, banks, schools, homeless shelters, orphanages, child institutions, weapons laboratories, bioweapons laboratories, psychological weapons research laboratory, effective torturing laboratory. Social institutions are actions of people. Institutions are the organizations. So Gustave's point 1 on remote factors affecting the opinion of crowds is race. Woo. Can we even talk about this? Gustave appears to define race as a people of a nation with shared values and genetic disposition. We each have, as individuals, we have genetic dispositions that are unique to us. So we have to take this genetic predisposition into account. And the nation we are in also has social standards that we've been expected to do so that too must be taken into account. But to claim everyone of a nation has the same values or opinions or genetic disposition is not the case. My siblings and I all have diametrically opposed views and beliefs, despite having similar genetics. I think genetic disposition is similar to eye color or other factors. It's a probability of what trait the individual will get from the vast options of our genetic ancestry. This would explain why siblings with similar upbringing would have such diametrically opposed views and beliefs. We may generally look alike, but what's going on genetically is vastly more complex than what we like to think. We each have unique natures and shared nurtures. The nature-nurture deal again. All right. So race, Gustave claims race represents suggestions of one's ancestors, an instinctual predisposition. His second point is traditions. He wrote synthesis of the soul of the race. Again with the race. By synthesis, we aren't talking about the idiotic Marxist fallacy of mixing thesis with antithesis to achieve some garbage synthesis. Mixing red with blue does not make a higher truth, it just makes purple. Mixing 1 with -1 does not make a higher truth, it just makes 0. It's an idiotic theory that Marxist scumbags are desperately trying to normalize as fact when it is clearly not. But synthesis, here Gustave is talking about creation. When you synthesize, when you create something like a synthesizer, you mix crap together to make something new. Not something true, just something new. And new doesn't necessarily even mean better. Like we mix some chemicals together to synthesize something new, but just randomly mixing chemicals together will most likely get you garbage. We can mix tones on a synthesizer to make new sounds. And again, just mixing sounds together by itself doesn't make better sounds. You need taste and skill to create better sounds. And mixing opposite sounds literally cancels out each other to make silence. That's how the Bose noise-canceling headphones work. So he thinks traditions are created by the soul of the people. Makes sense. What makes a people are their shared values and traditions. But Gustave claims after having been necessary, the traditions become harmful, and crowds are the most obstinate maintainers of traditional ideas. Well, now he's saying the crowds are the maintainers of tradition, whereas before he said crowds were the organisms that ate the core, destroyed. All they can do is destroy and eat the carcass of the society. Now they're the traditional maintainers of traditions. Like, what the fuck, man? Stick to a rail. So how do traditions become harmful? Exactly. How are crowds the most obstinate maintainers of traditional ideas? Exactly. If I was an idiot, or more of an idiot, I would read this passage and then think of people who are pro-tradition and then make the connection Gustave wants by thinking they are the idiot crowd and that they are harmful. See, he's planting the seed that, the people who want tradition are harmful. So here it smells like Gustave is using the manipulative technique of fill the gaps or connect the dots, which makes the target think they came up with the idea the manipulator is trying to impress, perhaps at an even much later date. And he's doing all that without citing any evidence or proof of his assertion, or as he calls it, affirmation. So race, then, tradition, his third point is time. He wrote, it prepares in succession the establishment of beliefs and their destruction. It is by the aid of this factor that order may proceed from chaos. So literal interpretation, I call bullshit. It's a false correlation that time causes anything. Time is simply a dimension. Yes, time is necessary for change to occur, but time itself is not the cause any more than any other dimension of forward and backward or left or right or up and down is the cause of two things colliding. Like the expression, time heals all wounds, it's not time that does the healing, it's the biological process, physical wounds, the loss of memory, senility, or revenge that heals emotional wounds. Using the principle of charity and a natural interpretation, he's claiming beliefs create order in social behavior, then get stale and die, returning the society or social structure back to chaos. Gustave's affirmation sans evidence or proof. I don't know if it's intentional, but he's juxtaposing belief and absence of belief with order and chaos, making one connect the idea of belief with order and absence of belief with chaos, which is an almost religious viewpoint since religion is obviously being based on belief. And it's interesting coming from Gustave, who's apparently anti-religious. Yes, religion and belief are separate concepts, and I might be making false connections, but I just thought that was interesting. Also, it is a false assertion that all beliefs eventually are destroyed. If one comes across a universal truth, that belief is under no obligation to be destroyed. Even a false belief, for that matter. There may not be change, or if there is, it may be towards something better or more true, or it may be towards something more false. There's no obligations. There's no proof of any mystical force that seeks out and destroys beliefs in general. Of course, beliefs that are wrong would seem to have a greater probability of changing, but if the religions of the world are any evidence, then that is also not the case. People have believed for centuries in many different gods, and some religions claim that other gods never existed, so at least one of them has to be false. They can't both be true. So of Gustave's 5 remote factors that affect the opinions of the crowd, that was the first 3. Race, tradition, and time. The 4th category is political and social institutions. Gustave wrote the political and social institutions are erroneous ideas that have weak influence. They are effects, not causes, and nations are incapable of choosing what appear to them the best institutions. So he's saying all institutions, what people do, are erroneous. Everything everybody does is erroneous. All your laws are wrong. All your practices, rules, and social conventions, stuff you believe is wrong. Doesn't matter what it is, it's wrong. Right? So again, assertions with no proof or evidence. He's implying that the crowd here is the nation, the entire people, not his Gustavian temporary crowd, right? Now it's the entire nation. So again, he's flipping all over the place. So Gustave defines institutions as labels which, shelter the most dissimilar things under the same title. What a bizarre definition. It really seems like a non sequitur. Just random shit that has nothing to do with anything. An institution is a social practice or value. I have a hard time seeing a similarity between his definition and the standard definition of institution. Straining the principle of charity, I would see that men and women are dissimilar, and they are placed under the same title of marriage, which is an institution. But what about the institution of labor, selling one's time for money, or the social institutions of laws? Different people agreeing to follow the same rules are very similar things. They are not dissimilar, nor are they being sheltered under the same title. I guess it's all interpretation. You could probably spin it a certain way to try to force it to be, right? So the title are laws or rules, and they are individually or different, but not the most dissimilar. There are many laws or rules that are very similar to others. Perhaps the entire collection of laws might be viewed as dissimilar things, but this is really making leaps that strain credulity. Now, where did I get strain credulity from? I don't know. Credulity, what's that mean? The disposition to believe too easily, to disregard the strength of evidence about a belief you have, to believe impossible or absurd things. Credulity means to be gullible. So to strain credulity means to strain gullibility. So to strain credulity means that while things are possible, this is not plausible. Only a gullible person would believe it. But it's straining credulity, so it's only a very gullible person would believe it. To strain credulity means very unlikely, I guess. To strain credulity. I've been reading too many old books. How often do you hear people say strain credulity in conversation? Maybe I should start saying it strains credulity instead of saying bullshit. Makes me sound smarter. The Prime Minister having an intelligent thought strains credulity. Okay, where was I? Gustave's political and social institutions. He wrote, certain institutions that are theoretically bad, such as centralization, are obligatory for certain nations. I agree 100% that centralization is bad, but I don't know about being obligatory. This feels like a Gustavian joke, as they are really obligatory, or is Gustave being, a joking? It's kind of funny because it's true that centralization is bad, and some idiot nations can't help themselves and tend to centralize despite that. It's similar to the joke against nurses. Nurses are smarter than doctors by definition, right? If you hear a doctor talk, which implies the definition of a nurse is someone who thinks they're smarter than a doctor. That's the joke, right? Gustave's final remote factor that he believes affects the opinion of his crowd is instruction and education. Even though he wrote instructions or institutions and education, which was clearly a typo. Gustave talks about falsity of prevalent ideas as to the influence of instruction on crowds, statistical indications, and the demoralizing effect on the Latin system of education. Don't know exactly what he means by the Latin system of education. Italian, Spanish, French are all Latin-based languages, and the Romans might have passed on the Greek logic, the dialectical reasoning, arriving at the truth by exchanging logical arguments. I'm thinking maybe this is what he's talking about. I don't know. Gustave writes about being demoralized by investigating the truth of opinions. Is he joking because he's implying that all opinions are not truth and based on garbage that strains credulity? Or is he demoralized because he can't justify his assertions since he is not using dialectical reasoning because of the Latin system of education? I don't know. He seems to be crapping on the Latin education. I tend to think the latter. So he wrote that he studied the mental constitution of the crowds. How? What techniques exactly? Are his results repeatable? He said he's become acquainted with their modes of feeling. So he's not part of the crowd, right? Thinking and reasoning, and we shall now proceed to examine how their opinions and beliefs have become established. So this is Gustave. Apparently Gustave's pulled a magic crystal ball of knowledge out of his ass. He defines his Gustavian crowds in a specific way and then goes off and conflates the masses with his specific crowd, which is a major fuck up considering this book is supposed to be about the crowd. It's a major blow to the guy's credibility. But maybe I interpreted something wrong. I do often. Sometimes I'll reread something and realize it's the opposite of what I just thought he wrote. So it could be wrong, but that strains credulity. It's funny how dialectic in terms of arriving at truth using logical arguments was the word the Marxists stole as their name for the Marxist dialectic bullshit, where they synthesize bullshit out of their ass, which is a great perversion of the word dialectic. Just like how they later ride the coattails of critical thinking, which is to be critical of thoughts, to question them. And then they use the term critical theory, which is the absolute opposite of critical thought. Critical theory is the most narrow-minded, bigoted, anti-reason, illogical cult of an ideology. They try to destroy dialectic, logical argument, and critical thought. Coincidence? Strains credulity? Marxists are subhuman garbage and are trying to inject malevolent ideological cancer to confuse those not in the know. As I read this book, I really got the feeling that Gustave was an elitist, but at least he was against centralization and apparently against the Marxist garbage. Gustave wrote that the crowd's opinions are caused by two factors: remote factors, of course we already said remote in time, and immediate factors, meaning immediate triggers. Right? The remote factors are race, tradition, time, political and social institutions, and instruction and in education. Race, he wrote, the most important factor. Environment, circumstances, events represent social suggestions of the moment, but their influence is always momentary compared to the hereditary influence of one's genetics, or race, as Le Bon refers to it. Race he defines as your nationality and your genetics. So traditions, we're reviewing a little bit here. Traditions, he says, are based on the shared values of a nation and are genetically derived. He said a nation of people cannot entirely be recast to have new traditions based solely on reason. So he's arguing against multiculturalism and permanent conquest by different ethnicities, or the same ethnicity with different values. The Soviet Union only lasted 69 years before reverting back to the same religions they had before the Bolshevik nightmare. The young generation reverted back to traditions they never knew. So there is that. Maybe their grandparents, I don't know. But I have no idea what ethnic tradition my father's, Nordic family had back in his motherland or fatherland or whatever gender their land has. So my traditions are extremely recast. I'm living those traditions without being cognizant of it, if I am. So I share my father's distrust of authority. I have a calling to the sea. I sometimes crave seafood. I am sometimes confrontational. Are these traditions? Perhaps moving on to a better iteration is a tradition of my people. Perhaps that's what it is, right? Or am I not allowed to have a people based on my ethnicity? I don't know. Gustave claims people as an organism can change if modified by slow hereditary accumulations. For that to be true, we have to be killing off those with the traits we do not want, and only allow those to survive with the traits that we do. This is not the case with humans as an organism. So who refers to humans as an organism? I mean, come on, Gustave. So though a common and apparently successful tactic for change is to do it slowly and incrementally so people don't notice, this is a common tactic, Gustave claims it's hard for people to change and cites China as an example. Well, since he wrote that, there's been a massive modernization of China thanks to massive cash infusions from Western capitalists looking to cash in on the slave labor in recent decades. But have the Chinese people themselves changed their values and their beliefs? Mao did a number by brainwashing the youth and made a successful cleave between generations, like how they've been trying to do in the West to promote generation gaps. Gustave clearly uses the logical fallacy of stereotype a lot. And an example is when he mentions castes as a category of the crowd. A caste, according to Gustave, is a category of people who have the same education or similar job. Clearly not everyone in the same field shares the same opinions. This is a gross stereotype. You might say there is a value in stereotype, as this is what we use in political science and statistics, to which I might retort, stereotype is the logic of extrapolating a statistical average based on a set of data that is too small, or even no data at all. It is absolutely not a complete data set where mean, median, or mode are then calculated. Actual scientists would be the first to admit that inductive logic and that of statistics is not conclusive. They might mention standard deviation of data or how dispersed the data set is, and the likelihood of something happening or being true varies depending on how low dispersion or lower deviation from some nominal value. Like probabilities. They would also be the first to clarify, or should be the first to clarify, that interpretations of the data are not conclusive, especially if it's a complex system where the researcher had to make guesses and assumptions about any factors. But stereotype is so inaccurate that a competent statistician should balk at its gross assumptions. Balk, I say. Balk. Where did I get that word? I'm flashing back to calculating RMS. Instead of doing Sudoku and crossword puzzles, people should buy math textbooks and refresh the concepts of math, practice them, learn new stuff, mess around with concepts. Forced neuroplasticity apparently fights off dementia. Anyway, Gustave should know better than to use the logic of stereotype. He should know better. And worse than that, he act like his conclusions are based on something valid. Now, I don't want to crap on Gustave too much here. Today, we know he's talking about people who are not critical thinkers, I'm assuming. That is his crowd. Non-critical thinking mass hysteria or mass psychosis. Yes, there truly are mentally ill people who are at the extremes, who clinicians refer to when they talk about psychoses. But I'm talking about the effects that are just as detached from the truth. They just happen to be happening to the mentally healthy average Joe on the street who hasn't cracked a book on critical thinking or logic or logical fallacies. If the laymen can cure themselves of psychosis by learning about critical thought, it makes you wonder that if the recognized mentally ill patients who are experiencing the same thing might be cured by simply researching and learning about critical thinking, the different patterns of inference, techniques of deception, etc. I would think so, but I don't know. Unless there's some hardwiring issue going on or mental damage from some trauma. If we were to take Gustave's interpretations as gospel, there would be no hope for the masses learning about critical thinking, which I know is bullshit because I'm just an average Joe like the next guy, and I managed to figure it out. That it's a beneficial thing to learn about critical thinking, logic, and the techniques of manipulation and deception used against us. So I could crack a book, start reading. It's no magic. So Gustave figured it out. He knew he figured it out. So he should have deduced other idiots are capable of figuring it out too. Why would he write a book on it if he didn't think there was an audience for it? It's kind of funny, eh? He had to have known, or perhaps he was illogical. Never assume others are completely rational. This is a powerful thing too, right? He may not have been irrational. He may not have been a rational person, which is the point of his book. You know, the guy has gotten in, he's got to be a joker, right? So Gustave claimed the mentality of the crowd is always conservative, as if they don't like the change and yearn for the days of old. Then cites the destruction of religion by the French crowd in the end of the 1700s. So change, and revolution is done by the mob, the crowd, and that is not very conservative. And then it only took a few years for the traditions to reemerge in the crowd, which is yet another instance of change, and again, not very conservative. If Gustave was right that it's the crowd that doesn't like change, then those who didn't participate in what he has just explained are in fact the crowd, right? The exact opposite people in that society that he's talking about. So any of the royal supporters in France who escaped death are the actual crowd in the French Revolution. Those are the ones who are conservative, who yearn for the days of old. So I don't think Gustave hears himself when he writes, especially about the crowd and how they changed their views 180 degrees twice in a few years. No example could better display the tradition on the minds of crowds, the most redoubtable. Redoubtable means resilient to change. I like his writing style. The most redoubtable idols do not dwell in temples, nor the most despotic tyrants in palaces. Both the one and the other can be broken in an instant. But the invisible masters that reign in our innermost selves are safe from every effort at revolt, and only yield to the slow wearing away of centuries. It really puts a lot of faith in the genetic dispositions being dominant over learned responses and calculated responses based on the best data at hand. Is this bias valid? Nope. Humans may have a genetic disposition to religion, some more than others, or they may not. I haven't seen cogent science on it. I've seen articles, but nothing, And And what exactly does he mean by a religion? A specific religion, or is he talking about his Gustavian religion? This is what Gustave is arguing, because he's clearly defined religious beliefs to include the faith of any unproven thing, be it theistic or not. And he spelled out the beliefs of the French Revolution, where his non-theistic religious beliefs, and yet his point that they return to Catholicism kind of refutes his own point. We do seem to have this need to make sense of things we don't understand and just fill the vacancy with some made-up crap placeholder until such time as we have enough evidence either way. The concept of belief limiter is interesting. It is belief limiters that held some people back from believing the world was a sphere, or that it orbits the sun, or that there are sentience in places that we don't understand. I don't understand my own sentience. How am I to judge others? When we bump into our own belief limiters, we may become obstinate, stubborn, resistant, defiant, emotional, and delusional if we ignore evidence or proofs. It might be an interesting process to ask yourself the limits of your beliefs and what evidence or proof you have for those limits, if any. But you can't be a naive fool and believe everything. We are all somewhere in the gradient. It comes down to judgment. The best judgment can be defined as the judgment that gives the best results and later proves to be the most accurate. Sometimes we won't even know if our decisions or judgment were accurate. Sometimes we do and realize we are wrong. Generally, the person we hurt the most, if we don't admit it, is ourselves, notwithstanding when we are in a position of authority over others or something along that nature. But a lot of our decisions and judgments ultimately deal with ourselves. Sadly, bad judgment doesn't prevent people from being in positions that affect others. We've all come across or heard stories about bad bureaucrats, bad police, bad teachers, bad CEOs, and of course, most politicians. But these belief limiters that we all have, they are there for a purpose, right? And they are determined by the balance of how critical and open-minded we are, but that doesn't mean we can't audit our beliefs. If you read Descartes, you may believe nothing. He famously yanked his belief limiter right up to, do I even exist? If I can think of that question, I must be thinking. If I am thinking, I must exist. And I think, therefore I am. So we must at least have some control over our beliefs, which is manifested by our judgment. Some believe in extraordinary things, others do not. If there's no conclusive evidence either way, we are free to say we currently do not know. And if we have to, we may use a model as the most plausible until more evidence arrives. About that, I find it interesting that consistent eyewitness accounts by reputable people is sufficient to convict someone of murder, but not sufficient to indicate there may be a phenomenon in this universe that we currently do not understand when it comes to things beyond our belief limiters. That is, by definition, delusional. We are ignoring evidence. Gustave's third point on remote factors that affect the crowd's opinions is time. Our time? Maybe there's more than one dimension of time. Gustave claims time is the sole real creator and the sole great destroyer. While that sounds quasi-religious, it is bullshit. Time doesn't care about creating or destroying. It is a dimension. There are other specific mechanisms that create and destroy. We may not know what these mechanisms are, depending on the situation, but whatever they are, they don't fit our literal definition of time. Gustave claimed time has made mountains with grains of sand and raised the obscure cell of geological errors to human dignity. Mountains are created by tectonic movement or volcanoes, not by the piling of sand. I guess you technically could. There may be a pile of sand higher than 1,000 feet somewhere in the Sahara or something, but it wasn't created by the dimension of time. It was made by the mysterious properties of physics, energy, from fusion from the sun, and charge, wind, friction, probabilities, and the chaos that exist in the dimensions of time. Yes, Gustave is using a natural interpretation of time, but that perspective, while sounding poetic, is wrong and misleading. Same goes with his second point, that time has raised the obscure cell of geological eras to human dignity. It wasn't time. Time wasn't the mechanism of evolution, natural selection, if that's even how we got here. Those processes occur in the dimension of time. Time is not the mechanism that evolves life, nor is time the same force that creates mountains. Gustave wrote this odd sentence. A being possessed of the magical force of varying time at his will would have the power attributed by believers to God. Wow, that's pretty spooky. H.G. Wells published The Time Machine the same year Gustave published this book. Gustave's concept of time is literal as a mechanism and assumed one could control it. A mechanism is a process. Processes exist in the dimension of time and space. We might go down the rabbit hole of consciousness existing in the time, or in time, not space. And some neuroscientists argue that it is our consciousness that creates time and space for us, as everything we perceive from the most distant galaxy to the Planck length all exist inside our skull, as reality is actually a hallucination. There's an interesting TED Talk on this by a professor of cognitive computational science, neuroscience at the University of Sussex, Anil Seth. You could argue that we control time by adding mass or acceleration to a system, or even, relative velocity. So maybe a time machine is possible. According to Einstein, we are all traveling through time at slightly different speeds, as there is relative motion between us. So there is that. So time is not uniform. If we think of time as a mechanism, then space is also a mechanism. As Einstein said, they are part of the same phenomena. How can distance be considered a mechanism? Space, it's not a mechanism. The distance is not a mechanism. Time is a phenomena, not a process. Processes occur in time. I don't know. Maybe it's possible for a process to happen beyond time, scattered throughout the space-time continuum, if space-time even is a continuum. Jesus. Gustave claimed time is responsible for the birth, growth, and death of beliefs, which is bullshit. Instead of saying God is responsible for everything, Gustave simply replaced God with time. How a consciousness perceives and thinks in an unfolding reality in time is responsible for the birth, growth, and possible death of beliefs. Is space even required as a dimension? Consciousness has to exist somewhere, right? I like Rod Serling's model of the dimension of mind. So until I'm exposed to or come up with a better model, that's the one I'm tentatively going with. Is mind, reality, and space only an illusion? René Descartes put all his eggs into reality's existence, proved by his mind. He didn't give any proof for the existence of space, only the concept of existence. Since Professor Seth argued, Anil there, that reality is a construct of our minds and exists in our heads from the data of our senses, but those senses exist on our mental construct of reality. Maybe there only is the dimension of mind, and this data we receive from our senses is just an illusion of continuity. Where is this data coming from? The same place our thoughts and ideas come. I don't know. Unknown. Okay, let's get a grip and use the principle of charity on poor old Gustave and say he meant that beliefs and opinions have a life cycle in which they come and go. Some last longer and some take a long time to form, but eventually they are all replaced. Does that even make sense? I see no evidence to indicate that while some opinions do fade away, others may not last forever. And forever is a long time. Are there limits to time? How did time start? Did time start? God. Again, time is not a mechanism that creates beliefs. Perhaps there is some voodoo force of natural selection on opinions and beliefs. To me, it appears to be the process of logic and reason of the individual. I would argue that at some level we have to think something is reasonable before we believe it, even if our reasoning is flawed. But there are a lot of taken as true beliefs we normally don't question and just believe. Suppose it's heuristics. Maybe there are ways to manipulate people so they don't think reasonably. That's the whole thing, right? They try to bypass reason just to say it's true. Believe it. Right? Imperious opinions and beliefs. Gustave's fourth point of remote factors that affect the opinions of the crowd are political and social institutions. Gustave claims oppressive regimes tend towards centralization. I agree with that. Sounds plausible. My perception of history appears to agree with that. He refers to the zeitgeist of a nation as the genius of the nation. Genius in this case meaning the prevalent character or spirit of something, such as the nation or age. He used the word chimeric, which means hoped for but impossible to achieve. So impossible based on what? Someone's belief limits? There are things that are impossible based on our current limits of understanding that later become possible. Are all things possible? Perhaps in time. What is an institution? There are three types of institutions. The beliefs, rules, laws, actions of the people, the organizations they create in which some way help others, and a person who is closely associated with a thing. You know, Barb is an institution at the place, whatever, at the cafeteria, right? I interpret social institutions to be the first kind, the beliefs, rules, laws, and actions. So Gustave claims the idea that institutions can remedy the defects of society and that social change is affected by decrees is generally accepted, but a grave delusion, and that philosophers and historians have endeavored to prove this absurdity. So he's saying the idea of institutions as in beliefs, rules, laws can remedy the defects of a society is false. He finds a logical flaw in that the philosophers and historians have no difficulty demonstrating that institutions are the outcome of ideas, sentiments, and customs, and that ideas, sentiments, and customs are not to be recast by recasting legislative codes. A nation does not choose its institutions any more than it chooses the color of its hair or eyes, he claims. Institutions don't create society. The society creates the institutions. Depends. Is it the egg or the chicken? He says this is the institutions. Maybe. Anyways, Gustave sounds a bit like Nietzsche when he says institutions are neither intrinsically good or bad. They may be good for a people at one moment and be harmful for another nation. So why are we talking about political and social institutions? Gustave claims these are one of the remote factors that affect the crowd's opinions. This is a puerile or childish conclusion that refutes itself. If simply being in a society programmed everyone's beliefs and opinions, then everyone in that society would have the same beliefs and opinions, and there would be no need for laws. The fact that laws are necessary indicate not everyone shares the same opinions and beliefs. Since Gustave believes opinions are created by the society, and societies take a long time to change, he infers that a long time is required to change opinions if they are a result of that society. His reasoning is humorous. It's built on unfounded premises, so his conclusion is also unfounded. He reminds me of a child trying to make sense of the world. You know, we've all been there. We're all still there, right? I'm sure there are societal influences that bias the unwary, and at times the bulk of a society may share a false opinion. But clearly, societies are full of people who have diametrically opposed beliefs and opinions. And if society and institutions were the cause of our opinions, this would not be the case. If Gustave were to claim social and political institutions have a varying effect on the cause of the opinions of many in that society, I'd have to give it to him. But he can't seem to help himself with overgeneralizations and absolutes. Any of a group of people are not monolithic oneness. This idiotic belief is still pushed today by many diminished minds in academia, who mostly impugn the reputation of their field by association, which might be their goal if they're cultural Marxists bent on destruction of civilization and their field of study. Affirmations based on unfounded assumptions by the idiots who are supposed to know better are experts. Today, being a recognized expert only means that your opinion is aligned with whatever narrative the political establishment is pushing that day, not based on merit or verifiable expertise in your field. The spineless shitheads in academia are keeping their mouths shut because the funders are telling them to. And the reputation of academia swirls the drain. Mission accomplished. Science is dead. Now, we don't have to use evidence-based data anymore. We can finally go back to bloodlettings and just let the hegemonic 1% do what they want with us and our world. Gustave gets sidetracked with the chicken and the egg of society creating law or laws creating society. Obviously, as society creates their laws, and the laws feed back to somewhat steer society. Like a weed growing, where it goes, who knows? Natural selection would allow society to go wherever, and if that path is wrong for that environment, that society will die out. If the path is net positive, this society will continue or possibly grow. Granted, everything is dynamic. The environments change, the people change, the laws change. By environment, I obviously mean the state of technology, education of the people, power structures, access to resources, and all that kind of thing. Gustave's point, I think, is that the bulk of the people are not critical thinkers, or have the critical spirit, as he calls it, and are oblivious to such things, and are therefore his mindless crowd, despite level of education or IQ. Clearly, anyone without the critical spirit, and even those who have it but are unwary, can be manipulated to develop mass psychosis. You might ask yourself, are there malevolent forces that create or steer net negative institutions in a society? This has been done in many centuries in the past, so why not now in our country? Or your country, depending on where you are. There are many books written on how to do it. I've even covered some on previous podcasts. The fact that we might even ask ourselves that question demonstrates our lack of defenses toward these ideological attacks, or perhaps our conditioning to not acknowledge the evidence that is flung at us daily. Like all forms of manipulation, not wanting to know about the attacks or seditious activities doesn't protect anyone, except for the evil manipulators. Nations do get destroyed despite all the idiots living in their happy bubble. Are these activities beyond some people's belief limiter, beyond their carefully constructed reality, or false reality, depending? We all tune stuff out. I enjoy fast food burgers despite knowing they killed a cow or human or whatever meat they use. I should open a Chinese fast food place and call it Urger Burger. But we all have limits. I don't buy Nike. I don't buy Apple. There are a lot of brands I choose to avoid because they are douchebag monsters. The irony today is woke bigots and their ilk scream about being insensitive, yet they do it on a phone made by a child slave in China. So back to societal and political institutions causing opinions of the crowd. Gustave wrote that people are governed by how their character determines they will be governed. This is one of those muddy assertions that are pretty much meaningless. There are rebellions, revolts, and civil wars, and Gustave might just argue that whoever wins are the character that determines how the rest are governed. But what of the other 49%, or perhaps majority, that doesn't have the resources to win the fight, especially if there's foreign influence? Those who are governed and their character didn't determine it. Sometimes if people don't give up or surrender, they are just overrun and lose. Since we are ultimately talking about the crowd and manipulation and using the principle of charity, he's probably mostly right for a nation not at war. If the character of the people are such that they don't have the critical spirit and are deluding themselves to live in their happy bubble of lies, then yes, that crowd's character are determining how they are governed. The type of idiot that believes reporters, politicians, unquestioningly. Gustave does mention rebellions and revolts. He claims after a rebellion, the institutions remain the same, just under a different name, which is idiotic. Gustave makes a similar proclamation to his earlier one. The destinies of peoples are determined by their character and not by their government. It's interesting wording, since destiny means inevitable fate or predetermined course of events beyond human power to control. The forced thought to predetermine events. which would mean the character has nothing to do with the destiny of the people, nor does the government if their future is predetermined via destiny, by definition of what destiny actually means. Let's cut Gustave some slack yet again and use the principle of charity and interpret his use of destiny to be a figurative and assume he actually means the future of the people, which is not predetermined by a destiny in which their character might have some agency. But he's not talking about the individual's character. He's talking about an entire people's macro-level assumptions. So Gustave is claiming a government won't oppress a people if they have a really great character. It's comical how Gustave is conflating power with character and implying that all governments will take as much power as the people will allow, which I guess that's kind of true, that governments will take whatever power the people will allow, which is, it's panning out to be true, but I don't know. It sounds plausible, but it may not be true. What kind of society would we have if every citizen was viewing everything through the lens of power? Would there be no Teslas, Einsteins, or Hawkings? We'd be living in some post-apocalyptic Spartan prison culture society, some Marxist hellhole, the utopia of globalists and Marxists where there's only power, right? Like a prison. It would be literally a prison. People get shanked and shivved and whatever. Maybe we're already living in that hell, and the illusion of the society are just, it's a puppet show the 1% use to line our cage and keep us subdued. It's the Athenian-Spartan conflict all over again, the civilized thinkers against the Spartan savage who focus on power. There are many ways to interpret it. Are we the Athenians or are we the Spartans? or maybe that model doesn't fit. Regardless, a society still has to have sufficient defenses against forces, both internal and external, that mostly focus on power without reverting to a power-focused savage society themselves. Like Mark Twain said, never argue with stupid people. They will drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. You may not have any choice about interacting with a crowd that is seeing the world through the lens of power and believes that there is nothing but power structures. What a base ideology. And by base, I mean lacking higher qualities of mind or spirit. Base. To survive their duplicitous tactics, their deliberate deceptions, we need a foundational ideological defense, one sophisticated enough to allow us the pursuit of happiness, but also a firewall to keep their scummy viruses at bay. It's not complicated. Simply having a modicum of the critical spirit is enough to block 90% of the garbage. The problem appears to be, as Gustave is crying about, that to have the bulk of society to have even a modicum of the critical spirit is a tall order, especially when the scumbags know this and are actively trying to argue against critical thinking. Hence all the woke bigotry and clearly irrational insanity in our academia. The antecedentary goal of the manipulator is to have uncritical targets. Antecedentary, the antecedent to their main goals. Antecedentary might be a brand new word. I don't know. But antecedentary. The pre-goals that come before their main goals. But the goal of the manipulator is to have targets that don't question anything. Gullible idiots. So there might be some super smart psychopaths whose goal it is to deceive a worthy opponent, a Moriarty that seeks to deceive a critical thinker like Sherlock Holmes. Maybe there's a natural progression from grifters to, con men to seek higher difficulty marks, to work your way up. Maybe there's maybe it's not the stealing of your wallet, it's the fact they deceived you that gets them off. The power dynamics, right? I don't think Arthur Conan Doyle's character Moriarty cared much about the base things as money, but he was out to hunt the mind of Sherlock Holmes. Maybe this was a bit of a warning from Conan Doyle. The arch-villain of the critical thinker is this Moriarty type. Maybe these Moriartys progress past the Sherlock Holmes and graduate to the bulk of the people. What better grift than to fool everyone out in the open and they don't even know it, right? Given there's apparently over 7 billion people on the planet, the odds are that there are thousands of Moriartys out there. Perhaps this is just a form of societal natural selection given how complex our bodies are. Right? I imagine making a complex social mechanism is well within the realms of natural selection. It appears our society has been conditioned to be blind to ideological attack, perhaps by our own agencies, but this weakness has left us vulnerable to attack from any foreign vector. Islamic State globalists, World Economic Forum scumbags, the Chinese Communist Party. Resource-wise, you think the CIA and the U.S. military has the largest resource allocation towards this type of venture. Complex systems, all the above, and more. Speaking of the CIA, Gustave argued that institutions don't severely influence the zeitgeist of the masses and cites the USA and Latin America as examples. One prospers while the other does not. The masses of Latin America don't respond to these institutions for whatever reason. Before you go blaming the CIA for anything wrong that happened in Latin America, Gustave wrote this like over half a century before the CIA was even formed. However, the familiar names of globalism and their globalist agendas were around in the 1800s, like the John D. Rockefeller. He was born in 1830. So where do they were they doing their globalist crap back then in Latin America? I don't know. There was the Panama Canal and ventures like that in the early 1800s, so probably. I'm not saying the Panama Canal is a bad thing. I'm just saying that there is a history of duplicity by corporate interests in the 1900s in Latin America, and I don't know exactly how far back that goes. But these duplicitous actions by the U.S. corporate interests may not have been known to Gustave in 1895, or perhaps Gustave was a globalist elitist and he knew full well but didn't mention it. Who knows? Gustave claims to impose an institution on the peoples is futile and counterproductive unless it is meant to destroy that people. So maybe he did know about globalist interests in Latin America. The goal of globalism is, of course, to subvert nations and to take control. So we shouldn't be imposing institutions on a people, according to Gustave. It would appear that imposing foreign institutions destroyed indigenous nations of North America, and the same method was used to destroy my father's nation in Northern Europe by the communist hordes. This is the history of humanity, one people conquering others, natural selection of societies. So if it's not the institutions that influence the crowd, according to Gustave, what is it that's influencing them? He claims illusions and words, especially words, which are as powerful as they are chimerical. Chimerical means hoped for but not possible to achieve. The product of an unchecked imagination, a pipe dream, a fantasy, a delusion. We have the four remote factors that affect the crowd's opinions as according to Gustave. His fifth and final remote factor that affects the opinion of the crowd is instruction and education. Of course, instruction and education can condition the opinions of someone, and education can be defined in different ways. But the start of Gustave claims, while it is the dominant belief that instruction is capable of considerably changing men, that is the democratic dogma, which is in disagreement with the psychology and experience. What does he mean, democratic dogma? Dogma about democracies? Why is he conflating instruction with democracy? Perhaps he believes that the idea of instruction is only held in democracies. It's an idiotic conflation, though. Democratic could mean popular, as in of the people. Perhaps they used democratic, in that way back then. Today, the communists and Marxists have stolen the word democratic. Whenever you hear democratic, it pretty much means communist. Then he's probably saying instruction changed people is a popular dogma which disagrees with psychology and experience. Okay, what psychology? What experience? Instruction is the imparting knowledge, the imparting of knowledge, to share, to make known, to pass on knowledge. I honestly don't know how Gustave can make such an idiotic claim that instruction can't considerably change someone. I assert that knowledge doesn't have to even be factual to drastically change someone. Just look at all the tricky nerds, at Comic-Cons. The knowledge of potential utopias imparted to them by Gene Roddenberry drastically changed them. There are countless nerds who've gone into engineering, computer science, or math because of Roddenberry's sharing of ideas. Granted, ideas and knowledge aren't the same thing. They are more similar than we usually admit, as what we perceive as knowledge today will most likely be overturned as false in the future, like it has so many times in the past. Just as ideas can be wrong, so can knowledge. And in fact, knowledge is just ideas with the illusion of being true. That's my redefinition of knowledge. So I guess knowledge is just a phantom connection. Watch my podcast on phantom connections. They are a critical concept to grasp for any aspiring critical thinker. So back to Gustave and his claim about instruction not changing people. He's saying that people have limitations. Well, which is true. But he argues instruction does not render someone more moral or happier. Morality is not arbitrary when viewed from the perspective of a society. It may be arbitrary if the individual is isolated from all other humans. But once we're among others, there is a potential negative feedback for our survival if we behave amorally. Through revenge, retaliation, or whatever. But what if you condition the other humans that it is moral for you to behave in such a way that it is not moral for them to behave? Class structures. Get in your pit and work 16-hour days and shut the fuck up while we travel the world and have caviar adventures, and have a massive carbon footprint. We could do a whole podcast on morality, what it is, and the vector of manipulation. Gustave, I actually talked about it earlier, but Gustave claimed instruction doesn't make one more moral or happier. Happiness is subjective, and instruction is passed on as knowledge, not morals, though it can be, and sometimes malevolently, as I alluded to earlier, with being used as a tool of manipulation. Again, I can't help thinking of Mark Twain, how easy it is to make people believe a lie and how hard it is to undo that work again. Or whoever paraphrased him on the internet, it's easier to fool someone than convince them they've been fooled. Whoever that anonymous person is should have gotten the credit for making Twain newer and better. It's a great quote on its own legs. In 1906, Mark Twain wrote, "We are always hearing of people who are around seeking after truth. I have never seen a permanent specimen. I think he has never lived, but I have seen several entirely sincere people who thought they were permanent seekers after truth. They sought diligently, persistently, carefully, cautiously, profoundly, and with perfect honesty and nicely adjusted judgment, until they believed that without doubt or question they had found the truth. That was the end of the search. The man spent the rest of his life hunting up shingles wherewith to protect his truth from the weather." Perhaps this is the true reason why Twain was put on a banned books list, which I used as a must-read list as a kid. Perhaps I got more of my opinions about critical thinking from Mark Twain than I realize, which is the antithesis of what Gustave is claiming, that I develop ideas about critical thinking totally independently of the books I read as a kid. Unlikely, but maybe. I read them because I was told not to. Perhaps that questioning of authority was hardwired into our genes, and this questioning of things, including ourselves, is what leads us to being an advocate for critical thinking. This is what Gustave is arguing. But he goes further. Gustave is arguing from the position that opinions are solely hereditary. He claims instruction does not change instincts, nor hereditary passions. He might be technically correct that instruction does not change our instincts, but our behaviors can change and are changed by instruction. Just look at the disciplined child at a strict school. That's not normal behavior, and it's the result of instruction. Humans have this duality where we reason and control our impulses and instincts in a society or any group. So I'm tempted to call bullshit on Gustave, but I hear Jordan Peterson's squeaky voice saying, "Lobster hierarchy." So, which makes me think it's possible that our social actions are more genetic than I want to believe. But the fact remains that we can be instructed to have different behaviors. But does that instruction drastically change our core opinions? Cults exist. Religions exist. Ideological insanity exists. We have a genetic predisposition, and that clearly can be overridden by instruction or conditioning, depending on how you define instruction. Pure instruction doesn't mean conditioning, but conditioning requires instruction as a tool. So we're left with what exactly does Gustave mean by instruction? Since he's talking about changing opinions, we have to assume he's expanded instruction to include conditioning. Conditioning or training is not a conspiracy theory. It's a verifiable thing. So we have no choice but to call bullshit on Gustave here. Instruction can indeed drastically change someone's opinion. An argument can be made here about genetic susceptibility to social conditioning versus following our instincts. The funny part is that conditioning makes one feel that we are following our instincts when in fact we are following our conditioning. That's how conditioning works. Of course, it's way more complicated than that. We are entering the realm of behavior versus beliefs. Some people will behave a certain way despite not believing it's the choice or the one they would have made themselves, to the point of killing someone, studies have shown. What Gustave is talking about is the ability to condition us to believe that killing the target is the best choice and the one we would have made on our own. Manchurian candidate stuff. What does it take other than convincing someone that they can not only justify their horrible actions, but they are the heroes for doing whatever? I guess it takes conditioning them to be the type of person who would do the act. The veneer of civilization is paper thin. I've heard people who are so concerned about the safety and health of others arguing for an entire group of people to die. The self-refuting logic is completely lost on their emotional craziness. We've all seen it during this COVID thing with the people screaming about anti-vaxxers needing to die, right? These are the Gustavian crowd in modern times. Were these people genetically predisposed to want others to die? Were they punished or pushed by instruction from propaganda to expose that predisposition? Or were they conditioned to become malevolent towards others? Maybe Gustave is right that our deepest beliefs can't be instructed into us. But the savage of human nature that lies just beneath the veil of civility may be easy to access with instruction. Is our character innate? Is it scenario-based? I've read a lot of people who believe humans are easy to program. That doesn't prove we are, but it's evidence. Gustave takes a bit of a left turn when he claims more instruction is responsible for more crime. He makes a classic causation-correlation fallacy, citing the increase of both as evidence that one causes the other, which can easily be explained by more plausible theories, like the increase of population. The increase of both education and crime, and the rate of both remain the same per capita. I'm not claiming that's the case. That's just an equally, if not more likely. And there are oodles of other theories that might be the actual cases. He wrote how schools are transforming the majority of students into enemies of society and recruits numerous disciples from, the worst form of socialism. He wrote that in 1895. Now, if he's talking about universities, yeah, man, the guy's spot on. The flaw in the system, according to Gustave, is the system does not address judgment and personal initiative, which sounds about right. Gustave quotes this guy, Jules Simon. Learning lessons by heart is a ludicrous form of education whose every effort is an act of faith, tacitly admitting the infallibility of the master, and whose only results are the belittling of ourselves and rendering of us impotent. That's good stuff. Perhaps the student is being conditioned to not question their instructions. It's there so they can implant irrational garbage into the vacant students' minds. Otherwise, the instructor would have to justify their garbage. A true master would have no problem continuously proving themselves to the students and never tell them to trust them or believe their bullshit on faith. Always citing proofs or the reasons why, and always encouraging rational debate and questioning. But none of that can happen if critical thinking is compromised. Gustave goes on to say that this education is not merely useless, but detrimental to society, as there are no graduates willing to lower themselves to do actual work. They are narrow-minded, arrogant twits, which generally still holds true today. especially in the social sciences. So what's worse, according to Gustave, is that this group is the crowd that has nothing better to do than revolt. Also sounds like universities today. He rants that it's useless to memorize a dictionary. Beside wondering who would actually do that, Gustave is wrong. Words are concepts, framed and named, buckets. Knowing more words will open our minds to more concepts and literally make us smarter, broadening our schemata. A creative mind can come up with a great solution, but why reinvent the wheel if other minds have already come up with a lot of great solutions? It doesn't prevent us from still innovating, but allows us to stand on the shoulders of giants and all that Newtonian stuff. Gustave argues for a practical education with only enough theory that is required. This just rubs me wrong and is against learning for the sake of interest. If you as a student are paying for instruction, it should be on whatever the fuck you want. If you want to learn about the limits of our current theories, you should be able to learn about the limits of our current theories. If you want to learn practical things, go nuts. But no one should be limiting what others have access to learn, even if it's a job-specific program. Even then, how could more theory be wrong? Gustave is arguing for limited automatons that cannot iterate and are unprepared for any changes in the workplace. That's idiotic, and it's against beneficial innovation. Is Gustave arguing that all knowledge can be used for good and evil, and that we need to limit that knowledge because humans intrinsically don't have the character to be benevolent with the great power of knowledge? Sounds like it. Then he's arguing for a minority elite to have the power of knowledge to lord it over the idiot and amoral masses. But those elites are the same garbage as the masses, and they equally wouldn't have the moral capacity to be benevolent with that great power. In fact, it's less likely. It appears that Gustave is arguing that humans are genetically incapable of handling the great power that comes with great knowledge. If he's right, perhaps this is Enrico Fermi's great filter that will end the human civilization. Our knowledge base is expanding way faster than our ability to control the power. We are the weak men of the Lord of the Rings, the descendants of Arathorn, who was too weak to control the Ring of Power. Nerding out here. Perhaps that was the moral Tolkien was trying to tell us. I read it, but not in school, so I never really thought about it before. But I got the destruction of the trees and forests. He was bitching about the process and, what we're doing to the wild, right? It's kind of pessimistic to think humanity is incapable of handling power. We don't let kids play with matches unsupervised, but eventually those kids will one day master matches. And let's be honest, as kids, we all played with matches when our parents weren't looking anyways. So I get the point that power of knowledge is very dangerous and should be treated with deep respect, especially in a post-nuclear world. Post-nuclear meaning post-nuclear technology. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to explain it. But what would be the best way to prepare society for that massive pending power? Teaching them critical thinking would be number one. But can we teach character to be able to handle that, right? That power. We can teach the veil of pseudo-character. What it boils down to is who are the ones to say what character should be taught in the first place. Ultimately, natural selection takes control, and there are too many weak humans. We can't control everything, nor should we want to. If given the power, even in a tightly controlled, centralized society, some Islamic State type nut or other nihilist, weirdo would take it upon themselves to blow up the world to save the world, some form of insanity, which I've heard people say, right? It works only if everyone is for survival of the species. Well, there could be a larger paradigm of natural selection that I am completely oblivious to. In fact, that is absolutely the case, as I have no idea how natural selection as an algorithm is implemented or where that information is actually stored. It's when you start thinking about it, it gets pretty weird. So yes, I know the stronger, faster win, And that's not always the case, but there are rules to natural selection and science in general, apparently, which is pretty weird in itself, right? Where are these algorithms? I can't think of a better word, or these rules. Where are they stored in the universe, right? They're just sort of there, right? They're esoteric, yet they exist. I'm probably looking at it wrong, right? But these functions of objective reality are definite rules. We discover some of them, and there are clearly more than that we don't know. But it's bizarre how these rules are somehow stored in the fabric of reality in space-time, perhaps somewhere beyond. I don't know. It gets weird, when you start thinking about this too much. So I don't know. I never really grasped that information theory thing, right? Rules of the universe are not just concepts of the mind. They are actual things that exist, whether we recognize them or not. They're still there. The Earth was always a ball in space orbiting the sun, regardless of what our caveman ancestors thought. We could debate this, but what else was it then, right? Then we go down that whole Descartes thing of not knowing whether reality is just a construct of the mind. I'm beginning to get beyond the scope of this podcast, so maybe we'll get back to Gustave. So regarding his apparent point that humans are not prepared for the ring of power, there are two sides to the concept. Like the cliche of nuclear technology, we can make bombs or we can make clean energy, right? Good or evil with the same technology, depending on how you look at it. In our case, good and evil. We make both, yin, yang. Right? Gustave counters himself when he wrote about the students thrust into the real world and their mental and moral equilibrium is being severely affected. He says the deceptions have been too great, the disappointments too keen. So I guess he's saying the kids experience culture shock when they enter the real world. Like, where were they before they went to school? But I guess it does affect how you perceive things when you've been brainwashed, right? So here's how. Here he's now arguing that the opinions of the students are programmed by instruction, which he clearly argued they can't be because genetics dictates our opinions, according to him. When we are told of the fairy tales of morality and principles and grow up and realize governments, police, reporters, corporations, churches, etc. don't uphold these principles they claim to, we get pissed. Rightfully so. Gustave wrote, democracy in their speeches, but in no wise in their thoughts. Is that because we've been conditioned to have those very principles and realize some people don't or are cheaters? Or because we have those principles and are disappointed in our institutions that don't uphold what we organically believe, what we intrinsically have, our values? Maybe a genetic predisposition for certain values, or not, or some combination of both. The unwritten social agreements of it, I have to follow these rules, and so do you. And if you don't, I will retaliate, right? Being, generally speaking, the royal I. Gustave wrote that this army of discontented the students have become susceptible to the suggestions of utopians and rhetoricians. How do you pronounce rhetorical? Rhetoricians, I guess. Some things haven't changed in 130 years. Those utopians and rhetoricians. I gotta look up. Hold on a sec here.
Rhetorician.
So, in the UK, rhetorician is pronounced
rhetorician.
In the United States, rhetorician is pronounced
rhetorician.
All right, I guess I'll pronounce it the American way.
Rhetorician.
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 Rhetorician. Yes, I'm laughing at the British. What was I talking about? So Gustave and his army of discontented students have become susceptible to suggestions of the utopians and rhetoricians. Some things haven't changed in 130 years, right? So those utopians and rhetoricians are still around today in the political establishment, which includes news media, corrupted academia, evil NGOs. Perhaps I should just clump them together and call them the perception management establishment or the perception management complex.
Rhetorician. Clearly,
we humans have mental limitations, and we're limited by these limitations, and we can be manipulated by suggestions or controlling our information or instruction. That's what schools are. Obviously, they do something, right? They must. To what degree an individual's core beliefs can be changed is unknown. And once programmed, can they be unprogrammed? I don't know. Possibly, it seems to be, right? Historical quotes from humanity's great writers of the distant past would indicate it is at the minimum very difficult to unprogram us. What does that even mean, to unprogram? Unprogramming requires some form of conditioning. And so now, to what do we condition them to? If they were conditioned or reconditioning them, right? If we somehow cleared their minds and taught them critical thought, to the tools for them to think on their own, would they organically just relapse due to the mental memory muscle of the wired neurons? As the brain has limited neuroplasticity, but it does have neuroplasticity, so you can change it. So I don't know what these limits are. So these are those were the 5 remote factors that affect the opinion of the crowd: race, traditions, time, political and social institutions, and instruction and education. The converse to remote factors, or factors back in remote back in time that affect the crowd's opinions, would be the immediate factors. So this is exactly what Gustave calls them, the immediate factors. His immediate factors that affect the crowd's opinions could be interpreted as triggers, right? So he has 4 immediate factors, 4 immediate triggers. The first is images, words, and formulas. Not formulae, formulas. So the second is illusions. The third is experience. And the fourth is reason. Now, he's not talking about valid reason. He's just saying reason. So some mode of interpretation, some pattern of inference. These 4 Gustave claims are the direct triggers. He claims one of the most powerful triggers is the power of suggestion in the form of imagery. But there are many sources of suggestion, and the different ways need to be studied. Now, I know power of suggestion works because I've felt the effects on me. You see a commercial for a chocolate bar, suddenly I feel like a stupid chocolate bar. Or, see a commercial for fast food, and suddenly I feel like fast food. Or, whatever. So I know it works. I know it's there. Now, I don't know if it's me, self-fulfilling prophecy of some kind, but the effect is there. So these little oddities are the things we need to take more notice of and examine and pull the thread on them. To me, Gustave using formulas in this context is, vexing. Maybe puzzling is a better word. I know formulas to mean like recipes or equations, and that doesn't seem to fit in this context. So what does he mean? I noticed Gustave wrote the word formulas, and mostly ignored it the first time I read it. I sort of glossed over it, and then I saw it again, and then again, and finally I was motivated to research it a little bit, and the meanings of formula that I currently don't know. And lo and behold, maybe religious people would know this, I don't know, but formulas are specific litanies of words used in ceremonies or proceedings. Oh, I never heard that before. For formulas, specific litanies of words used in ceremonies or proceedings. So what is a litany? A litany. I thought litany meant a long, tedious speech. A litany, right? So there was a litany of solutions, a long list of solutions. But litany, it turns out, also means a form of prayer consisting of a series of invocations, each followed by an unvarying response. That really spooky cult shit you hear in some churches. When somebody says something and the crowd all, oh, and with you. You're like, what? The creepiness. So that mindless repetitive chant that literally, it spooked the fuck out of me the first time I heard it in the church. I was like, what is going on here? So they are invoking, right, which means to call to a higher power for assistance or inspiration. We all know invoke means to bring about or to put into effect. They invoked the draconian emergency measures which stripped people of all their rights and freedoms because the prime minister is an idiot man-child that cannot handle diverse opinions, especially those contrary to his. So formulas are like chant prayers or mantras invoking a higher power to help. Mindless repetition being key, I think. If you think about it, we weave illusions about people, organizations, places in time, and concepts as we hear about them. They are illusions. They are not reality. Even if we are partly correct in our thoughts, we do not have an image of a complete person, place, or thing. Hence the illusion or romance of a place or thing. By romance, I mean a fabricated mental picture of what we think or want to think something is. But the magic is not representing something objectively real. It's like being under the influence of a drug. It's just what we think it is. Well, a well-known example of this is the disenchantment most people feel after going to Paris in modern times. They imagine it to be the beautiful sidewalk cafes with enlightened people discussing exciting new concepts in the sciences, politics, and arts. A modern-day Athens with modern fashion. But it's not that. If it ever was. We all create artificial illusions about every concept we encounter, without the feedback of objective reality or paying attention to that feedback. We can be way off of what is true about that thing. And this is where closed-mindedness comes in. People jump to conclusions, they get a mental picture, and that's what they think reality is. So I think it was Gustave who wrote that people only realize how bad their ideologies are once they achieve the goal of that ideology. And see how crap it really is. All the things that weren't taken into consideration or were assumed incorrectly. Complex systems, right? The result of thinking we have a handle on a complex system when we don't, and we rarely, if ever, do. The Soviet Union is a case in point. Objective reality is a test of your morals, power, or ideas, maybe. So how creative, how accurate your judgment, I guess it'd be judgment. So can a belief be stably enforced onto someone who is genetically opposed? Genetics might be just predispositions. So if you get them young enough, right, we've heard this, get them young, you might override their hard wiring and force new neural pathways to form and solidify. I don't know. But that's the modus operandi of all cults, religions, and ideologies. Get them young. Gustave wrote about images, and he meant, I think, strong mental imagery. Since we fabricate mental images that are most likely not accurate when we picture things in all their vast complexity, This is a fantastic vector of attack for the manipulator. It's the art of lying. We can be honestly misinformed, interpret things inaccurately, or we can be intentionally disinformed and lied to and deceived. So Gustave writes that the words he means are the words which persuade and give images, preferably strong images, strong mental images. And his formula are a combination of logical fallacies that are intended to condition one's response to a subject so that they might have an automatic, pre-programmed response that bypasses any thought. Never mind critical thought. They just automatically respond. A spinal cord type response, a reptilian brain response. So Gustave claims the actual meanings of the words are irrelevant in the hands of a skilled manipulator, a rhetorician. Rhetorician. Where was the thing? Hold on. A
Rhetorician.
Rhetorician. Oh, I keep saying that. Anyways, where was I? So Gustave claims the actual meanings of the words are irrelevant in the hands of a skilled manipulator, a rhetorician.
Rhetorician.
And that the bones of victims who were duped could make a period loftier than old Cheops of Egypt. That's a quote, he says. A pyramid loftier than old Cheops of Egypt. He's claiming that the words that are ill-defined or vague sometimes are the ones that possess the most influence. So vagueness is your friend if you're a manipulator. So by me explicitly clarifying the definitions of some of the words I'm using, I'm being less influential to the mindless crowd, not to the critical thinker. The critical thinker, I'm being more, not influential, but more informative. But if you are a mindless crowd, the more I define something, the less influence I have. Gustave said words, if Gustave is correct. So he said words like democracy, socialism, equality, liberty are so vague, and they're not really, finely defined, that tomes have been written and still don't suffice to define them. I think it's because lazy thinkers tend to guess at the definition of a word based on its context instead of taking the time to look it up, or like what happened to me with, formulas. I was unaware of the additional meaning to the word and tried to jam my preconceived limited definitions of the word until I couldn't complete the circle. I couldn't come to terms and make sense of what he was saying. There was something wrong, right? So I took the time to look up all the definitions of formula, and it was a definition which on some dictionaries they totally skip. So maybe it's because he was using an older form of the word. I don't know, but thank God I got a lot of dictionaries. We have many vectors of attack for the manipulator, and using words in a new way or redefining them is a vulnerability we all have, especially if we're too lazy to look up the actual definition, especially when the manipulator redefines the word to mean its complete opposite, doublespeak, Orwellian doublespeak, and we see this all the time today. You may think of words being good or bad. This is a false premise, as words or concepts are not intrinsically good or bad. Take the concept of hate. It's a natural emotion that we evolved to have for some reason. It must have been beneficial to us in some way, or we wouldn't have it, even if it's vestigial. It was beneficial to our ancestors. It must have been in some way. So I'm conflating beneficial with good. Right? If someone or group fights or for something that goes against our values or core beliefs, we may hate them or which is neither good or bad. It just is. If you have a value set where you don't like torture and suffering, and you hear about some group of people that did gruesome things to someone before, eventually killing them, you would most likely hate them. Perhaps nature has given us this emotion to enact justice, to keep the peace, to cause us to be vigilantes in the absence of justice, back in our tribal days before our so effective legal system and police of modern times. Yes, I'm being sarcastic. This instinct towards justice, based on our hatred of injustice, may be what caused civilization to form in the first place. Speculation. And this sense of injustice is clearly a vector of attack by manipulators. So hatred itself may not necessarily be a bad thing. The thing that, being hated may be a bad thing, as interpreted by the individual at least. Granted, you don't want to let hatred consume you. It hurts you more than them, yada, yada, yada. That chronic hatred may come from justice on the perpetrators never being enacted. Maybe it's there for a reason, or maybe it's a mind cancer wasting years of your life. Your mileage may vary. So when you hear a manipulator saying, so-and-so is full of hate, you should ask yourself, are they full of hate? If so, why are they full of hate? What injustice are they perceiving? Is that injustice valid? Manipulators rarely use specifics, especially ones that cannot be substantiated. Or especially ones that can be substantiated. They don't want you to substantiate them if they're wrong, if they give you false specifics, right? So Gustave claims that reason and argument, as in logical debate, are incapable of combating certain words and formulas. So the conditioning is so powerful that even logic and debate, reason and argument can't overcome the conditioning, the brainwashing. Again, Gustave is assuming the target is not a critical thinker who is actively being critical of the information being presented to him. But this is how he defines the crowd. So his assumption, I guess, would be accurate. Because if you are being conditioned in such a way, you are not being critical. If you were being critical, you would not be conditioned, or you'd be for that specific thing. So this is different than intelligence. We've gone over this, I'm sure, before. We can be extremely intelligent, but also not critical thinkers, especially if we gained our intelligence from instruction or reading and not from experience. Hence the observational difference between book smarts and street smarts. A lot of academics may have advanced knowledge that they are incapable of coming up with on their own. They were taught it, so they just are parrots and mimics and regurgitate something that they've been taught, but they would never in a million years come up with that information on their own. Whereas the street smart kid comes up with a lot of new solutions on their own on the fly. So we all have knowledge that we didn't come up with on our own. That's how humanity is so technically advanced. We pass on knowledge, but apparently not so much the capacity to come up with knowledge. This might be what Gustave was referring to, by your genetics. Some people are maybe genetically predisposed to come up with new knowledge, where others are not. So this is how you do X, and I'll pay you. Done. Traditionally, it was the radical fringe that came up with new concepts in tech. Today, a lot of companies are still reluctant to pay for research and development. You can't measure returns because you don't know if it will take 10 years to come up, with the eureka moment, or 50 years, and, what's your return on investment? So I could see the logic in them not doing it, but for the long game, they should be doing research and development, or the government should be paying for it. But then again, the governments are corrupted. And anyways, so if you can make something a little bit faster and more efficient, they can measure that and aim low for those, types of goals. Play it safe with little return as opposed to risk it all and potentially win the world, or potentially lose the world. Big risks, big gains, big losses, potentially. Anyways, Gustave claims the way to present manipulative words are formulas or mantras. And they're most effectively, or at the least they are given with what's he say? Solemnity. How do you pronounce solemnity? Let me see here.
Solemnity.
Solemnity.
Solemnity. Anyway, Gustave claims the way to present manipulative words and formulas or mantras most effectively, or at least they are given, with solemnity.
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 Solemnity. Solemn, serious, dignified, composed, in a serious manner worthy of respect. So essentially telling a lie with a straight face. When a reporter acts like what they are saying is true, the gullible targets are most likely to be duped by it. It is fraudulent behavior. It's better for the manipulator when the targets do not understand exactly what is going on, of course. They are more likely to take the manipulator's words, take their word for it. If they can't quite connect the dots, they're like, what's going on? They said it's this. Okay, I'll just say that, right? I'll agree, which we shouldn't, right? Vagueness, ambiguity, false complexity, convoluted logic, a barrage of odd details will stop the most intelligent mind from keeping up. They will be internally questioning the odd details while the barrage of more questionable points are fired at them and pile up as their mental buffer overruns. So Gustave explains that they evoke grandiose and vague images in men's minds, but this very vagueness that wraps them in obscurity arguments adds to their mysterious power. They are the mysterious divinities hidden behind the tabernacle, which the devout only approach in fear and trembling. Talk about your pussies, right? I'm not sure I'd say I'd hope that our society's advanced beyond such a groveling simplitude, but the fact remains the bulk of society, in Canada at least, still believes the lies and deception of the political establishment and the rest of the perception management complex. Gustave has some good points, about the transient imagery and power a word has. For example, today the word Nazi has almost no meaning, as leftist weirdos overused it as a simple pejorative for anyone who disagrees with them. The Canadian government of Justin Trudeau is a perfect example of idiots perpetrating this. He called people who protest his tyranny, his tyrannical mandates, as racist and extreme misogynists who take up space, and questioned whether they should be tolerated. Really? And I just find that unreal. At least Trudeau has exposed the myth of equality and compassion for the working class by his government. That is a definite myth. They do not have compassion or want equality for the working class. They want equality amongst the working class, but not between the working class and the elite social ruling class. So Gustave describes how the power of words are to waken a response in the mind. If they don't, they have no power. It's simple. They try to equate good things with ideas and people they want the targets to like, and equate bad things with people and ideas they want the targets to hate. Bang, bing, bang, boom, Bob's your uncle, right? So Gustave, he used the metaphor of an electric bell waking them up. I think that's a reference to the Pavlovian response. He wrote that those who still use words that no longer evoke a response do so because it relieves them of the obligation of thinking. It's funny because it's true, right? He claims we are conditioned from childhood with a small stock of formulas or mantras. So we know all we need to traverse life without the tiring necessity of having to reflect on anything whatever. Yet another Gustavian overgeneralization. We do need to use logical shortcuts to navigate life. We don't have the time to be hypercritical about every aspect of life on an ongoing basis. We have to use heuristics. Even a critical critical thinkers, right? We can be defeated by a manipulator, and every day it happens. Just because somebody's a critical thinker doesn't mean that they're using their critical thought. But if if you're put in a proper scenario, grifter can dupe anybody, right? Give them new information that they have to act on without giving them the proper time to analyze and verify that information. So the target makes the most logical decision based on the garbage information that was provided to them by the manipulator. There's grifting 101, right? Ocean's 11 type stuff, right? Lack of reflection or denying the target the capacity to reflect, either by restricted time or restricted data, or both, is a key tool used by cults and other abusive manipulators. Given enough time in a transparent society, all manipulators would be exposed. This is probably the reason why our governments are not transparent. Gustave claims the transitory meaning of a word is the reason why we can never translate the absolute meaning of another language, especially an old or dead language, even one's own language from a few hundred years ago, which sounds plausible to me. I risk misinterpreting Gustave's ideas as they were originally written in French and then translated into English. But this is not new. We all risk misinterpreting what others communicate, even today, in our own language to us in real time. We don't always get everything accurately. There's a lot of misinterpretations going on. People of the past or another culture experience things we may not have an analogy to today, just as we experience things other cultures may not understand. I met an American in Ottawa years ago, and he was telling me that since I'm a Canadian, I believed X, Y, and Z, which I called bullshit. And he started arguing with me about what I personally believed. It was so ridiculous, I had to laugh in the guy's face. He was a complete idiot, and traveling obviously did him no good. You would think that his exposure to all these people, but no, he was telling me what I believed, right? So, although I'm not saying that's all Americans, I'm saying that was that one specific American. So don't get me wrong, I'm not bashing Americans. I'm bashing that one guy who happened to be an American. I've also talked with Canadian friends who and family who've argued that all Americans believe X, Y, Z. To which I say there are over 300 million Americans that can't all have the same beliefs, clearly. And if they did, they would be living in some utopia, right? And there's conflict because people don't have the same beliefs. And they don't know how to deal with people who don't have the same beliefs. So, as with everything, culture is unique to each individual. We sometimes try to stereotype people of this culture or that, but everyone who partakes in Thanksgiving dinner should see that culture is a gross approximation. Each individual sees everything different. It's wrong to stereotype everyone who partakes in Thanksgiving as anything other than people who gather and eat at that date. That's it. Nothing else can be determined by that. Not their religion, not their opinions, not their ethnicity, nothing. People might be thrown into a cultural category, but that category does not define them unless that individual has so little character that they are one-dimensional and define themselves based on the arbitrary category that others have made in order to stereotype them, right? So, I'm so dumb, you say I'm this, okay, that's what I am, I'm going to dress and act that way, right? So Gustave is guilty of using the logic of stereotype and overgeneralization. He argued that we can't judge other cultures either in time or place for their values and institutions, and cited the ancients' values and institutions that required slavery to exist. That is a stereotype of all people of that time to be advocates of slavery, which history tells us is clearly not the case. Not everybody of that time was pro-slavery, especially the slaves, right? I would argue that his elitist views are those specifically that allowed slavery, or to capitalize on it. the separation of the elites from the masses, right? The dehumanization of the masses by the elites, the categorization of humans into categories and classes. Perhaps Gustave is referring to elites as the people that we shouldn't be judging for their views on slavery. Maybe that's what he's saying. Even then, we know there were wealthy people of power and means who were against slavery. I'm not talking about just plantation owners, which some people seem to have a chip on their shoulder about today. I'm talking about the Romans, the Muslims, the Greeks, the Egyptians, the Aztecs, the indigenous North Americans. They all had slaves. All had the elitist views of one group being superior to another. Slavery is still happening today in modern times. My own mother was an indentured servant as a child in Canada. She had to work for her room and board until she was old enough to move out on her own. This is Canada. There is still today slaves being bought and sold in North Africa, in Haiti, and I'm sure probably elsewhere, probably in Canada, right? There's definitely some voodoo going on in China with, organ harvesting and slave child labor, making running shoes and cell phones from woke corporations that tell us how bad we are, right? The irony is the Marxists think that they are above this when they are the worst perpetrators. They categorize humans into pigeonholes, like they have a fever that compels them to. The power of Karl Marx compels you, right? Some communist exorcism happening. Anyways, Marxists all share the anti-rational bend because if they didn't, they would immediately see how irrational their ideology is and therefore no longer be Marxists. Marxism is therefore the filter that holds back the rationally compromised. It's nature's way of flagging the idiot filtride or irrational residue from society. So there's a beneficial purpose to Marxism, the acid test for stupidity. The problem is when that idiot filtride achieves critical mass and only a few drops of clear, rational minds pass through the filter. All they need to do to pass is to embrace reason. Gustave argues that the crowd are idiots. If we define the crowd to be non-critical thinkers, he looks right. But are these people truly idiots? We would have to assume they are ignorant of the concepts of critical thought, logic, and reason, or believe they are following a limited definition of those concepts. I believe most humans have the capacity to properly reason given all the necessary concepts to do so. Of course, there are outliers, people with severe mental impairment, as mentioned earlier, Marxists. So what are the factors of reasoning? There's critical thought, but there's also judgment, character, situational stressors like time and fear of pending danger, either real or imagined. There's also the digestibility of concepts. If it's a massively complicated thing, we eat the elephant one bite at a time and eventually reason it out, unless we are overrun and jam using heuristics. There's also that game theory crap and apparently infinite methodologies to problem solving and reasoning. It's like math. If you know a method to solve a problem, it's easy. If you don't, you might be able to reason it out using the limited tools that you have, or maybe not. I had this calculus teacher, Mr. Eller, who broke down math into tools or buckets, right? We frame and name the tools we had. We call those, like routines when we needed to eat the elephant one bite at a time, with each step being very easy, like riding a bike up an incline in first gear. Small steps, easy, up you go. So what are the different ways we know to do this? What are the different ways we know to do that? So I agree with Gustave that the crowd, his crowd, are idiots, but in that sense, we are all idiots. None of us know everything. The masses aren't the crowd to be scorned, the Gustavian crowd. There are others just like you and me who don't yet know some of the basics of reasoning. They're in a different part of their journey. Well, academia is conditioning students against reason. We need some way to counter that. And the first step is recognizing that. I know it's not that most parents are too lazy to teach their kids things. The parents, a lot of the times, don't have time. They work. They're tired when they get home. And I would guess that the bulk of parents are clueless to even the basics of critical thought, right? How do we even evaluate our own judgment in a complex system where the same choices give radically different results? We're entering the realm of chaos theory. Why aren't the basic concepts of critical thinking known to all by an early age? Our society has been around long enough, and there are those who know better in positions of effect or power who could have brought this about. But what we are seeing in schooling is instead the embracing of woke bigotry and rejection of objective reasoning. The growth of the old-fashioned, outdated, stale Marxist filtride, it is getting bigger. Or perhaps I'm just noticing it more as I gain more life experience, or perhaps both. We know there are malevolent factors, malevolent forces, financially paying for Marxist ideology in Western culture today. But where are the benevolent forces standing against it? Could it be that there are just too many ignorant people in the crowd that don't even want to know to think clearly, and a minority of elites that have a grasp on critical thinking, have given up on them and are treating them, as Gustave says, as they deserve to be? Where are the benevolent forces for critical thought and sound judgment? In all my years of schooling, I don't recall ever being taught about critical thinking. The closest I recall is being taught about paradigms like the scope of systems, micro, macro. Most, if not all, of what I know about critical thinking, I learned on my own from books I read from banned book lists. So if the masses are given up on, if that's what happened, at what point do you stop trying to force the horse to drink from the stream? It would appear those who do know better might have realized that while it's not better for all, it's better for the 1% elites if the masses remain ignorant of critical thought, logic, fallacies, etc. Pump the idiot masses with Marxism, as it's a great indicator, a clear metric of how uncritical the people are, with the added bonus that the ideology is the most detrimental to their freedom and power as individuals. It's as sinister as the Bible causing people to self-police their thoughts for fear of retaliation from a vengeful God. This is religious brainwashing 2.0. Gustave is right about calling it a religious way of thinking, despite it having nothing to do with gods. It's clearly not just that people don't know they're being manipulated. They don't seem to care. Apathy might be a result of conditioning, but on such a macro level, I don't know. It seems too far. Perhaps there's a natural predisposition for hierarchy, like what's his face there, Jordan Peterson's Lobsters, and now artificial predisposition for subservience through generations of killing off the rabble-rousers who would stir up the idiot masses. It's interesting that there's an implied negative connotation to rabble-rouser when rabble means the lowest class of people and rouse means to awaken, excite, or stir up. Why don't we look at rabble-rousing as a positive thing? You don't want to stir or wake up the lowest class people, right? Slavery. We need to keep the rabble placid and not stirred up. Who is exactly this we, right? Clearly the elites, because the rabble certainly do not want to be the rabble, I would assume. These expressions reek of the British castes of the last few hundred years, that elitism that is obviously not gone today. Look at the UK. They still have the inbred, blue blood, royal retards as their highest caste. It's idiotic in this day and age, anachronistic. Maybe Gustave is right about the nations changing at a glacial pace, despite all reason. It doesn't seem to be that once a grift is pulled on the people by a group claiming authority over all, that the people eventually recognize the grift and then fight it. They seem to embrace it and then all get in line, counter to intuition, unless we look at it from the perspective of Jordan Peterson's lobsters. The masses want to be led. They want a leader, even if that leader is a piece of shit retard, as seen by the drastic and sustained inbreeding of the royals, the Habsburgs. Their line died out because they were literally too inbred to breed. Charles II, the last Habsburg, the King of Spain, once I was the King of Spain, was so inbred that he was more inbred than if his parents had been brother and sister. So that is inbred, man. Charles was so deformed and ugly that his own wife was repulsed by him, and his single shriveled, blackened testy was not sufficient to produce an heir. That poor woman. Natural selection, pruning the branches here, I think. Thank God, right? Religions, cults, and ideology, no matter how irrational, can last generations. Gustave mentions the clear hierarchy of loyalty of serfs as programmed by their masters. We've heard God, family, country, right? This is social conditioning. Or in China, party, leader, country, right? We never hear a CEO list their hierarchy of loyalty because we already know what it is. It's me, 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 or power, me, money, right? Regardless, Gustave claims what is critical to know is the meaning, imagery of a word today, which may not be what you or I think it is, but what the crowd thinks it is. How do we find out what the crowd thinks it is? Today, the meanings of words are changed by the class of manipulators. The new meanings are changed at will by dictum. Usually, the new definitions aren't given until after the new narrative using them has been released. Then, when challenged, the manipulator pulls a Mott and Bailey and clarifies the redefinition of the word so their insane narrative makes sense. This redefinition of words is a tactic in a larger strategy of deception and conditioning. The redefinition of words is a defense and offense. In traditional debate and communication where no deception is intended, the definition of all words is agreed upon in advance. Can you imagine that? Holy shit. Journalists actually agreeing to the definition of a word before they use it? So anyone using fabricated definitions of a word without explicitly clarifying them is intentionally being deceptive. Right. Maybe not every single, obviously, because we're not always defining our words, but you know what I mean. In certain situations when they're using a bogus definition of a word, when they don't define it, right? They've redefined it and not give you that redefinition, then they are intentionally being deceptive. Also, just creating bogus definitions of a word in no way makes that concept valid or true. And the recycling of words, especially to their antithesis, is a method of erasing that concept from our collective mind, the Orwellian doublespeak. Yes, words naturally evolve and can become the antithesis of their meaning due to sarcastic use, but that's organic. What I'm talking about is the intentional deception, typically by the filthy Marxist filtride. Gustave referred to this as being clothed in new words. Specifically, he said, in clothing with new words of the greater part of the institutions of the past. That is to say, in replacing words evoking disagreeable images in the imagination of the crowd by other words of which the novelty prevented such evocations. So to create new positive euphemisms from old words that were viewed as negative, and new disparagements for old words or concepts that were viewed as positive that the manipulator wants to go away. A contemporary example would be in Canada that people would never have agreed with the utter violation of charter rights and due process. But the idiot Prime Minister Justin Trudeau simply redefined all peaceful, legal protesters of his tyranny as terrorists and enacted emergency measures. And the critical mass of idiots, the Gustavian crowd in Canada's general public, amazingly went with it. The bulk drank that clearly tainted Kool-Aid, or at least did not speak up against it, as it was only a minority of the population, that rose and continued to protest against him. I imagine there are many who disagree and are vocal, who aren't protesting, and still others who disagree but keep it to themselves. These complex realities of crowd behavior are known well by the perception management complex. Gustave wrote, "The power of words is so great that it suffices to designate in well-chosen terms the most odious things to make them acceptable to the crowds. Make bad things palatable and good things we don't want to taste bad." So I don't know if I said that clearly enough. So to make bad things palatable and good things the manipulator doesn't want to taste good to taste bad. To clarify that a little bit. So I'm trying to be critical of Gustave's assertions from 130 plus years ago, but it's hard when at some level they still ring true given the idiotic crowds of contemporary Canada. Gustave called this the art of advocates, and their power is the science of employing words, rhetoricians. It's truly amazing how such blatant and idiotic attempts to control the narrative by Trudeau apparently work on the people, on a good chunk of them. It appears to be, people I talk to. Gustave claims words have different or even opposite meanings to different people. Democracy means the subordination of the individual to the collective in some countries, whereas others, especially America's, see democracy to mean the freedom of the individual. So this explains why so many leftists use the word democracy in their organizations. They don't view it with the same meaning. The far-left weirdo party in Canada is called the New Democratic Party. The Marxists that hate individual freedoms. So even the Democratic Party in the United States is now like it's a Marxist entity that hates individual freedoms. In reality, everyone having a say is power to the individual, but also subordination to the will of the majority of the collective. The problem with this system is when the masses, or a critical mass, are ill-informed or disinformed and manipulated. Then we have tyranny of the masses, or tyranny of whatever complex manages the perception of the masses. People are the power, like a bull, but ultimately those who control the people's perceptions have the power, like the plowman pulling the bull's nose ring. In a perfect world, the state is subordinate to the people, and the mechanisms of propagation of information decentralized. There is a window right now with the internet of decentralized information, but I think it's rapidly closing. In Canada, there's a bill where they want to control everything, and I think it's called Bill C-11. There are those who fight for mechanisms of decentralization. I don't know how many, and they are a virtual underground of free think, the free exchange of ideas. So Gustave's first immediate factor of the crowd's opinions was images, words, and formulas or mantras. His second immediate factor is illusions. Gustave claims that since the dawn of civilization, crowds have always been susceptible to the influence of illusions. And it is to the creators of illusions that more temples, statues, and altars have been created than to any other class of man. I would argue that it's not to the creators of the illusions the monuments are made, but to their creations, their grand illusions. They might take pride in the monuments and even take credit for them if they live long enough. But it's not the creators of the illusions that people pray. It is to their illusions, to their creations, to the mysterious divinities hidden behind the tabernacle, which the devout only approach in fear and trembling, to relieve them the obligation of thinking. So Gustave wrote that it's religious illusions, philosophical or social illusions that are always found at the head of civilizations. The key word here is illusions. It's interesting how some find it's so easy to dismiss the god of Zeus or Apollo or the gods of some remote savage tribe, but less so of the Jewish God or Jesus, which is odd because technically one is just the god of the tribe and the other was a probable shyster, grifter con man with delusions of grandeur, if he even existed. The seminal Jesus complex, ground zero. Right? Though I find it hard to believe there weren't other Jezi before that. The plural of Jesus, Jezi, I don't know. Everyone's a prophet. There were other Jezi with similar backstories, born of virgins on December 25th, performed miracles, were carpenters, suffered for others, etc. We have Horus, Attis of Phrygia, Zarathustra, Glycon, Heracles, the son of Zeus, Dionysus, Romulus, Odysseus, Krishna, and that guy from the market square who yelled through a megaphone that everyone was going to burn in hell unless they give him money or whatever he was screaming about. Isn't it that, well, I guess he wasn't before, he was post, so the rest were before, right? So I got to be specified there. So it's odd that I can criticize all religions. Isn't it odd that I can criticize all religions except for Islam? I can insult the Old Testament and not be called an anti-Semitic. I can crap on Buddha and nothing. But if I dare say anything about Islam, I'm an Islamophobe. What an idiotic, made-up word. Phobias are irrational beliefs, like clinically. And Islam is the ideology of global submission to their ideology. And who would be cool with that? Call me what you will. And if it's a clinical phobia, how dare someone use your clinical phobia as a pejorative? Right? So some people find it easy not only to dismiss others' gods and prophets, but philosophies and values of other cultures, but not their own. Or conversely, there are some freaks that hate and dismiss their own culture, which appears to be unnatural. Perhaps these freaks are a force of natural selection to pick at the culture's integrity to find its weakness, like mindless robotic spiders picking away at the wall looking for loose stones, which may then be shored up or ignored, allowing the vulnerability to be exposed by malevolent forces. Supposition. Gustave, in his fashion, claims there is not one of our political, artistic, or social concepts that is free from the powerful impress of an illusion. Noam Chomsky wrote a book called Necessary Illusions. It's been around 18 years, I think, since I read that book. But I think that's the book where he rambles on about Vietnam like an idiot. The point was supposed to be how the political establishment used propaganda to distort the priority of issues and distracts the idiot masses from major issues to maintain the confusion and keep them off base, thereby blocking democracy from being beneficial to the masses. Now that piece of shit Chomsky's pinko assholes are at the helm of the political sphere, they don't want people to read his or anyone's books anymore, as we will see the bullshit that they're pulling on us. So their tactic is to claim reading is a construct rooted in white supremacy and that creating heteronormative capitalist patriarchy and the idiotic claim that is supposed to stop us from reading. I'm all for heteronormative capitalist patriarchy, right? So Gustave claimed it's catastrophic when people overthrow the grand illusions of their society, and they usually end up setting up those same grand illusions again. He cites France and Catholicism. So according to Gustave, the present-day woke bigotry movement is doomed to failure. The question now is, how many decades of needless destruction will the woke bigotry movement create before its pending destruction? Gustave does not give a specific reason why, but asserts societies depend on their grand illusions to exist. The foundation of our society is justice and property ownership. Is ownership an illusion? This gets to the meat of ideas from such people as Hitler, who wrote about this and claimed the ultimate reality in this world when it comes to property ownership is that might is right. If you don't pay your taxes, the state will use physical might to remove you from your property. So, in that sense, he's right. Is Gustave then right that property ownership is an illusion? I guess it depends on how much might you have, and that depends on how many people support you. And that depends on perception management and people swayed by the truth. History has shown us that the truth doesn't have any more influence than a believable falsity does. What does care about objective truth is objective reality. Reality is not fooled by believable falsities. If a bridge looks good but isn't, it will fail. Gustave's claim that there is not one of our political, artistic, or social concepts that is free from the powerful impress of an illusion is plausible but baseless. Why couldn't there be a political, artistic, or social concept that is free from illusion? Perhaps he's claiming that our political, artistic, and social concepts are so complex that the probability of all their subcomponents being free from illusion is unlikely. While illusion does have a meaning that is deception, it also has a meaning that is just erroneous perception of reality, an erroneous concept or belief. Given that we are not omniscient and do not know everything, it goes without saying that we have erroneous concepts or beliefs. So our schemata are surrounded and pocked with illusion. How can an artistic concept be erroneous? I suppose the artist, being human, does not have a perfect and true interpretation of objective reality, so therefore cannot make a concept that is without error in regards to being objectively true and accurate in all respects. So it's possible that this is what Gustave means. But here I'm connecting his dots, which is never a good sign when it comes to manipulation. Gustave's words at times are poetic. He has a way, which is sometimes enjoyable to read. But as he himself claimed, there is not a single artistic concept that is free from illusion. Therefore, even Gustave's writing is not free from illusion, according to Gustave. So, about our society's necessary illusions or errors of perception or erroneous beliefs and concepts, Gustave wrote, "Doubtless they are futile shadows, but these children of our dreams have forced the nations to create whatever the arts may boast of splendor or civilization of greatness." Well, then, they aren't futile, are they? I suppose futile in terms of getting to the truth. There's a passage Gustave wrote that I'm going to read. Here we go. The philosophers of the last century devoted themselves with fervor to the destruction of religious, political, and social illusions on which the forefathers had lived for a long tale of centuries. By destroying them, they have dried up the springs of hope and resignation. Behind the immolated chimeras, they came face to face with the blind and silent forces of nature, which are inexorable to weakness and ignore pity. Notwithstanding all its progress, philosophy has been unable yet to offer all the masses any idea that can charm them. But as they have their illusions at all cost, they turn instinctively, as the insect seeks the light, to the rhetoricians who accord them what they want. Not truth, but error has always been the chief factor in the evolution of nations, and the reason why socialism is so powerful today is that it constitutes the last illusion that is still vital. In spite of all scientific demonstrations, it continues on the increase. Its principal strength lies in the fact that it is championed by minds that are sufficiently ignorant of things as they are in reality to venture boldly to promise mankind happiness. The social illusion reigns today upon the heaped up ruins of the past, and to it belongs the future. The masses have never thirsted after truth, preferring to deify error if error seduce them. Whoever can supply them with illusions is easily their master. Whoever attempts to destroy their illusions is always their victim. Gustave's words strike a chord, though a pessimistic one. Yes, it's just more assertions from Gustave. Perhaps I'm conditioned a certain way that biases me, but that passage still resonates with me 130, 140 years after he wrote it. I know there are things we want to believe that may not be true, just like there are things we don't want to believe that are true. We have to be willing to accept the possibility of both. There may be other combinations that I currently can't think of. Well, of course, there are things we want to believe that turn out to be true, and things we don't want to believe that turn out to be false. But those don't take any mental energy to accept those possibilities. Our wanting to believe or not believe something has no effect on its being true or false. But that is also not quite true. Believing you can make a basket or succeed in business or whatever is an effect. What did Yoda say? Whether you believe you can or not, you are right. Or was that Henry Ford? It appears belief may have some impact on outcomes, but there may be a fine line between belief and delusion. If two fighters both believe they're going to win, neither are deluded until after the fight. Deluded just means believing something false. Well, it doesn't just mean that. It also means you ignore evidence contrary to your belief. So how does that work with probabilities? I guess being deluded is just ascribing a higher probability to something than it warrants. Delusion is just an error of given the odds. The error could come not from weighing all the available evidence critically, which is pretty much the definition of delusional, ignoring, valid evidence. The point that Gustave is supposed to be making, I think, is evidence for his immediate triggers of the opinions of the crowd, and perhaps I'm missing it, but how are the illusions that society is built upon an immediate factor in the opinion of the crowd? Does he mean the evocation of grand illusions as an immediate factor in the crowd's opinions? He cites socialism, and French society was not founded on socialism. So he must mean a contemporary grand illusion. The foundation for all socialist rebellions is a grand illusion. So Gustave's first two immediate factors that affect the crowd's opinions are images, words, and formulas and illusions. His third immediate factor is experience. Experience and objective reality can destroy theoretical delusions that have become dangerous. But according to Gustave, it is necessary that the experience take place on a large scale and be very frequently repeated. Frequency and repeated are redundant, and putting the word very in front, right? Gustave really wanted to underscore the importance of repetition, I'm assuming. which is interesting because, as we know, it takes repetition to brainwash someone or even train a dog. Here, Gustave is telling us it takes repetition to remove the fog of delusion too. Sort of what we were referring to before about how do you deprogram somebody. You have to reprogram them with something new, right? So you're still conditioning them. Once a boxer loses, does he still believe he can win the fight? Perhaps he still may believe that he can beat his opponent in a rematch, and that, many losses are required to break him of that delusion. I don't know. Depends on the situation, depends on the person, right? Even if that scenario is plausible, clearly not all levels of delusion are equal. Some may only require one fight to break their fog of delusion. Others may never break it. They may always think, it was a bad judge or whatever, right? I should have won. Regardless, Gustave is claiming that it takes repetition to break delusions, which sounds plausible, but there are many other mechanisms to get a mind to start thinking more critically and accepting of viable evidence. Perhaps that delusion is necessary in some situations. Now we're getting into the realm of bravery in the face of probable defeat, and the character required to rise up to that apparent unsurmountable challenge. This is different from winning at all costs, though it can play a part depending. We need to be very careful about what we repeat often, if it has this power, what mantras we say, or as Gustave calls them, formulas. We need to be aware that what we think we know right now may only be the best plausible and tentative model. It may not. There might be better. The experience of one is only theory to someone else. And if that experience goes against someone's belief, they may erroneously disbelieve it, even if it happened to them. I don't remember if I already talked about this, but years ago, a few friends and I witnessed this orange orb, an orange light thing floating about 30 feet, cruising over the treetops. It was heading north. What surprised me the most was the reaction of my colleagues. Despite not having an idea of what this thing could possibly be, they were disinterested and dismissed it. And I was like, what the fuck? How could you not even be curious about what this unknown orb is floating over the trees, right? Perhaps this experience went against their beliefs and they mentally didn't know how to deal with it, but they just dismissed it. I don't know, but it was their response that I found even more bizarre. I think probably it might have been a Chinese lantern. I don't know, right? But anyways, Gustave claimed the experiences of one generation are, as a rule, useless to generations that follow. That is why history repeats, and that is why one's experience is another's theory. This is clearly an overgeneralized claim by Gustave, or perhaps he was making a joke. I'm not sure. We still recognize the experiences of scientists and writers from centuries ago. I'm finding use in Gustave's writing, which refutes his claim that I would find his experiences useless. Even though I'm sort of being critical of him, I'm still finding some value in it. Perhaps I'm being too liberal with how I'm using the word experience, but I don't think so. Our society is standing on the shoulders of Newton's giants. He said that expression. So, we see further, and I'm standing on Gustave's shoulders to see that little bit further into the crowd. It's a complex system with a lot of error in the data stream. But until COVID, the world was progressing. We were able to pull up a lot of signal out of that noise. But now the noise floor has drastically grown, and it's much harder to hear the signal, as this appears to be by design, which does not bode well. Experience is a great teacher and destroyer of the fantasy and romance of a thing. As a kid, I always wanted to be a pilot. So when I got old enough and had enough money, I took ground school and started flying airplanes. It was fun, but not as fun as I thought. And once the novelty wore off and it just didn't justify the expense of time and money, my resources. The same with golf, scuba diving, and even riding a motorbike, but I still flip-flop on the motorbike. So, to be fair to Gustave, he probably was referring to experience on a macro level, like the generation that suffered through communism in various countries. Gustave's claim is the warning from those experiencers falls on deaf ears, which is probably the case on a macro level. So Gustave's fourth and immediate factor is that affects the crowd's opinions is reason, despite his claiming that reason has no effect on the crowd. So earlier he said that, do you remember? Anyway, so what does he claim? Well, it sounds like a joke. He wrote, in enumerating the factors capable of making an impression on the minds of crowds, all mention of reason might be dispensed with, were it not necessary to point out the negative value of its influence. So he's saying reason not only has no effect, if it does, it has a negative effect. So it pushes, reason pushes the non-critical idiots away from it, like vampires from the daylight. He writes that crowds can't be influenced and are only capable of comprehending rough and ready associations of ideas, and this is why orators appeal to emotion and never to reason. Or today, why there is so much emotionally based fear porn in the news media instead of facts. He goes on to explain that pre-made speeches have a much weaker effect than live ones that deviate based on the feedback from the crowd. Today, it is rare to see willy-nilly, unscripted live speech feeding back from the crowd. It's 100% prepared speeches, one-way discourse, broadcasts with minimal, if any, feedback. Though live streams may bring that liveness back. Gustave claimed that if any orator follows his own line of thought, not that of his hearers, and from this fact alone, his influence is annihilated. Like he's got to be making a joke, right? How could you even know what the crowd wants to hear in real time? Is Gustave implying that we are clairvoyant and can read the minds of the mindless crowd? Right? There'd be nothing to read, right? This guy's got to be joking. So Gustave clearly is aware of the power of suggestion and the power of propaganda and telling the crowd what to think or want. Hitler, apparently read this book and was a master orator. Apparently he could go off for hours. Perhaps he developed this skill of appealing to the emotions and changing what he was saying based on the feedback from the crowd. I don't know, but what would you be using to feedback from the crowd? Their applause? I don't know. It's an on-off thing, right? Either they agree with it or they don't agree. I don't know. Gustave wrote how the orators who use the logic of syllogisms are always surprised by the ineffectiveness of logic on the crowd. He quotes a logician about how the logic would enforce the assent of even an ignorant mass were it capable of following associations of identities. Gustave laughs the logician off with, "This is doubtless true, but a crowd is no more capable than an inorganic mass of following such associations, nor even of understanding them, if the attempt be made to convince by reasoning primitive minds. Savages or children, for instance. The slight value possessed by this method of arguing will be understood." So, come on, man. I have to call Gustave, here. I've always tried to explain things to my daughter using logic and reasoning, and she not only appeared to understand, she's way more smarter than I was at her age. So regarding savages, I would have to define exactly what he would have to define exactly what he meant by savage. So I love Gustave's line. It's not even necessary to descend so low as primitive beings to obtain an insight into the utter powerlessness of reasoning when it has to fight against sentiment. So by sentiment, Gustave means emotional opinion, right? An opinion based on emotion. We need to understand that as humans, our emotions, like our memories, are often wrong. We are not precisely accurate creatures. That's why a short pencil is better than a long memory. Despite Socrates arguing that writing things down will weaken our memory, he might have been right. There may be studies on how valid Socrates' claim is about memory, but it makes sense that memory is a skill that may be strengthened with use. Just as there appear to be some who have genetically superior memories, eidetic memories or whatever, like that actress, what's her name, Mary Lou Henner, with her super memory. But does reason have an effect on the opinions of the crowd? Gustave argues that because of the atrocities committed on behalf of religion and other ideologies, that everyone's reasoning was diminished, as no one speaking up against it is evidence. Which is a bogus claim, as those being persecuted were the people with reason who did speak up against it, and hence their persecution. And how are atrocities in the name of some ideology a vector of diminishing reason, other than the targeting and killing of those with reason who speak up against it? That would also require the killing off of their genetic line too, if we're to assume the reason is a genetic thing, which we know it's not, like anyone can be taught reason and logic. Whether they choose to implement it or not is another thing. Look at today. There have been many people who speak up against the non-science and propaganda claiming to be science of forcing people to inject a drug we do not know the adverse long-term effects of, since there are no long-term studies. In the future, people might ask, where was the resistance? Well, today we see the resistors being deplatformed and fired from their jobs for questioning and speaking publicly out against it. I'm sure there was resistance way back in the day too for other similar things. It's not the outliers, it's the critical mass, the crowd, or at least the perception of what the crowd thinks, that is being propagated today by the political establishment, the perception management complex. Though there have been studies that show a vocal and active minority can be the tail that wags the dog. This is a vector that Marxist radicals appear to be using. We could perhaps create a vocal and active group that pushes for logic and reason, but according to Gustave, this will not work precisely because we are using logic and reason on a Gustavian crowd. So there's a bit of a snag there. Is there a place where we use tools of manipulation to make the masses see reason? This is probably the thinking that is used to justify the actions of newsrooms and PR firms today. I doubt it. There's responding to their puppet masters, so I don't think there's any thought going in at their executive level. Or perhaps their ideology is such that there is nothing but power, and these moral dilemmas that I'm quibbling about are non-existent in the Marxist mind. Gustave clarified that he would never venture to confirm the crowds are never guided by reason, but reason would not have helped push humanity along the path of civilization with the intensity of scope that illusions have. So he's backpedaling a bit. Perhaps. If one thinks of the self-policing many do under the influence of an ideology or religion, he might be right. Society's general direction may be better despite the negative effects of false beliefs and illusions. More good than harm type situation. On the grand scale, what is good? The propagation of our genetics? I used to be friends with this nihilist jerk. He was always a bit of an idiot who became much worse in college, though he thought all human life should be eliminated. So, here's at least one example of someone's values that don't believe propagation of our species or even existence of our species is a good thing. I tried not to judge people, so I ended up hanging out with a lot of people who were confirmed by my earlier impressions that they were indeed assholes. In terms of our social grand illusions, religious, ideological, etc., Gustave wrote, "These illusions, the offspring of those unconscious forces by which we are led, were doubtless necessary." Carl Jung was only 20 years old when Gustave wrote this book, so perhaps it was this line which triggered a young Carl Jung, a young Carl Jung. Hack those unconscious forces and you control the target. Humans today live a very unnatural life, seemingly unnatural. Perhaps the society we have built is as natural as the societies and structures bees and other insects build. Birds and ants and other life evolved to do what they do. But why did humans? Why are we any different? Did aliens create us? Ooh, maybe not. If they didn't, then we are behaving naturally, aren't we? Did we evolve to be lawyers, politicians, truck drivers, and waitresses, or did we evolve to be hunters and gatherers and nomads? Well, bees have complex systems. They have cleaners, and through their life cycle, I'm not going to tangent there, but so there's division of labor in bee colonies. So most humans live sedentary lives in artificial structures, in artificial cities. The fact that we have to push ourselves to exercise just to stay healthy strikes me as odd. Do any other animals do that? Sure, bird nests are contrived structures, but, made by the birds, as are other nests and dens. It seems animals live wild, have fun, perhaps justifiably fear for their lives at times and live and die. Do any of them sit on their patios contemplating modes of manipulation or philosophical questions of unconscious motivators? I don't know. Apparently we are at the stage of evolution where we're doing that and have been doing so for, thousands of years. While some humans have been pondering the complexities of reality for at least, thousands of years, probably more, why don't the majority of humans? The bulk appear to be too mentally lazy to even question obvious lines from reporters, obvious lies from reporters and politicians. Are we mentally lazy or are we conditioned? Is it nature or nurture? Perhaps some of us are mentally feral weeds that are the seeds of dissent. Despite conversations with otherwise intelligent people, I have a hard time coming to grips with a mass being so ignorant that they are apparently willfully blind. What makes me so special? Nothing. I don't think I am. That's why I'm having such a hard time coming to grips with apparent stupidity of the masses or this Gustavian crowd. If what Gustave's claims is true, I can't expect this podcast to be much more than a note to self, right? If it is logic and reason. If what I claim is true, but then how does Gustave justify to himself the writing of his book? If he believes what he claims, that the masses are immune to logic and reason, what does Gustave consider his audience? Inquiring minds want to know. Or is it inquiring? Inquiring or enquiring? Is that British or American spelling? I don't know. This might seem like idle speculation and useless inquiry if it not for the state of the world today, with the abuses of charter rights by the Canadian Prime Minister and the commenced plans of global hegemony. Hegemony? I like hegemony. I already discussed that. Pending digital IDs and digital currencies and Chinese Communist Party style social credit score. Gustave admits he doesn't understand the mechanism of the crowd's resilience to reason when he wrote, "It seems at times as if nations were submitted to secret forces, analogous to those which compel the acorn to transform itself into an oak, or the comet to fall its orbit." to follow its orbit. While science and our apparent knowledge have advanced, we still don't know ultimately how those things occur. We can calculate to a high precision the path of a comet, the path that it will take due to gravitational warping of space-time, but we still don't know the mechanism of how mass warps space-time, or the seemingly complex intelligence of a single cell. Maybe there are, some humans who do, or did know. There's a lot of hidden and forgotten knowledge out there. Perhaps our AI spawn will have a much greater insight. The word Gestalt comes to mind. Gestalt means a unified whole, the properties of which cannot be derived from the summation of its component parts. Putting all the component parts of a human together do not make a living human, Frankenstein's monster notwithstanding. Maybe we need to be more holistic in our approach for trying to understand mechanisms. Isolated, narrow-focus examinations may not suffice. Perhaps a more macroscopic view is required, even though it appears to be less precise, but maybe more accurate, like the garden hose. If you cannot hit a bee with a precise stream, broaden the stream to a wide shower, and your accuracy will go up despite your precision going down. You have a greater chance of hitting the bee with a broad mist or shower. So long as we recognize this loss of precision and know we are speaking in imprecise generalizations, just because we can hit the bee with a wide shower does not mean we are a good shot. Just as broad generalizations may hit some truths, but also include a lot of errors. Signal to noise. Cranking up the gain may give you the signal, but it may be difficult to discern with all that added noise. This unprecise approach of the wide mist is what Gustave is using, which is not intrinsically bad if you recognize the limitations. So he appears to be hitting the mark, but then he is making precise claims based on too broad of observations. Gustave claims, were the crowd's resistance to reason alone to be taken into consideration, history would seem to be the result of improbable chances. He then cites a Galilean carpenter becoming an all-powerful god for 2,000 years, in whose name the most important civilizations were founded. But who's to say which civilizations were the most important or more important than others? And who's to say that history is not a result of improbable chances? Your parents meeting and creating you is an improbability given the number of humans on this planet and the complexities of human interactions. The probability of someone being born may not be that high, but the probability of you being born is astronomical. Just as societies will be born, but under what illusions or in whose name is the unlikely variable in the Gustavian model. Humans build civilizations. Religions do not. Religions and ideologies are the accoutrement of civilizations, the accessories and fluff. Just as it's probable that someone will be born, though you specifically were astronomically unlikely. Civilizations will be born with religious and ideologies. The specific religions and ideologies are the astronomically unlikely events, just like the lottery. Someone will win. Or rock stars. There will be a rock star, though it is astronomically unlikely to be any one specific person, or any rare or highly competitive position in society, like the President of the United States. It's simple enough for those who achieve it, but impossible for those who do not. Just ask Hillary Clinton. Or getting gold at the Olympics. Don't get me wrong, there is preparation in hard work and most things, but ultimately it appears to be a chaotic thing that is up to chance. Perhaps a probability wave type deal. You can increase your probability somewhat, but nothing is guaranteed unless it's fixed or you cheat. Lance Armstrong. Would we like to believe that civilizations spring from peaceful shared values, or a cost benefit for the people, but sometimes might is right. Look at the monster Genghis Khan, or leaders who killed less people than Khan, but are considered worse simply because they are closer in history, like Stalin, Hitler, Mao, and Pol Pot. Did they create civilizations or just modify existing ones? At this stage of the world, is it even possible to create a new society? Well, the aspiring hegemonic globalists are trying, so time will tell. Gustave wrote, "It's not by reason men are ruled, but in spite of it." He lists the sentiments often used on the targets, like honor, self-sacrifice, religious faith, patriotism, and the love of glory. Well, let's break this down a bit. Honor. So what is that? Social credit. Respect from who? From someone else? Can you have honor if nobody knows what you did? Is it still honorable if only you know what you did? Is it honorable if nobody knows what you did? What if you did it and you forgot about it? Is it still honorable? Sure, I would think, maybe, I don't know. Faith. That others know and you don't. Right? That's what faith that others know and you don't. Somebody's telling you something, so that means you have to believe it on faith. Right? It's not just something that appears. Someone's telling you something that you have to have faith in. Right? You have to trust in something. Self-sacrifice. What does that even mean? That means you are worth less than others, or some cause. You are worth less than the cause, right? Surrender yourself for a supernatural figure or a greater good. Yes. So patriotism, that's the instinct to protect your tribe, right? Your tribe. Love of glory. What does that mean, right? The instinct to be recognized, right, as valuable, to have high honor, to be respected by others, right? So that's linked with honor. So those are Gustave's 4 immediate factors that affect the opinions of crowds. Number 1, images, words, and mantra. 2, illusions. 3, experience. 4, reason, or the resistance to it. So this brings us to Gustave's leaders of the crowds and their means of persuasion. He should have the he should have had the sentiments like honor, faith, patriotism, glory in this section, because this section only has 2 points. 1, crowd types instinctively obey a leader. 2, the means of persuasion are affirmation, repetition, and contagion. That's it. So leaders. Gustave claims, like Jordan Peterson does, that all groups of animals place themselves under the authority of a chief. In human crowds, this may be nothing more than an agitator or a ringleader. The leader's will is the nucleus around which the opinions of the crowd are grouped and attain to identity, according to Gustave. Attain to identity is a bizarre expression, but I think he means the crowd tethers to its identity around the opinions of the leader. I've never heard that expression before, attain to identity. It seems like it would mean to have a goal to identify with. You are attaining your identity. So substituting would result, the leader's will is the nucleus around which the opinions of the crowd are grouped and which they have the goal to identify with. But since Gustave's claims in his model the crowd can't have moderately complex goals, I would have to assume it means more along the lines that they base their identity around the opinions of the leader. Gustave wrote, the leader directs the crowd. They are a servile flock that is incapable of doing anything without a master, and the leader projects every opinion contrary to his as an error or superstition. Does this crowd of Gustave actually exist? Anecdotally, it appears, right? Though I don't think that they are as resilient to reason as Gustave claims, but it does seem so at times. I've had conversations with people who believe a false narrative propagated by the news, and there is absolutely some resistance to reason on their part if it counters their false narrative, what they believe, their false story of what they believe. They don't believe the evidence contrary to the belief, and they refuse to research it. So they are being made delusional. So one conversation, there was such overwhelming evidence that my former friend said, you're never going to convince me. That statement showed me that she was bigoted. That is an unreasonably attached to her opinion, strongly prejudiced, that she formed her opinion without just cause, and illiberal toward other views. That she was ignoring evidence from government sources that invalidated her opinion proves to me that she was delusional, which is to ignore valid evidence that invalidates your opinion. Given the definition, delusion is extremely common, as is bigotry in the manipulated. The only way out of the delusion is to critically examine all evidence impartially, especially the evidence that counters our opinions. Gustave claims the leaders of his Gustavian crowd are more frequently men of action than thinkers, and are not gifted with keen foresight, nor could they be. And this quality generally conduces to doubt and inactivity. This makes me think of the word morbidity, which was unnatural and unhealthy, right? The morbidity. Gustave explained that leaders of crowds are morbidly nervous, excitable, half-deranged persons bordering on madness. Sounds like he's describing a manic disorder. Excessively intense enthusiasm, interest or desire, operating word being excessively. Someone who is neurotic, abnormally obsesses over things. I don't know if neuroses are even allowed to be talked about anymore. Maybe it's taboo. But what is critical, according to Gustave, is that the leader's convictions are so strong that reason is lost upon them. So they are narrow-minded. It's spooky thinking that Hitler read these words and that his yelling at the podium could have been just a shtick resulting from reading this book. Gustave isn't explaining a good leader, just what he believes leaders of his Gustavian crowds typically are. Where is he citing evidence and proof for these claims? He's not. A lot of Gustave's assertions are just him talking out of his ass. In his book, he uses the very techniques he claims the crowd uses: affirmation and repetition. Affirmation meaning just asserting something is true. He claims leaders of crowds are so obsessive that they sacrifice personal interest, their family, everything. Does he mean they sacrifice for the cause? Sacrifice could mean intentionally giving up his family, but a more natural interpretation would be more along the lines of neglect or collateral damage. At what level of family does he mean? The young usually leave their nest to go start their own family. And does Gustave mean, the children sacrificing the parents, that family, or does he mean the parents sacrificing their children? What does he mean? It's ambiguous, and ambiguity is a technique used by manipulators. Gustave says so. So ambiguous meaning, what's it mean? Multiple interpretations that are different. And it's unclear which interpretation is meant, which is similar but different to vague, which means foggy, unclear, poorly defined. Ambiguous means you don't know which track to take. Vague means you don't know if there even is a track. So Gustave claims the intensity of the faith of the leaders gives great power of suggestion to the words, like a con man, a confidence man. In an electronics class back in college, I misinterpreted some concept, but I thought I was correct. And when the instructor explained it wrong, I corrected him with such confidence that he at first thought I was right, and eventually worked out that, he was originally right and I was wrong. Here was the guy who knew his stuff. Granted, we were doing, some somewhat nuanced subject, but simply being confident in my wrongness was enough to make him question himself. That's the power of confident assertions. An idiot student can make a learned instructor question his knowledge. Imagine what can happen to someone who doesn't know their stuff as well as that instructor. Anecdotal evidence is not proof, but it's sufficient to make me believe Gustave's claim is at least plausible. If true, this is a bizarre mechanism of the human species, that people follow the narrow-minded leaders full of confidence in their views, regardless of accuracy. But those same people won't follow an open-minded critical thinker who is required to not be 100% certain, as that would lead to narrow-minded bigotry. Bigotry being stubborn or unreasonably attached to a belief or opinion that is prejudiced. Prejudice being a preconceived opinion that is not based on reason or actual experience. When you think of the definition of prejudice, you wonder what the difference is between prejudice and theoretical concepts. Well, I guess based on reason would be the difference. So prejudice does not mean based on false reason. It means based on no reasoning at all. Natural interpretation is that there may be false reasoning or fallacious reasoning, like the fallacy of stereotype. We know human reasoning is fallible. So at what level of reasoning does prejudice turn into theoretical concepts? Or prejudice is a theoretical concept, and valid working theoretical concepts are a form of concept that seek to challenge their own validity, whereas prejudice is a form of concept that does not seek to challenge its own validity. Gustave claims the crowd lose all force of will and seek to follow those who have what the crowd lacks. So what causes the crowd to lose all force of will? Gustave doesn't say. He mentions some rudimentary forms of manipulation leaders use, like subtle rhetoric and flattering base instincts. However, it appears these leaders of the mob are Kool-Aid drinkers themselves, according to Gustave. That is, ardent supporters of the cause who have been fascinated by the creed, and due to this belief, they are able to convincingly win over the crowd to their opinion. Creed, of course, means faith. The creeds or faiths can be religious, political, or social, a work, a person, an idea. A creed means quite a bit. So, Gustave, I'm assuming, differentiates between great leaders and great leaders of crowds, or perhaps he's not, and he believes all the great leaders have been or can only be this type of person. Gustave implied people can be non-crowd-like when the leader is gone, but also claimed that people can be crowd-like as individuals when reading the paper. Perhaps they are using the author of the articles as a pseudo-leader. But I'm connecting the dots for him. So, right, the fact that Gustave wrote the book at all mean that he believes the group that read his book are not Gustavian crowd, or he believes they are, and he's writing to the crowd. He does use the same techniques, but for what purpose then? Maybe just to make money, right? Selling a book, or to make fools of the crowd. But then he would be writing of logic and reason to an audience that he claims cannot understand logic and reason. Perhaps he's lying and his crowd is capable of logic and reason, and he's simply writing to them with a false definition of what they are to make them think that they are not his crowd. I don't know. Perhaps he's having a laugh and the whole book is meant to be a joke. We all agree that crowds can be idiots at times, and yet we all are the crowd. Is there a logical disconnect or perhaps elitism that plays on our egos that we feel superior to others and claim to ourselves that we are not the crowd, even though we are the crowd? This book is clearly not talking about us. We know better. We are smarter than others. We are special. We are entitled. We deserve things. Perhaps Gustave was playing a joke on the elitists, who are the crowd as well. I don't know. He could easily placate their prejudices against the hoi polloi. I don't think you're supposed to say the in front of it, right? So he could easily placate their prejudices against hoi polloi, because I think hoi means the, polloi means populace, right? So the against hoi polloi. Placate is not the right word. He could appeal to their prejudices by deriding or ridiculing the surplus population. It is possible. But there's a class of people who are different. They question more and are the leading edge of knowledge and movements. They see trends and stories before the masses see it. Their behaviors are different to the mass. Perhaps these are elites. I should be careful about the word elite. Typically, it means a class of superior skill. It can mean wealth, power, education, or intelligence. But what I'm talking about is more innate skill, which can be learned. But the class of person I'm referring to is the person who is critical, not skeptical, but critical. The observational elite. These are the ones who give crowdsourcing its power. They are the antithesis of the hive mind groupthink. They are human, and their observations may not always be correct. Gustave is an observational elite. The fact that I'm doing a podcast on a book he wrote 130 plus years later is evidence to his observational skills. Is this skill genetically wired? Is there genetic programming? Jung's archetypes of social consciousness? I don't know. It appears there might be, right? We are all susceptible to... Are we all? Are we all susceptible to being a leader? The flaw of being a leader. If Gustave's leaders are all narrow-minded bigots, what of the noble humans who by their character would make honest, critical thinking and moral leaders? By noble, I'm not in any way referring to nobility as in the inbred, blue blood retards of, the royal rank. By noble, I'm meaning possessing outstanding qualities. Morals. Who's to determine what is moral and what is not? Where is the line? Are morals instinct or a social construct, or both? Some have morals and others need to be taught morals. It would appear that leaders need a critical or accurate thinking at some level to navigate their circumstances. Perhaps there are social instincts and perhaps our social instincts and critical thinking has, as Gustave claims, nothing to do with it. Your social IQ. Social norms and morals are like the guidelines that help us figure out what is going on in someone else's head, right? Are you part of my tribe or are you a threat? Leaders may have instincts, but have honed their skills in the specific setting with experience, trial and error. Some people set out to try to be leaders if the bookstore shelves are any indicator. The question remains unanswered. In his model, does Gustave believe all leaders are his type of leader? If so, are leaders just randos who are at the right place at the right time with the right character? Like the rock star situation where there are many trying to become leaders and chaos and probability will make someone a leader, but each person has an astronomically unlikely chance. Given the exact same scenario, it could turn out to be someone else, like the flip of a coin or the strike of a lightning into a crowd, right? Gustave wrote that his leaders are of the crowd. They believe and then step up to lead, which is a contradiction to what he wrote about the crowd not voting in someone who is of their class, their equal. The leader needs to be perceived as being superior. Gustave called it prestige. Perhaps humans step up to fill a power vacuum if the conditions are right for them to be activated as a leader. There are many stories of this happening during World War II. It's very insect-like behavior. Power is addictive to some, perhaps for a reason. Our species, or natural selection, may have wired us to sacrifice our individual lives to lead the masses, which would require a payment psychologically to keep someone doing it. So the drug of power is addictive to our brains once we get a taste, to varying degrees depending on the individual. This is just speculation. It would be like we have latent genes that sit dormant until activated by a circumstance. Like the ants. I don't know if you know the story of the ants. When they run out of resources, some of them will grow wings and fly to be reconnaissance to look for new better ground, right? This is bizarre. So maybe humans do the similar thing. They will sprout their wings of leadership and, step up out of the crowd and become, the leader and demonstrate their prestige. So recall that faith is one of the tools used by the manipulator. And Gustave claims of all the forces at the disposal of humanity, faith has been the most tremendous. To endow a man with faith is to strengthen his will 10 times. Gustave wrote that the leaders of great events of history have been brought about by obscure believers who've had little beyond their faith in their favor. It is not by the aid of the learned or of philosophers, and still less of skeptics, that have been built up the great religions which have swayed the world, or vast empires which have spread from one hemisphere to another. So a concept which controls a man can force him to become a leader, which promotes that concept. Almost as if a concept is a conscious entity, perhaps like a virus or something less malevolent. The truth or falsity of the concept is irrelevant and malevolent. So it's kind of like the mimetic, the meme theory. Can consciousness be quantized into concepts? Schemata is broken down into schema, or is consciousness more of a gestalt concept that cannot be described by its component parts? We are more than the machinery of concepts. We are choice. Gustave wrote, in the cases just cited, we are dealing with great leaders. So there it is. He believes even the great leaders are the narrow-minded neurotics he defined earlier. He wrote that the powerful masters of men, down to the workmen in the smoky inn, he works his magic by ceaselessly drumming into the ears a few set of phrases, talking points today, whose purport he scarcely comprehends, but the application of which, according to him, must surely bring about the realization of all dreams and every hope. So, repetition and vague messaging, or some message the target is not expected to understand. He's, again, with this vagueness, right? Ambiguity. What are they even talking about? You're supposed to be like that if you want to brainwash people, right? They're like, oh, whatever you're saying is true. Which is the opposite of what one might expect. Repetition makes sense, but incomprehensible messaging. There's the technique of baffling with bullshit. Right? It's too much info so fast so the target can't keep up and just trusts the grifter's conclusions without reasoning them out themselves, perhaps not to look like a fool. This is probably what Gustave is referring to. He wrote, the majority of people don't possess clear and reasoned ideas on any subject whatever outside their own speciality. The leader serves them as guide. So remember when I questioned Gustave claiming a person can still be of the crowd when sitting at home reading the paper? He clarifies that now. It is just possible that he, the leader, may be replaced, though very inefficiently, by the periodical publications which manufacture opinions for the readers and supply them with ready-made phrases which dispense them of the trouble of reasoning. But this is the opposite of what he said earlier when he claimed that papers write what the crowd demands them to. Here he's saying the crowd is told what to think by the papers. So we hear today the phrase anti-vaxxer, when even an idiot should know the difference between anti-mandate and anti-vaccine, or how stupid it is to try to disparage someone as an anti-masker when they question the efficacy of a 300-count cotton cloth versus a 0.12 micron airborne virus. So those idiots who use the terms anti-masker and anti-vaxxer are programmed to say that and have that opinion because they are of the Gustavian crowd. Gustave claims the despotism of a leader is a condition of the crowds to follow him. So the despotism of a leader is a condition of the crowds to follow him. Is he joking? I don't know. sounds like he could be doing a bit of a joke. He claims the tyranny of these new masters has crowds that obey them much more docilely than they have obeyed any government. Who are these new leaders of crowds, if not politicians? He doesn't say. Only that they usurp more power from governments. So possibly union leaders, or I guess any kind of social leader. I don't know. Gustave claims that, or he's probably referring to the rebellion types. So Gustave claims that if leaders be taken out, the crowd will return to its original state of collectivity without cohesion or force of resistance. So chop off the head and the crowd will dissipate. According to Gustave, it is the need not of liberty, but of servitude that is always predominant in the soul of crowds. They are so bent on obedience that they instinctively submit to whoever declares himself their master. That is quite a claim, Gustave. Again, more assertions, or as he calls them, affirmations. Gustave claims there are two categories of leader: the temporary ringleader, agitator, who are energetic and possess much strength of will, violent, brave, and audacious. The other type is much rarer, apparently, as they have enduring will. The transient leader burns away with the exciting cause. The enduring leader has a much more considerable influence. In his category are founders of religions and great undertakings. He claims it doesn't matter that they are narrow-minded or intelligent. Their persistent will of force is an immensely powerful faculty to which everything yields. He writes, nothing resists strong and continuous will, not nature, gods, nor men. He cites de Lesseps, the guy who made the Suez Canal, as an example. As it was nature, gods, or man could not resist his continuous will to make the Suez Canal. He succeeded, right? So now the means of action of the leaders, the simple technique that they use. Gustave uses this technique in his book, which again, I'm not sure if it's supposed to be a joke or not, but these techniques are affirmation, repetition, and contagion. Affirmation just means claiming something that is true. No, not that is true. Affirmation just means claiming something is true. Doesn't mean it is. It's just a claiming that it's true. So then you repeat it, and then the monkey crowd will repeat it on their own as a contagion. So rapid suggestion is the most powerful form of getting a crowd to act immediately. So here we go, the rapid suggestion. Don't give them time to digest it, right? But to program our minds with social theories, it is somewhat slow, but its effects are very lasting. The leader needs to use affirmation, repetition, and contagion. Affirmation kept free of all reasoning and all proof is one of the surest means of making an idea enter the mind of crowds. So let me repeat that part. Affirmation that is kept free of all reasoning and all proof is one of the surest means of making an idea enter the minds of crowds. The more conciser the affirmation is, the more destitute of every appearance of proof and demonstration, the more weight it carries. He mentions how religious leaders, legal statesmen, commercial and advertising professionals all know this well. There may be a reason that advertisements are only 30 seconds on the radio and TV. Affirmation only works when repeated constantly. The human mind begins to believe crap that is repeated and accepts it as demonstrated truth, even the most enlightened minds. Gustave claims it is because repetition digs way down into our psyche, where motives of our actions are formed. In essence, he's calling it a hack. What do they call it? What was that? Inception, the movie, right? Eventually, we forget who the author is of the repeated assertion or affirmation, and we finish by believing it. It appears that at least the ad men of the last century believed this, considering the repetition of ads, though this may have been an organic origin, as it's way cheaper to make one ad and repeat it. Though the entire TV industry was started around selling soap, So the period and frequency of the whole TV programming system with ads versus show was built around someone's concept of what system sells the best. With the demise of TV, perhaps those methods no longer work, or only work with a captured audience. They can't make content interesting enough to keep people or to keep eyeballs, given the other methods or modes of entertainment today. Why do we even bother with TV when reading a book is infinitely better for us and actually entertaining and enlightening? It's like being enchanted when someone writes something that rings true despite there being no evidence other than perhaps personal anecdotes or the odd previous thought that agrees. I shouldn't say it's like being enchanted. It is being enchanted. We want to believe it, but if we look, we don't see any evidence being cited, just affirmation based on prejudice. Prejudice, of course, meaning preconceived opinion, not based on reason or real evidence. So real evidence, valid evidence, I think is probably what should be the definition. We have to be careful, too, when we think of reasoning. There is good reasoning with bad data, bad reasoning with good data, bad reasoning with bad data, and the holy grail, good reasoning with good data. Right? Gustave defines his crowd as bad reasoning with bad data. So I guess there was enough books trying to qualify good reasoning and validate good data, right? Why would he choose that? Like, why does he not know? Why would he happen to choose, bad reasoning, bad data? Why wouldn't he choose good reasoning to good data? I guess maybe there wouldn't be a crowd then if it was good reasoning with good data. I guess that's been the goal also of philosophers for thousands of years, perhaps longer. Perhaps that is the question for humanity: error detection and correction. How to qualify good reasoning and validate data or the inputs. Reproduction, food acquisition, etc. All that is a life support system for the question. We all have, or at least I'm aware of, the prejudice that masses are idiots while in a group, but can be intelligent individually. This is sort of the crux of Gustave's book, but I'm still not convinced. Even though I've said it in the past and feel it rings true, I don't have enough evidence to say it is true. In fact, the more protests I go to, the more evidence I see of the mental diversity of the crowd. Their opinions on one side. The only thing uniting them is the cause at hand. Perhaps the protesters I come across are all the intellectual dark web manifesting itself. If you want to be accurate, it's dangerous to stereotype any protester, though some do specifically for ad hominem. This gets me thinking of the paradox of the bearded neo-leftists. If they believe there is nothing but power and totally disregard logic and reason, they are certainly doomed to failure, as logic, reason, and objective truth are essential, at least in some part, for power. I can't say entirely essential as many cults, religions, and crazy ideologies manage to last long enough to cause generations of unnecessary destruction. Gustave writes that when affirmation has been sufficiently repeated and there is unanimity in this repetition, which is called a current of opinion, is then formed and the powerful mechanism of contagion intervenes. When there is enough repetition of affirmation, Gustave's concept of current of opinion is formed. This current of opinion is like the circuit is created, the voltage is applied, and now the current is flowing. Gustave's model makes me think of people getting swept along the current, with a few people holding onto the rocks, right? It could be a very weak, shallow, slow stream. Either way, it's dangerous to allow our opinions to be created by some unknown puppet master via current of opinion. So Gustave explains his current of opinion as like the mass hysteria of a herd of sheep that experience. While a powerful force, perhaps a tool, the crowd individually are analogous to the prey, the targets. Gustave's leaders of crowds are apparently of the crowd, so there naturally isn't a predator in Gustave's system that he mentions, in the form of a human at least. So it's odd that the etymology of predator comes from Latin, praeda, which means plunder, booty, and prey. So a predator steals things, steals life, right? A predator, a predator, one that comes before. I may be reading too much into this word, right? So he claims in a crowd of people, all emotions are very rapidly contagious. All emotions, right? Key, it's emotions are rapidly contagious. He doesn't cite any evidence, but uses this assertion as an explanation for why madness is contagious. Who said madness is contagious? I'm pretty sure, that's not what panned out to be true. I don't think insanity is, or madness as he calls it, is in fact contagious. Although there is folio deux and all these other types of things, right? So he wrote, and also mass, right? So is it contagion for mass hysteria and mass psychosis? Some people argue they don't even exist, or that folio deux doesn't exist, right? But clinically, people said it did exist. So, right. He wrote the frequency among madness, or the frequency of madness among doctors who are specialists for the mad is notorious. Right. So apparently psychologists went crazy back in the day because, madness is contagious. If it was notorious in Gustave's day, that, there's no evidence of that being true today, or even true in his day that I'm aware of. I've heard people talk about, psychologists are all insane. And well, I kind of agree that the soft science people are probably crazy and not logical and not critical and not scientists. But, the fact is well known, is not proof of it being true, at any time. Oh, it's well known. Is that evidence? It might be evidence, but it's not proof that it's true. Just because somebody claims something is well known, or even if it is well known, doesn't make it true, right? It was well known that the earth was flat, right? So Gustave definitely loses some credibility points here. Unless, of course, he's joking. And he's just busting the balls of his colleagues, who are most likely the audience for this book, which is possible. So he claims agoraphobia is communicable from humans to animals. I have to call bullshit. Right? Where's your evidence? Fear. Sure, fear can be contagious. Someone losing their shit can spread fear in certain situations. But phobias, where's the evidence? Right? Unless it's a joke. He could be joking, right? Tongue in cheek. Right? There have been studies of human mimicry, and Gustave claims imitation is an effect of contagion, the current of opinion. I think it's the other way around. While humans are predisposed to mimic each other, that predisposition is hacked for the effect of contagion. I shouldn't say hacked because Gustave's model doesn't, have a calculating predator, according to him. Not to say that there isn't, even though he says there's a leader, they are of the crowd, so they aren't an external calculating predator, according to his theory, his model. So he claims fashion is so powerful because of the human tendency to imitation. Whether in the matter of opinions, ideas, literary manifestations, or merely of dress, how many persons are bold enough to run counter to the fashion? Well, today, a lot of people are, it depends on the fashion, depends on what they're talking about. The fashion of what? Making things, the fashion of, clothes. Gustave is conflating apples and oranges again. His current of opinion results, according to him, only after there has been sufficient repetition of assertions or affirmations. So if what he's claiming is true, everyone should share the same opinions. tastes in books, in dress, everything should be the same if everybody follows the same fashion. No one would dare challenge the fashion and do something different, which we know clearly is not the case. The history of humanity refutes Gustave's claim. While we do have a tendency to mimic, this is clearly not a compelling force, equally on all people or all situations. There are, clearly many people bold enough to run counter to the fashion. So Gustave speaks in overgeneralizations yet again, which are clearly bullshit to anyone with at least half a brain. So let's give him the benefit of the doubt and use the principle of charity on his claims here. He could mean that some people who are more vulnerable to mimicry will go along with the current of opinion. An opinion that is apparent from the sources they view as the authority without examining these opinions critically. Let me say that clearly. So an opinion that is apparent from the sources they view as the authority without examining these opinions critically. So that is a statement that seems more reasonable. But that's not exactly what he's saying. That's me interpreting what he could be saying using the principle of charity. Right, so assuming this current of opinion has a gradient of intensity, strength, its relative strength and weaknesses should also be taken into consideration instead of viewed as a digital on-off or a binary on-off. So we all know someone whose opinions are uncritical regurgitations of the fake news or what some scummy politician has said. Probably most people think, they think that, but the fact that some of us are wrong, and that is most likely those who are uncritical thinkers, although all of us are wrong at times, we have to recognize that, right? And just calling ourselves critical thinkers does not make us critical thinkers, nor does thinking we are smarter than others make us smarter than others. We are probably not smarter than others. Right? Everybody has their little different nicks and areas of specialty, and other people, everybody knows something more than you in certain fields, right? Or certain things. So those who struggle to find a solution have a better chance of finding it than those who are certain that they know. So let's assume Gustave is writing hyperbolically. He's joking, with quite a lot of exaggeration. Otherwise, we should have to dismiss almost everything he claims. So the guy's got to be joking. Or is he? Right? Maybe not. Since he may have influenced so many people that drastically affected the history of humanity since, there may be some truths to his unfounded assertions or affirmations, unless his influence is only coincidental or perhaps just assumed because everybody has to read this book, right? Who wants to get into manipulating people, right? He makes an interesting claim. It is by examples, not arguments, that crowds are guided. So you just got to give them anecdotes and they believe it. Right? Anecdotal evidence. Again, anecdotal evidence is not proof. It might be even not considered evidence. It could be evidence, right? I guess it has to be evidence. It's a case of one, right? So he makes sure that the crowd appear to be, again, it depends on the situation when you're talking about that. If you saw, that person kill that person, it's not an anecdote. It's, that's all the evidence you need. You saw that guy kill that guy, right? So it's not like a statistical thing, right? Where that guy is not necessarily a murderer. He only killed one person, right? He didn't kill everybody. He's only killed, a fraction % of the planet. So technically, he's not really a murderer. That's not how it works, right? Again, so his claim about examples, not arguments, that crowds are guided. Again, it's just an assertion. There's no proof or evidence of that. Now, there may be examples of it. I don't know, but he's not giving it to us, right? So he sure makes the crowd appear to be mindless zombies or inferior animals, subhumans that can only be taught by example. And maybe he's right. Maybe his crowd are that stupid. Maybe the people that fall prey to that are, in fact, as, dumb as he says. The stupid as he says. So he claims, I shouldn't say dumb, because dumb technically means, you don't speak. Doesn't mean you're low in intelligence. It just means you can't. It's funny how we use these words. So he claims that every period there exists a small number of individuals which react. Marxist reactionaries, right? So at every point there exists a small number of individuals which react upon the remainder, and are imitated by the unconscious mass. So is it the reactionaries that are imitated by the mindless mass? Got to be careful what words we're using here, right? So is he differentiating between the crowd and non-crowd? No, he's just giving his crowd categories, right? So there's influencers and followers, like how his leaders of the crowd are of the crowd. So there are little subtle domains in the crowd where the leaders pop out, right? A small number of influences impacting the rest of the people. It's clearly another assertion. It's possible, even probable, but it's not proven in the specifics of the situation. We don't even know if his crowd actually exists, right? There are people who are uncritical, obviously, but still, it's not proven that a Gustavian crowd even exists, despite a lot of people using that as a given and dictating their propaganda programs or advertising campaigns based on that, or politicians ad hominem people knowing that it's going to challenge their prestige and therefore lower their credibility, despite them looking bad for using ad hominems, right? They know that it's worse for the person they're attacking. So whether that's true or not, I don't know. It seems to work on a certain population, certain chunk of the population. It appears to be the case. I don't know if it actually is or not, right? But appearances are not facts. Could be, what's the word? Phantom connections, right? Phantom connections, well, it doesn't matter. So today we recognize the limits and scope of the effects of influencers on the rest of society. There is no influencer who reaches the entirety of society. Even the grand poobah, Joe Rogan, has a finite reach. So let's infer Gustave meant the limited circle affected by that specific influencer. So let's see what he wrote again. It is critical that these influencers should not be in too pronounced disagreement with received ideas. So there we have it. The fracturing of society's opinions limits the scope of any influencer. Like in Canada today, when the legacy media carries the despotic propaganda of the petty tyrant in office, who those who don't receive the idea of tyranny are unaffected by the current of opinion. The more it is repeated, the more others are repelled by it. That's my assertion. So Gustave writes that if the opinions are too different, the influence is nil. And for this very reason, men who are superior to their epoch. Is it epoch or epoch, or both? Are generally without influence on it.
Epoch. Epoch.
So if your views are too different to the received ideas of the day, your influence is nil on the crowd, right? There'll be fringe radicals, perhaps, that might share your views, but you, on a mass scale, you will have no effect. So it's the quintessential, even if you're right? So like Einstein, in his earlier years, people were laughing at him. So the quintessential man ahead of his time. So assuming, society ever catches up to their time, which they did with Einstein, which is in no way guaranteed with a lot of, philosophical people. There might be generations later, or maybe never, if they're even right. So what exactly does Gustave mean by superior? Does he mean they have more insight that is objectively true? I would have to guess so. Otherwise, they would just be another crackpot. Not to say people can't follow the ideas of crackpots well after his time. People can follow any ideology. It doesn't have to be the best or even based on objective reality, as religions and communism prove. So in essence, to be an influencer, one has to regurgitate what people are willing to believe, but not what is factually true. Not what is factually true, according to Gustave. So it doesn't matter if it's true, it doesn't matter if it's false, it just has to be within the realms of what people are willing to believe, within their limits of belief, within their belief limiter. So the targets need to be agog, according to Gustave. Agog. Agog, for those of you who were born this century, means to be very eager or curious to hear or see something. I was agog. I'm curious to see what it is. I'm so agog. Why is that word gone, right? It's just gone. I don't hear agog used anymore, right? So a kid is agog about finding out what they got for their birthday. Another one of those words we rarely use. But we should, as it's a critical concept for manipulation, making the targets agog. It's one of their techniques. I need to make this target agog in order to soften them up to manipulate them. So, but we can just pretend the word doesn't exist and just stop using it. Don't use agog anymore. Agog. Gustave is essentially saying that the reason why the opinion has to be close to the target's belief is because of our limits of belief. And the limiter is the reason why cultures have, some cultures have little impact on others and, who are outside their circle of belief. So they just don't believe what the other culture is telling them. It's beyond their realms of belief. So they have no influence. They're just like, oh, that's the others. They have weird beliefs. So, it's just an affirmation, but it does ring true. And I'll put it in the plausible category. But given different cultures have different impacts on each other, and we would have to assume the impact of one culture's belief is currently undetermined if the other culture does not base its beliefs on logic and reason, which Gustave claims. So it could have a massive impact or none at all, depending on the culture. Perhaps in that situation, repetition softens the other culture and they slowly accept and perhaps adopt the beliefs of a once alien belief system. How do religions spread? How do religions replace other religions, right? Seeing how Central and South America have deeply embraced the alien beliefs of Christianity, it would appear that this is the case. Given that everything that we personally do not know at this moment is therefore alien knowledge to us, our willingness to believe may have some impact, as well as how close that information is to our current schemata. There are many things that are not provable, and we are vulnerable to repetition if we don't put up our critical hat or put on our critical hat when we hear stuff, right? Over and over and over again. We absorb concepts, be they static or dynamic. What is a dynamic concept? Well, time is a static concept that represents something changing, but the concept of time itself does not change, or does it? I mean, once we hear about time dilation, in Einstein, our concept of time does change. So I guess it is a dynamic concept. I guess all concepts could be dynamic concepts if we learn a little bit more about them, or the concept itself changes as we expand our understanding of a concept. It does change. So all concepts can be considered dynamic, I suppose. So can the concept of static change? Not the word, the concept. I don't know. The concept of static, not changing. Can that concept change to be something else? I don't think so. Could be. I don't know. I can think of it. So Gustave claims reciprocity, given enough time, will create a nation of people. Another Gustavian affirmation. Shared values that make up a people of a nation may come from mimicry, even though Gustave was adamant earlier in the book that values are from one's genetics and cannot be learned. Remember, you can't learn things. Everything you know has to be from your genetics. There's no instruction. Gustave's elitism appears when he describes the people who escape the influence of imitation. the elites, such as philosophers, learned men, and men of letters. Thought and style have a family air, which enables the age to which they belong to be immediately recognized. It is not necessary to talk for long with an individual to attain a thorough knowledge of what he reads, of his habitual occupations, and of the surroundings amid which he lives. I don't know. He's talking about a group of people, his demographic, who escape imitation, and yet explicitly said, fashion is imitation, and refers to the group as those within a thought and style. Thought and style could mean a unique fashion. No. While an individual could have a unique style or fashion, if that was the case, then Gustave could not use that individual style to attain a thorough knowledge about everything about that person, right? That would imply that everyone with a unique style are the same as each other, which means their styles are not unique, because the word unique means one, right? So Gustave doesn't mention zeitgeist, but it would be evidence of mass imitation of opinion or current of opinion, which is odd, as the collective tastes can happen in unison, like how people once liked a certain TV show, but who today find it passé. But so do their children, who never really even watched the show in the first place. There's time-worn zeitgeist. By zeitgeist, I mean the general culture, climate, or mood of an era, an epoch. I think zeitgeist translates zeitgeist to time ghost. Zeitgeist. Geist is ghost, right? Zeit, time ghost. I don't know. Instead of using zeitgeist, Gustave uses genius, or the masses, or nation, which are not synonymous. Genius can mean an identifying character or spirit. If it is the genius of a group at some time or moment, it could be interpreted as their zeitgeist. It appears Gustave thinks they are static, even though the concept of zeitgeist would or should have been known by Gustave. He claims that contagion from his current of opinion is so powerful that it forces upon individuals not only certain opinions, but certain modes of thinking as well. So not just their opinions, but how they think. So according to Gustave, when you are under the influence of an idea, it is not a model that you hold as plausible. You believe it uncritically. It feels true to you. Gustave is just telling us that he is not critical and goes by the lowest form or of reason, which is abduction, which is a best guess. So to break the spell of mass hysteria or contagion is simple. Question it. Where's the proof? Is something else possible or likely? Do we have all the evidence or sufficient evidence? Is it sufficient to come to the conclusion that they're claiming? Right? Gustave claims contagion is the cause of contempt in which, at a given period, certain works are held which, a few years later, for the same reason, are admired by those who were foremost in criticizing them. Well, this is not a case of we know better. This is a case of we now know different. Again, just assertions by Gustave. The opinions of the crowd at the pub or wherever are a result of affirmation, repetition, and contagion. He claims they are no different to the founders of Christianity and the socialists spreading their garbage from pub to pub. And Voltaire had observed that Christianity, for more than 100 years, it was only embraced by the vilest riffraff. So is Gustave now claiming those who are susceptible to contagion are only the vilest riffraff? Or is this just a passive-aggressive jab at Christians? He claims contagion spreads from the popular classes to the higher classes. Elitism. Implication is popular is lower, right? So what goes to show that the elites are not very popular, are they? So they can't be by definition. So if you are an elite, you are not popular. All right. So he claims contagion spreads from the popular to the higher classes, and that every opinion adopted by the populace always ends in implanting itself with great vigor in the highest social strata, however obvious be the absurdity of the triumphant opinion. That is quite a claim, right? So what does this even mean? Vigor, right? We know these words mean vigor is effort, energy, and enthusiasm, force, right? With great vigor, right? So the highest social strata adopted the opinions of the lowest riffraff with great enthusiasm and force, right? So I would argue that if we do, it's not every and always. So Gustave writes, the reaction of the low upon the higher social classes is the most curious, right? His assumption, right, that is from the low to the high is he finds most curious, owing to the circumstance that the beliefs of the crowd always have their origin to a greater or lesser extent in some higher idea, which has often remained without influence in the sphere in which it was evolved. So now they're at least capable of higher ideas. So elitist. So number one, the elitist categorization of society into higher and lower monolithic classes. 2, assertion that opinions go from lower to higher with no evidence. 3, implication that the lower classes are incapable of higher thought and creating higher ideas on their own. 4, protects his ego with the assertion that ideas come from, of course, the higher classes. In my life experience, ideas do come from books, but mostly from doers. Now, Gustave claims that the leaders are doers and not thinkers, right? But my experience indicates that doers are also thinkers. They have to be, right, to come up with solutions, right? If they have a problem, they have to solve it, right? If they haven't read about it, they have to reinvent it. And this is the great human superpower of coming up with a solution to an unprecedented problem. This is what humans are good at. The more experience, generally, the greater the stockpile of ideas. So I'm not downplaying a backlog or a back catalog of ideas. The more ideas you have, the more creative ideas you can pick from, right? But that doesn't mean that just because you have a lot of ideas, you're going to be more creative. You know what I mean? If you have a larger schemata, doesn't mean that you are going to be more creative. The fact that you've read 1,000 books doesn't mean you're going to be creative. This means you have a lot of books to pick from, if you even remember the crap that you read. So these ideas don't come from so much a manufacturing setting, even though they can. And I do have a friend whose father came up with an idea for the line, and I'm not going to say what crappy car manufacturing company it was, but he got rewarded, and it was a good chunk of change, I guess, back in the day. So the line workers can, of course, come up with ideas. He did. There's an anecdote that proves that they can. But it's generally more in the prototyping or even the repair setting. Like, how can we come up with a better way? This keeps breaking. Let's modify this to make it better. Let's try this, right? So these new creative ideas, and then experiment, right, back and feedback. But some farm shops where you need a device that will do X, some new thing that you're trying out, right? You have to prototype it and come up with a solution and make this machine. And this may be dying now with the larger farms, but growing up working on farms as a kid, there was a lot of prototyping and jury rigging and making new equipment, welding and fabricating and grinding and painting it to look all pretty, So the concept of this reminds me of the nuance, the concept between an explorer versus an adventurer. A lot of people don't differentiate, but adventurers are doing adventures, but others may have previously done the exact same thing, whereas explorers are doing adventures that no one has done before. They are exploring, like Captain Kirk. He didn't go on just adventures. He was exploring space, right? Going where no one has gone before, or no man back in his day, right? So what makes them, the doing the new thing where no one has gone before is what makes them explorers, not just adventurers. They are also adventurers, but they are also explorers. So those of us who, may get a ticket to go up into space and you just circle around the planet, you're not an explorer. You are an adventurer, because Yuri Gagarin was the first explorer to venture into space that we know of, human. So that's not to say that unique and fresh ideas don't come from, youth. An intelligent and creative youthling can come up with fantastic and novel ideas. Gustave has some logical inconsistencies here. He claims that an idea is created by some high-class philosopher, that idea is then taken by leaders and agitators who distort it, create a sect which distorts it more, then propagate it to the masses who deform it still more. Then it becomes a popular truth, where it returns to its source in the high class, then claims after all this distortion that it is intelligence that shapes the world, but very indirectly. So again, this is he gave that whole path. That wasn't me interpreting. That was Gustave's path of how the ideas go. So he finishes with the original philosophers having long turned to dust before the fruit of the reflection ends by triumphing. So you see where I'm going with this. The old high-class philosopher idea is so distorted that it cannot be considered the same idea. So how does Gustave claim it ends by triumphing? Again, it really feels like Gustave is just fucking with us, his audience. He's trying to be illogical, as that's his mode of manipulation. Or is it a joke, right? Is he just being sarcastic? I don't know. But it's very not rational, right? So while Gustave's hypothesis about affirmation, repetition, and contagion, or current of opinion, is possible, maybe even likely, it's just conjecture. Conjecture. That's a funny word. Conjecture. Conjecture. Anyways, it's just conjecture, as are his claims that all ideas come from his higher classes. So what is conjecture? What does that even mean? An opinion or conclusion formed on the basis of incomplete information. Conjectures are great things so long as we always remember that they are just conjectures. Conjecture. British. Conjecture. So we've been talking about leaders of crowds and their means of persuasion. What else is there? There was means of action of the leaders, which is affirmation, repetition, and contagion. And now Gustave's final point on leaders, which he calls prestige. So Gustave calls prestige a necessary but mysterious force for an idea. We will see how Gustave defines prestige. But first, let's take a look at the objective definition of prestige today. So today, it is widespread respect and admiration felt for someone or something on the basis of a perception of their achievements or quality. I'm like quality again, going back to Zen, the Zen in the what is it? Zen in the art of motorcycle mechanics. Fuck, don't read it. So Gustave goes on for about 10 pages explaining prestige. He wrote that the ideas propagated by affirmation, repetition, and conjunction acquire in time this mysterious force called prestige, and that the ruling power in the world, be it an idea or a man, has enforced its authority by the force of prestige. So those, take note, right? Those people who are want to manipulate people will be alarm bells going, prestige, prestige. What is this prestige? So how do we destroy it from our enemies, and how do we create it for ourselves? So he claims that everyone knows the meaning of the word prestige, but the word is employed in ways too different for it to be easy to define it. So what he's really saying is that he's using it in a way that is not the normal definition. Since Gustave is the one choosing to use the word prestige, how others use it is not relevant to his use unless he is using it in a non-normal way. So therefore, this is a non-normal way. And since he is apparently attempting to make his definition vague, it feels like the old technique of manipulation where vagueness is desired by the manipulator to get the target to not be able to make sense of it and therefore just take the manipulator's word for it or connect the dots in some arbitrary way that makes sense to them, which isn't factual. Yet Gustave claims prestige may invoke sentiments, emotionally based opinions of admiration or fear, and it may have neither. So let's assume he means respect. Admiration meaning respect. Despite our recognized definition of prestige being respect and admiration, not respect or admiration. So Gustave has deviated from its use, using prestige so he's using it in a different way. Though I've heard it used today to mean famous, wealthy, perceived power, and perhaps demanding respect, which is not the definition as far as I know. I don't think, it's, oh, look at that. The person has prestige. Look at that prestigious house, that demands respect. And not necessarily, right? That's not what it means, as far as I know. So he rates the greatest prestige is possessed by the dead, such as Alexander the Great, Caesar, or Buddha. So he defines prestige as a domination exercised on our mind by an individual, work, or idea. A domination. This domination entirely paralyzes our critical faculty and fills our soul with astonishment and respect. So there's your respect. So he definitely uses prestige to mean respect. But he's saying this prestige, it entirely paralyzes our critical thinking, and it fills our soul with astonishment and respect. So I can't remember the details right now, but astonishment, I think, is a factor in brainwashing, right? Oh, wow, look at that, right? I'm astonished. The oldest dictionary I have is from the 1950s, and it has prestige right between prestidigitator, the sleight of hand, and prestidigitation, which is juggling. Prestidigitation. I can't even pronounce it. So according to his book, prestige comes from the Latin prestigium, or a delusion or illusion. The first definition is from 1881, so a few years before Gustave wrote his book. An illusion, a conjuring trick, a deception, an imposture. The second definition from 1829, even older, is a blinding or dazzling influence, magic, glamour, influence, or reputation derived from previous character, achievements, or success. So these definitions were known to Gustave in 1895. Gustave writes how this sentiment of prestige is inexplicable, but the same kind of fascination to which a magnetized is subjected, and that neither gods, kings, nor women have ever reigned without it. So a magnetized person, what do you think he means? Someone with an attractive or magnetic personality, perhaps physically attractive as well. So like some movie star from decades ago when they used to have prestige. Not like today, since we now hear the idiotic celebrities on social media or watch the savage idiots like Will Smith destroy any illusion of prestige in one slap. You know, we are living in the age of disenchantment. Gustave claims there are two types of prestige in terms of leaders of crowds: acquired prestige and personal prestige. Acquired prestige comes from name, fortune, and reputation. Personal prestige essentially is peculiar to the individual. Peculiar. So I assume intrinsic to their nature or at least perceived behavior. So acquired prestige, he also calls artificial prestige. And he claims it's the most common type. Gustave claims that it comes from a certain position, possessing a fortune, or simply bearing a title. I don't know if it's because the times have changed, but I certainly don't respect or admire someone simply because of a position they hold, how much money they have, or what title they have. Take Roger Penrose. There are many other people who have the same position that he has, more money than him, greater grandeur titles than he has, but he demands respect and admiration due to his competence and intelligence. If someone has more money or a grander title, they certainly do not merit more prestige simply based on that. Gustave wrote how Pascal said, without their wigs and robes, judges would be stripped of half their authority, and that the most unbending socialist is still impressed by the sight of the Prince of Marquis. I call bullshit. Would you be impressed by a Nigerian prince? If you are, you're a target. So the same could be said of opinions, literary or artistic works. I've already called out how boring War and Peace is in an earlier podcast, yet some morons view it as a prestigious work. Oh, War and Peace. Oh, blah, blah, blah. So boring. So once again, Gustave's absolutes are bogus, but it's a gradient, and I concede that prestige does exist for some and not for others. How many, how much any one person has is dynamic and changes at different rates for different people, and it's literally not up to the person, it's up to the person who perceives them. This reminds me of the time I got box tickets to watch the Toronto Maple Leafs. I am not a fan of hockey. And so we were up at the box seats, eating all the, the free food and stuff they have up there, drinking. It was a good time. And all these quote, famous old hockey players come walking in, meet and greet and shake their hands. I didn't know who any of these guys were, right? And I think they knew that. So they didn't have any prestige for me. I felt kind of bad that, I'm like, hey, man, how's it going? Yeah, okay, whatever. I just want to eat my shrimp. You know what I mean? Got a deal. And so their prestige would have been for the person looking at them. Like in my condition of not liking hockey, they didn't have any prestige for me. They were just old dudes, with limps and whatever, right? Anyways, so popularity may be an indicator of prestige, and we can measure the popularity of some organizations. We can measure, for example, how 90% of people that used to watch CNN no longer respect it as a viable news source or even a source of entertainment, as they've stopped listening or paying attention to it. CNN has lost all respect and admiration from those viewers. It has lost its prestige. It lost its reputation is in the gutter. So Gustave makes an obviously false claim that old literary works obtain prestige from the accumulated repetitions. If that were true, all old books would become classics. And I own many books from the 1800s that are forgotten authors and are literally worthless. Same goes for old movies, celebrities. I don't know or care to know about celebrities from the 1920s or 30s or any modern ones for that matter. My point is that time has forgotten 99% of the celebrities from past eras. There are a select few books, ideas, or people that do have prestige, but simply being around long enough is not sufficient to create that. Granted, Gustave said repetition, while singing the national anthem every morning in school has not given that song any prestige for me or anyone I know. I think the American national anthem is way cooler than the Canadian one. At least it tells a story. The Canadian anthem is about groveling to the crown and being commanded to do shit, right? It's an anthem of the dominated, and it's horrible. It's state-created, and it's a propaganda song, as most national anthems are. To be fair to Gustave, he is perhaps warning us that there are many old ideas, works, or people that have achieved prestige that we are no longer critical of and don't question or verify their validity and are endangering of repeating or respecting without analysis. And that's a fair point, if that's the point he's actually making. He mentions how people of his day would read Homer, are bored, and not say so. So is Gustave not of his day? Did he not read Homer? And is he not now writing that it is boring? So his words are self-refuting, right? He said people say read it and think it's boring and don't say so. Well, here he literally said it, published it, and broadcast it to the world, right? That's kind of self-refuting. So using the principle of charity, a natural interpretation could be that he is reporting that most others read Homer and are bored and don't say so. But that's not what he wrote. But to cut him some slack, we can interpret it that way. For me, Homer is intrinsically interesting because it's thousands of years old. It doesn't mean that we interpret the writing as true. It's just interesting because we are hearing thoughts and ideas from thousands of years ago. And how cool is that? You know, being bored with it is more a reflection of Gustave than it is of Homer's writing. Not that there's anything wrong with being bored with it or interested with it. Tastes vary. But we don't know how many people were actually bored reading Homer in Gustave's time, and how would he know if, as he claimed, nobody mentioned it? So nobody said they were bored. So how does he know if nobody's saying it? Right? Is he taking his personal opinion and extrapolating it onto everyone else? You know, is that not a very fallacious way or a naive way to think? Well, I think this, so therefore everybody must be saying this, and nobody else is talking about it, but they must be thinking it. How does he know if nobody mentions it? And if everybody mentioned it, then they're mentioning it. So it's a catch-22. He can't know. So Gustave continues with how the Parthenon, the ruins of the Parthenon are so prestigious that it doesn't appear as it really is, but with all its accoutrements of historic memories. There is no human alive today who has all its accompanied historic memories. We just know, to different degrees, some fragments of stories that have been passed down. Even still, those historic memories are how it really is. They are part of our interpretation of it. So to say it's not as it really is, these are not different truths. They are different interpretations of the fragments of clues left behind. Obviously, our interpretations do not change what objectively happened all those years ago in the Parthenon. There are not different truths. There is one truth. Yet we all have different schemata and interpret things differently. This is not to say that concepts are not real things. They are, despite us not being able to explain where concepts reside. The definition, some say, of course, your brain, right? The definition of objective reality is the shared place where things exist outside of our minds. And not just that, but a shared memory outside of our minds. It stores memory more consistently and more objectively than our minds do. Human memory is fallible, and the memory of objective reality apparently doesn't need a consciousness. And there's no consciousness that is holding the Parthenon in place or keeping the pyramids in existence. Or is there? I don't think so. But there could be with all these crazy theories of hologram crap, right? So there is an internal consistency to this objective reality, a persistence, a memory, or at least a perception of it. If our memory is fallible, which we have proven that it is, who's to say that the persistence of objective reality is any more real than what we collectively agree it is? If this reality has a dynamic past, there must be some mechanism that keeps the majority of people's memories in sync with that changing history, which is unlikely, right? Even objective reality is the fabrication of the inputs from our senses into the dark cavity of our skull. Those sense organs also exist in the fabricated objective reality, which is our interpretation of reality. So where do our minds exist? Where do concepts exist? Where does math exist? In objective reality, math is just scribblings of graphite on ink paper. Does pi exist? We can't calculate it to its final digit, as it's an irrational number that goes on forever. It would take an infinite amount of time to calculate it. So does it even exist? But the ratio of the diameter to its circumference does exist. We can see it on every circle. So pi does exist. Our society couldn't function without it, but we just use an approximation of it, and only to usually a few decimal places. This is the same with objective reality. We won't know it to an infinite detail. We just use approximations to it. All these minds in interpreting things and feeding back from objective reality. Then we see those who do not. The delusional leaders and their followers who, for some reason, ignore the feedback from objective reality and just believe what they want in an unfounded manner. This is Gustave's crowd. Gustave claims the special characteristics of prestige is to prevent us seeing things as they are and to entirely paralyze our judgment. He's trying to get to the mechanism of how people ignore the feedback of objective reality, how their judgment is impaired. Good judgment is therefore feeding back from objective reality as much as possible in this reality. Perhaps other realities exist and there are different rules for them, but in this one, feedback is key to having the best judgment. Having good judgment is key to getting what you want, and getting what you want is power. And power can be happiness, depending on how you define these things, right? Then the key to power is feeding back to objective reality as much as possible. I guess that's why we as a society seem to be focusing on measurable differences or effects from different causes. The problem arises with complex systems and chaos theory that indicates a cause may have a completely unpredictable effect, like the wind from a butterfly's wings eventually causing a hurricane to form in one place as opposed to some other. Observations from the field of quantum appear to confirm chaos theory's unpredictability of specific outcome, and the best we can apparently do is make probable predictions for portions of a thing before the randomness of chaos takes over. The problem with this system is that something with a low probability can and still does happen. In fact, without the unlikely probability of quantum tunneling, our sun would not work and we would not be here talking about it. So unlikely events are not only happening, they are critical to our existence. And conversely, just because something has a high probability doesn't mean that it is going to happen. So is Gustave's special characteristic of prestige blinding our good judgment, an intentionally designed mechanism of manipulation, or a result of natural selection? Gustave doesn't say. Regardless, not seeing people or things accurately due to prestige is plausible. We've all experienced this with organizations, celebrities, and others, and only notice it when we become disenchanted with them. In fact, it's very unlikely that we can see anyone completely accurately to their finest details, never mind prestige fogging the lens. Gustave wrote that as a rule, crowds and individuals always stand in need of ready-made opinions on all subjects, and the popularity of the opinion is independent of the measure of truth or error that they contain. And it's solely regulated by the prestige. Prestige apparently is a pretty powerful thing, according to Gustave. So this overgeneralization has to be a joke. He's saying everyone are idiots and grab hold of ready-made opinions based solely on their popularity. Everyone would include his readers. That's why I think he's having a bit of a laugh, calling his readers idiots, right? Giving the benefit of the doubt and using the principle of charity, we will assume he does not mean everyone, despite his writing everyone. Let's assume he is not intentionally insulting his readers for a laugh and is implying only the non-critical thinkers require ready-made opinions. Gustave's model would call this type of prestige the prestige of popular ready-made opinions, artificial or acquired prestige. It is not from the intrinsic quality of the opinion. It's from repetition, from the old current of opinion. Just knowing about critical thinking is not sufficient. We have to work at it all the time. I was talking to a buddy just yesterday. He's a combat vet who was injured in battle, apparently. His mother is a university professor and made sure he knew all about the logical fallacies. So when we talk about logical fallacies, he and I are in total agreement. But he didn't seem to be critical of his own thoughts and opinions, and he falls for fallacies and assertions. He believes God or Jesus or someone is going to come back and kill 2/3 of all Jews. When he said that, I was like, what? Right? So he might have been on pain meds, he might have PTSD, but his reasoning is black and white and does not require proof or evidence, despite his knowing of all the logical fallacies. He still falls victim to logical fallacies and uncritical thinking and will not listen to opinions that vary from his assertions. He would repeat himself when I'd start questioning him, like, using the assertions, and he would repeat himself like 3 times or 4 times, saying the same thing over and over and over again, and it struck me as pretty odd. So it was like he was using repetition on himself to shore up his confidence about his statements or something. I don't know. So in the same conversation about logical fallacies, he claims Jesus was going to come back and kill 2/3 of all Jews. It's like, what? So it was literally spooky. I was spooked how someone could jump from post hoc ergo propter hoc, the correlation causation fallacy, to Jesus is going to come back and kill 2/3 of all Jews. So I'm assuming he got that from his church. I don't know. Despite it being spooky, it's evidence that humans can be logical and critical thinkers about some things and then off the wall batshit crazy about others. So we need to try to not be batshit crazy. So even if you study, even if I study, if we all study critical thinking, logical fallacies, doesn't mean it's not sufficient to guarantee that we will use it. So my wife was talking to to a lady who was not going to be taking cancer treatment because she did not know all the long-term adverse effects of the cancer treatment. But without question, she took the COVID-19 vaccine despite not knowing the long-term adverse effects of that. So left to her own devices, she probably would have questioned the COVID-19 vaccine. But due to fear porn, propaganda, and manipulation, she was conditioned to not question it. So this is another example of a bizarre, inconsistent rationalization of humans when exposed to conditioning. When she was left to her own devices after the conditioning, she still questioned, is this cancer treatment? What are the adverse long-term effects of it? What studies have been done, right? COVID-19 vaccine, I'll take it. Been brainwashed, I'll take it. I'm not going to question. Anybody who questions the adverse long-term effects is an anti-vaxxer, right? Doesn't matter if they took it or not. So it's spooky how it does not change. This conditioning appears to not change all our patterns of inference. Only those we would normally have been used when exposed to the now taboo subject, or subject that we have been conditioned and manipulated to accept without question, and the ready-made opinion. So Gustave claims these ready-made opinions are accepted simply because they have prestige. That may have been the case sometimes, but I believe there needs to be more conditioning for otherwise critical minds to accept and believe those ready-made opinions. Perhaps repetition and prestige is all that's needed for the bulk of the crowd. I don't know. Gustave's second form of prestige, which affects the opinion of the crowd, is personal prestige. Gustave doesn't explain how or know the mechanism of personal prestige. He only explains the result of it. So people could call this the factor. What is it? There's a TV show, X Factor, whatever. So they don't know. It's the mysterious factor, the prestige, right? So he doesn't know. What does he say? Here, I'm going to read a quote here. He says that it enables those possessed by to exercise a veritable magnetic fascination on those around them, despite being social equals and having no other ordinary means of domination. So Gustave claims Buddha, Jesus, and Napoleon all had this personal prestige to a high degree. He wrote an interesting line: gods, heroes, and dogmas win their way in the world on their own inward strength. They are not to be discussed. They disappear indeed as soon as discussed. So while true sounding, it sounds like a true sounding assertion at prima facie, at first hearing, right? It's clear that discussing this dogmatic assertion appears to prove his point by disappearing, as it's only an assertion. But then if it disappears, it's true. So it's kind of So Gustave was clearly a joker, but on closer scrutiny, gods don't disappear simply from being discussed, or else they would have gone away a long time ago. Heroes, too, don't go away when discussed, and dogmas, too, stick around. In fact, the discussion may be repetition, which reinforces the dogma. So what Gustave may have meant by discussing was questioning gods, heroes, and dogmas. Some will surely go away after critical questioning. Personal prestige then is intrinsic or learned to the character of the individual, and the character is manifested by actions. So a person who demonstrates through competent actions their merits, they will have personal prestige if it's widely accepted. The woke bigots will never acknowledge someone with personal prestige because woke bigots do not judge character based on merit or actions, but instead on skin color. So Gustave claims the spectrum of prestige goes from forming religions to dazzling your neighbors with a new coat. He claims prestige is the fundamental element of persuasion. So there you go. This is very important to manipulators. Prestige. It is not only important, it is the fundamental element in persuasion. So, but prestige can be attached to a thing, being an idea, and it's imitated due to contagion. It can even be attached to a color palette or a fashion or mode of doing something. Old-fashioned. He fashioned it. High fashion. He claims success and prestige are mutually requisite. Success and prestige are both required. If one goes, they both go. He also claims the moment prestige is called in question, it ceases to be prestige. Simply questioning things breaks their enchanted spell if they're based on nothing but bullshit and prestige, I say. It is plausible that the uncritical crowd would blindly follow someone, based solely on prestige, but a critical person who uses metrics and evidence would be less likely to do so. I guess there's still a lot of people that, follow idiotic actors, or other celebrities, based on their prestige and say, well, they say this, so therefore I like him. So I like him. What he says is true, right? Simply calling someone an expert is an attempt at granting prestige. Just calling them an expert. All right, so now, limitations of the variability of the beliefs and opinions of the crowds. What does that even mean? Limitations of the variability of beliefs and opinions of the crowds. Well, according to Gustave, the opinions of the crowd are variable, but limited in that variability. He uses the metaphor of the apparently fixed anatomy of a living being malleable in the hands of a breeder or horticulturalist as a model for the unchangeable morals hardwired by genetics into an individual. We have variable opinions around those fixed morals, according to Gustave. So this is a model by Gustave, and it is not proven fact. It may be true, it may be false, but it's a model. Other equally great minds have claimed humans are born tabula rasa, or with a blank slate. No disposition towards any opinion or morals. The fact that instincts exist should be enough to refute tabula rasa to a large extent. If some dogs are genetically or intrinsically more aggressive or passive, why not humans or other animals? This is the nature-nurture argument yet again. Clearly, we both have learned behaviors and genetically wired predispositions. Most of us have the capacity to control our instinctive behaviors on an immediate, short-term nature. But perhaps we are unaware of our longer-term behaviors. Are migrating animals and insects aware that they are migrating? Or are they just doing it? Are we aware of what we are wired to do? I've heard people claim that humans are wired to actually extract gold from the earth. Right? That's kind of crazy, but it's what humans kind of do, right? Everything else is sort of based around that. So migrating creatures do it because of the seasons. They most likely are unaware that they are on a planet that has a tilt which orbits a star, and that tilt causes different seasons. So has natural selection randomly giving them the want to migrate based on some trigger, day length, temperature, elevation of sun at noon? Who knows? Are we wired to build cities and extract minerals from the earth for some reason, or that we're not cognizant of? Who knows? Are all humans even wired for that? Is that just an anomalous mutation in our wiring with no actual benefit? There are benefits from Western civilization. It does allow us to specialize and have resources to devote to acquiring new knowledge and techniques of building and doing things. What are we wired to do? There's evidence going back a few thousand years that we have the desire to learn new things, new truths, but there's also a category of people that appear wired to do what they were told by their superiors. They may not like it, they may bitch about it, but they still do it. Gustave's crowd is a subtype of this category. Humanity has used slaves from pre-civilization up to even today in a few backward nations. Are worker bees considered slaves to their colony? They're not paid. What benefits do they get? They work till they die, right? So with universal basic income, digital ID, and digital currency, slavery of humanity is going to come back with a vengeance. The state today is already claiming it owns citizens' bodies by mandating what gets injected into our bodies. We do not own them. We do not have sovereignty or autonomy if someone else is determining what goes into our bodies. Like Putin said, you're either a colony or you're sovereign. Who controls a thing owns it. If we can't control our own bodies, we are slaves to those who do control our bodies. Getting back to Gustave and our long-term wired behaviors. I call bullshit that our morals and beliefs are fixed, since people can and do change throughout our lives. Granted, there may be a limit to how much we do change, but circumstance and manipulation can change someone radically. It sounds idiotic when you say out loud that a person grabs an idea and holds it for their entire generation. Is it perhaps possible that in Gustave's day, Frenchmen were so narrow-minded and bigoted? Perhaps. This is what Gustave claimed, and he was a Frenchman of his day. So who am I to argue? So he breaks these ideas down to religious and nationalist principles, democratic and social ideas as the static ideas, and romanticism, naturalism, and mysticism as the changeable ideas. He claims the static ideas are the ones that form nations. While it may not seem like people change religions or beliefs, people do convert, find religion, lose religion, perhaps find it again. This is a moot point from Gustave's point of view. He claims it is easy to implant transient opinions into the crowd, and difficult or impossible to implant lasting opinions over a short time, i.e. several years. Anyone who lived through the COVID-19 pandemic saw firsthand how easy it was for the political establishment to implant lasting opinions into the bulk of people in a short time using fear as the catalyst. The us and them technique was and still is being used with maximum intensity by the state and their lackey news media. Anyone who does not agree with or even dares question the dogmatic narrative that is being pushed are piled into a collective, homogeneous, branded stereotype which any thinking person would see if they weren't brainwashed idiots. So the prestige of the claimed experts by the state was sufficient for the bulk to not question, demand proof, or even evidence, and the vilification of those who do question was done with appeals to emotion, fear, and religious-styled us-them propaganda. And it worked, and it worked well. The proof is in the pudding. What blows me away is that it was most effective on those who call themselves educated. Fallacious appeals to intelligence was used with great effect. If you are smart, you believe what we say unquestioningly. Only redneck rubes would dare question us. Therefore, if you do question us, you are not educated and a redneck rube, regardless of how many postdocs you have or what your specialty is. This actually worked, and it works, indicating that those who fell for it the hardest are the stupidest people who think that they are smarter than others, but are clearly not. God, they look like fools. Gustave claims that lasting beliefs are difficult to uproot once implanted, which is kind of an idiotic thing to say. Clearly, if he's calling them or defining the group of beliefs as lasting beliefs, they would be difficult to uproot, idiot, right? If you're calling them lasting, obviously, dummy. So it appears that when we are exposed to convincing evidence contrary to our deep beliefs, we either ignore the evidence, making us delusional, or we believe the evidence and experience a psychological shock, which can vary from humor to trauma. To paraphrase Mark Twain, it's easier to fool someone than to convince them they've been fooled. Gustave claims the beginning of a rebellion signifies the end of a belief. By what percentage of the population? Clearly not everyone is a monolith that shares the same beliefs. though that's Gustave's definition of the crowd. He claims it's easy to pinpoint the beginning of the end of a belief when someone questions it. He wrote, "The precise moment at which a belief is doomed is easily recognizable. It is the moment when its value begins to be called in question. Every general belief being little else than a fiction, it can only survive on the condition that it not be subjected to examination." So there are different ways to interpret this, but since I'm not an apologist for Gustave, I will interpret what he actually wrote and call bullshit. In objective reality, simply examining a belief does not destroy it, even if it's a false belief. But he says every general belief being little else than a fiction. So that's vague, right? If that were true, simply questioning any scientific theory would be sufficient to prove it false, which is an idiotic stance, as there are some things in this world that are true. Questioning and examination of a thing may in fact strengthen a belief if that belief is true, which is so self-evident that it should not need to be said. But a quick look at the smart people in academia who write such idiotic sentences as "beliefs are lies" means I have to actually say it. For one thing, lies are intentional attempts at deception, where beliefs are simply what one takes as being true, which can be wrong, but beliefs can also be true. Idiots. If an examination exposes insufficient evidence, that also does not prove falsity. It just shows inconclusive evidence, which does not prove or disprove anything other than the thing was not proven true. The precise moment at which a belief is doomed is easily recognizable. It is the moment when its value begins to be called in question. Every general belief being little else than fiction, it can only survive on the condition that it not be subjected to examination. So he writes, the precise moment at which a belief is doomed, not a false belief, just a belief. So we could infer that since the belief is doomed, that it is a false belief, but he didn't write that. Since being and is are synonymous, that every belief being little else than fiction sounds like every general belief is little else than fiction. He's not writing every general belief that is little else than fiction. He's saying all general beliefs are little else than fiction. Even using the principle of charity to interpret Gustave's line, every general belief being little else than fiction, to mean every bullshit belief will collapse upon examination, is also a false claim. A lot of false beliefs persist despite examination, as per delusions, mass psychosis, hysterias, and phobias. A person may know they have an irrational fear of something, but that knowledge does not always remove the fear. Gustave claims that when a belief is severely shaken, the institutions to which it has given rise hang around for a little while, retaining their strength, and slowly disappear. But once a belief has completely lost its force, all that rested upon it is soon involved in ruin. This is just an assertion by Gustave, but the logic would mean that even if a belief in something true has lost its force, all the institutions based on it would collapse. This could happen with deception and manipulation. He claims this happens to nations as they cannot stand if one of the pillars has collapsed, their pillars being core beliefs. The lost nation will continue collapsing until it has alighted or come to land on a new general or core belief. This is, of course, not a fact. He cites no evidence or proofs and just asserts it. This claim appears to be the core tenet of the globalists' Great Reset. The Great Reset's existence is oddly enough called a conspiracy theory by our prestigious social political establishment if one disagrees with it. Despite the World Economic Forum's executive chair, Klaus Schwab, writing a book about it called COVID-19, The Great Reset. If one disagrees with Klaus Schwab's latest book called The Great Narrative, I'm sure our prestigious establishment will also label that dissident a conspiracy theorist. How dare they disagree with their globalist superiors? If one were a rational, critical thinker, they would realize that trying to discredit someone by calling them a conspiracy theorist is simply the logical fallacy of ad hominem, the attack on the person and not the argument. Calling someone a conspiracy theorist in my book is a badge of honor. If they were truly a rambling nutbar, why not just ignore them? The king of conspiracy theorists, David Icke, the infamous advocate of the reptilian hypothesis. The guy is fun to listen to, and he gives a lot of what ifs that a free society would be, allowed to ask. Yet he's banned from Twitter and probably other social media. The implication is that people are too stupid to decide for themselves what is true or not, and is only allowed to hear the approved narratives. That is cult control 101. Like how the political establishment only gives the pros of a thing they want to implement and censor the cons, like the COVID shot or digital ID, digital currency, etc. We expect that behavior in partisan politics, but not from our establishment, which is alarming to say the least. On this subject, I suggest you, the listener, to research the Behavioral Insights Team, also known as the Nudge Unit. They apply and generate behavioral insights. What are behavioral insights, you might ask? They are composed of 3 elements. 1, evidence that drives human behavior. 2, practical issues. Practical for who? Applying this evidence to actual problems and issues to achieve change in the real world, as opposed to what world? 3, evaluation. Tests to see if what they are doing works and by how much. So the behavioral insights approach, right? Nice euphemism, right? Approach to what you might ask, right? Approach to applying evidence. How do you apply evidence? It's other speak, for techniques. So their approach to applying evidence, which change human behavior in the real world, not so theoretical, but actual, practical attacks on unsuspecting targets, and then measure the effectiveness of their attacks. This would be spooky enough if they were nonpartisan. But of course, in this globalist woke epic of hell, their organization is owned by Nesta, an ideological group that I think reeks of woke bigotry, with their main goal being equal outcomes, equity, which suffocates merit. Sounds a lot like the 2030 globalist Marxists. Interestingly enough, these shitbags also have a 2030 deadline. A deadline for what? Woo, don't know. Gonna have to wait and find out if we're still alive. A black swan event is an unpredictable event that has potentially catastrophic consequences. So a black swan event is based on perspective. From the perspective of the perpetrators between 9/11, it was not a black swan event as they knew about it. But from the perspective of the ignorant masses, it was a black swan event. But even then, there were clues for the observant. So could something be called a black swan event if there were clues and indicators? It's easy to see how elites see the masses as mindless meat bags to be exploited or destroyed, the useless eaters They call the people surplus population. It's all perspective, naming and framing. Let's frame the globalist scum who want to exploit and destroy the people and name them. What should we call them? The arroganti ignoranti? Riffing off of Illuminati, just more accurate. Arroganti, arrogant, and ignorant. Arroganti, ignoranti. I'm probably not going to remember that. Anyway, Gustave claims there has never been a nation that survived the collapse of one's beliefs. The United States and the change of economic beliefs away from slavery, among other things, did occur, and there was great upheaval around that time with the Civil War. Am I just looking for evidence to confirm Gustave's assertion? A lot of times that happens. You see something and you try to connect the dots and try to, make it make sense, which is not a good thing. It's good to make things make sense, but not force things that don't make sense to make sense. The U.S. survived. So I guess that refutes Gustave's claim. Although, did they survive in the same manner? Is it the same? Maybe it's not. I can't think of a time when a nation lost one of its general beliefs and did not experience massive turmoil, war, or rebellion, or revolution. Perhaps a more subtle inch-by-inch nudging of beliefs is being used today. Perhaps via organizations such as the Behavioral Insights Team and the Nudge Unit. Nudge, nudge. Never mind government-sponsored psyops, but the globalist-scale manipulators are an order of magnitude more dangerous than national ones, the arroganti ignoranti. Though Klaus Schwab tells us that their tentacles of influence are also on the national level, as they control Canada's Prime Minister and most of his cabinet, we can then assume that they are on the lower levels of government, right down to the crappy little municipalities. I don't recall giving permission to be mind raped. Manipulation against your will is way beyond the woke-bigots' term microaggressions. Trying to change who you are, your wants, beliefs, and opinions is way worse than any physical aggression. It's an assassination of the core of who you are, turning you into an automaton that wants what someone else wants you to want. I'm treading close to the heap fallacy. At what point does a few grains become a heap? At what point does arguing your point become manipulation and mind rape? I'm not sure of the exact line, but there definitely is a difference. It's like a fog. At what point do you enter it, right? There are times when it is to our benefit to convince others, and that benefit is worth the energy. If logic and reason do not work, should we employ the techniques of manipulation? It's dangerous because we could be wrong. But a lot of shitbag humans don't care if they're wrong or not. And once they're aware of these techniques, they use them for political advantage or some other amoral goal. Does natural selection care about morals? Well, morals exist, so we can assume they probably evolved for some reason. Or perhaps they exist because we have been conditioned by some malevolent assholes to have them in order to be easier to control, or to self-police our actions, or even self-police our wants. For the natural selection argument, it could be that if one does not have morals, others in the group will eventually kill you for pissing them off. Our society has some grand virtue signaling feedback system where people pretend to have morals and eventually condition their offspring to have those morals. Those morals may then survive through conditioning of subsequent generations of the conditioned human spawn. Could be a mix of the above and other factors that are unknown. Deception, secrecy, and dishonesty does appear to have a strategic advantage, even in nature. Take camouflage. It is deceptive, secret, and dishonest, and it is trying to trick others. But in our society, when those who use deception, secrecy, and dishonesty are found out, they are scorned. Nature uses camouflage in offense as well as defense. Life pretty much needs to eat life every day in order to exist. So offense is not intrinsically bad, like Nietzsche said about the spider and the fly. But this does not mean that the fly should not be pissed or fight to survive. On the contrary, nature is about the fight for survival. Some survive by having many offspring, knowing most will be eaten, like rabbits and mice. Others survive by being predators. Still others survive by being symbiotic with other life. There's mutualism, where both life forms benefit. Commensalism, where one benefits and the other experiences no harm. Parasitism, where one benefits and the other is harmed. And parasitoidism, where one benefits and the other is killed. The globalist arroganti ignoranti are parasitoids. They wish to benefit and kill off other life forms. There's no claim that the arroganti ignoranti plans are an evolutionary stable strategy. If they succeed, they may end up wiping themselves off the face of the planet too. Unless David Icke is right and they are actually reptilians. The information war we are in now is not new. There have always been malefactors preying on unsuspecting targets in the human race. Today they are global in scale. There are always petty grifters and manipulators, but today the other end of the spectrum includes well-resourced organizations whose goal is to prey on the unsuspecting by changing the target's beliefs or nudge the bulk of the crowd to a mass belief or general belief sufficient to enact whatever agenda the manipulator wants. And since they are doing it deceptively, we can only assume that their cause is a malevolent one. Otherwise, they would be open and transparent and expose all the cons and not just the pros to let the people decide on their own. Or never mind, just not the pros. They don't mention anything. They do it in secret. But just listening to the self-proclaimed elites speak, it is evident that they have disdain for the masses and believe that the people are incapable of rational thought. The problem is the conflation of masses with the crowd being those who fell victim by dropping their guard, i.e. stop being critical about the information that they take in. The masses would be everyone, the brainwashed and the unbrainwashed alike. As the Titanic demonstrated, even the wealthy are part of the masses, though the poor were demonstrably treated much worse by serfs to the wealthy by locking them down, and the less wealthy in the lower decks guaranteeing their deaths, men, women, and children. The selfish and greedy tend to be more wealthy and have no problem murdering tons of innocent people if it increases their chance of survival minimally. How does natural selection view this? In the short term, it benefits the wealthy pieces of shit who murdered all those innocents, as the rich assholes that survived got to keep their genetic line alive. What cost was there to the wealthy? Nothing. Just a few voices like mine calling them out as murderous pieces of shit. Yes, one could argue it was just the porters who locked the gates to the lower decks. But why would they do that? On whose authority? Whose orders? For what purpose? So that there might be enough lifeboats for the wealthy shitbags who throat chortle at hoi polloi. Hoi polloi, the populace. Hoi oligoi, the oligarchs. The Romans have similar concepts. Plebeians were the commoners by birth, and patricians were rulers by birth. In the early empire anyways. Interestingly, even if you were a wealthy farmer in ancient Rome, you were still a plebeian. Gustave clearly has disdain for the crowd. If one defines the crowd as the uncritical thinkers who should know better but are uncritical, I could see his point. But he conflates the crowd with the general masses, which, as I've said in earlier, is an overgeneralization and an expose on his elitist perspective. Even then, there's the issue of manipulation. Does Gustave have disdain for those fooled by a trick or manipulated by false evidence? This is the crux. We may know it's a trick, and we may know that we have been fooled, but that doesn't mean we know the mechanism of the trickery, and that leads us to situations where we may not realize that we've been tricked. It's key to try to understand the mechanisms of deception if one has any hope of knowing what is true and what is deception. Humans have been writing and talking about this for centuries, and yet there still is the manipulated masses and the deceptive elites fighting for power and control. If people are not critical thinkers, i.e. they don't question everything, even and especially the things we want to believe, then it's likely we are, as Gustave claims, the crowd. People are not static things. At times, even critical thinkers let their guard down, for some reason have blind spots, and bullshit can be believed. Or there is some kung fu that is just superior to our current level of critical thinking. Clearly, there have and are different degrees of critical thought, and there are different degrees of kung fu being manipulation techniques. So long as the greater percentage of people are Gustave's crowd, manipulators on the macro scale get ahead. The critical mass sufficient to move the needle. Gustave claims the reason why societies are so intolerant to those who question or challenge their beliefs is because at some level they know that the challenge threatens their society. So Gustave's crowd are part of a society of the manipulated. This might explain the Inquisition, or how some modern scientists are so narrow-minded and fight for dogma and against more plausible hypotheses that better explain the evidence. This might also explain resistance to globalism on first blush. If it weren't for human nature, the evils of centralization and certainty of global hegemony, globalism would not be a bad idea. But there is certainty of global hegemony, however you want to pronounce it. We learned with the Irish potato famine the dangers of monocrop and the value of diversity in crops, as in if one variety catches a blight, the other varietals may not, which will yield potentially a crop instead of, famine. So the analogy works with nations as well. If one nation loses their shit, makes idiotic decisions, which are certain in an out-of-touch, centralized regime, and that nation collapses, as in Argentina and other communist regimes, other civilizations that don't make idiotic decisions will still be around, and therefore civilization may continue. The natural selection of societies will continue as we make better and better societies, allowing the shit ones to die off. This cannot happen in a global system. It will be a global monocrop. We will have a potato famine. It will be an ideological civilization famine where society will collapse. A centralized globalist system will result in the certain collapse of civilization and perhaps the species. There will be catastrophic death, disease, and ecological disasters on a global scale in a global system. It is idiotic, lazy, and inefficient to not have the contingency of diverse sovereign nations. Globalism is Enrico's great filter. Gustave claimed that civilizations collapse when their general beliefs are challenged and disappear. He then claims that once a general belief is implanted, its power for a long time is invincible. What is stopping people from challenging it right away? He also claims that however false the belief is, it imposes itself upon the most luminous intelligence. Just an assertion. And maybe the most luminous intelligence of his day were really dumb. Or maybe this is his way of sort of, saying the luminous intelligence is the Illuminati. Right? So he's saying no matter how false the belief, it imposes itself upon the Illuminati as well. I don't know. So it's just an assertion. But he at least doesn't claim it imposes itself on all intelligentsia. He cites the centuries-long belief in the barbarous religious legend of Moloch, the frightful absurdity of the legend of a god who ravages himself for the disobedience of one of his creatures by inflicting horrible torture on his son, remained unperceived for centuries. A god who tortured his own son for the sins of his creatures, his followers, This being the god that apparently started about 3,000 years ago with the Phoenicians in Carthage and across the Mediterranean. I've been to Tunis, in Tunisia, and the ruins of Carthage. It was an interesting trip. The idiot leader of Tunis, if I recall correctly, converted one of the ruins into a palace. Interesting to side note on Moloch. This is the owl or bull that is still seen today. The Bible warned people not to worship it, as it was the god of child sacrifice. In the Bohemian Grove in California, many presidents and elites have danced around the statue of Moloch as they burn a little girl in effigy called Care. So about the Bohemian Grove, the President Nixon is recorded saying, "It's the most goddamn faggoty thing." Richard Nixon. Apparently the Vatican, who apparently owns or has control over the Colosseum in Rome, had allowed a statue of Moloch to be placed at the entrance of the Colosseum for a few months until March 2020, the official start of the pandemic. Why would the Vatican do this? I'm suspicious that, like many cults, where the outer layers of useful idiots are misled and the inner sanctum of the elites follow the opposite of what they preach, the Vatican are actually followers of Moloch and Satan or some other spooky shit. Just like the elite in the U.S. with their Moloch at the Bohemian Grove. And I'm also suspicious of the Masons, whose inner core of elites, the 30-degree or higher types, are Satanists who pray to Moloch, apparently. These are my suspicions, and I encourage everyone to research on their own. Gustave wrote that such potent geniuses as A. Galileo, A. Newton, and A. Leibniz never supposed for an instant that the truth of such dogmas of Moloch could be called in question. Nothing can be more tyrannical than this fact of the hypnotizing effect of general beliefs, but at the same time, nothing can mark more decisively the humiliating limitations of our intelligence. How does Gustave know what Newton, Leibniz, or Galileo thought based on what they did not say? Gustave made an affirmation about hypnotizing effects of general beliefs and finishes with the same, with something every critical thinker would agree with: we have limited intelligence. This is the same technique of manipulation used by Mao. Assertion of bullshit finished off with irrefutable general logic or a mantra of the critical thinker. It's like the Pope making some bullshit assertion and then finishing off with a religious mantra, such is the will of God. It appears Gustave is not joking, but is trying to manipulate critical thinkers with the drug of the words they want to hear, one of their self-evident mantras used as dogma against them. I'm leaning to this not being a meta joke by Gustave, though it's odd to use the mantras of a critical thinker against people who think themselves critical thinkers. It's like a perception management campaign appealing to one's intellect. It's ironic that the idiots who think themselves smart are the most vulnerable to it. I'm beginning to think that it's just a manifestation of Gustave's fractured thinking. It's simpler. It's similar how scientists today are supposed to abhor dogma. Abhor? How do you pronounce abhor?
Abhor.
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 What the fuck?
Abhor.
British idiots. So I'm beginning to think that, what was I saying? How scientists today are supposed to abhor dogma and are supposed to have open minds, yet so many push current theories as dogmatic truths and are closed-minded to new evidence. Probably based on the funding, right? Their funders are telling them to shut up and just print this as your result, right? Or perhaps Gustave is having a laugh at the expense of those who have a shallow grasp of critical thinking. It's sometimes hard to tell when someone's being sarcastic, making a joke, or just being an idiot. Regardless, this Moloch creep has been appearing in a bunch of crap I've read. The stories are deeply twisted, but humans can be effed up garbage, so it's plausible that some savages did burn their babies. There's archaeological evidence of thousands of charred babies' bones, as many disturbing accounts by both the ancient Greeks and Romans, who themselves were not strangers to being twisted in human garbage. So Gustave claims once dogmas are implanted in the minds of crowds, it becomes the source of inspiration for institutions, arts, and modes of existence. Men of action have no thought beyond realizing the accepted belief, legislators beyond applying it, while philosophers, artists, and men of letters are solely preoccupied with its expression under various shapes. So he says, Gustave claims transient ideas may arise, but always bear the mark of the belief from whence they sprung, and therefore men of every age are enveloped in a network of traditions, opinions, and customs which render them all alike, and from whose yoke they cannot extricate themselves. Again, more overgeneralization bullshit from Gustave. Assertions sans proof. There may be things which we believe today or know today that wasn't known a generation ago. But traditions, opinions, and customs are fragmented. And I would go as far as say that there is now one tradition, opinion, or custom which everyone today shares. This could be a result of cultural Marxism trying to destroy Western society. But regardless, this is the state of our contemporary day. His thinking in stereotype is common in small-minded academics and storytellers who make claims like, everyone of this area believe this religion, or everyone in that demographic are illiterate, or everyone from that nation believe X. The same logic would claim everyone who goes to Bohemian Grove believes in Moloch and participates in homosexual events. We have direct evidence that at least Nixon was not impressed with the event. The fact Biden has been around so long would also imply it's plausible he partook and is keeping his knob-gobbling secrets. Gustave claims religions have a more profound despotism that conquerors like Tiberius, Khan, and Napoleon and the most independent spirit cannot escape them. I agree that mind-fucking is worse than physically conquering, but again, I have to call bullshit about no one being able to escape the influence. I escaped the influence of Christianity. In fact, the more I researched it, the more I realized it was bullshit. But I don't know precisely where morals and values come from, so it's possible that I'm still under the influence of Christian values, assuming they are the same as I have, which they may not be. Why do I find it repulsive that the Phoenicians, Jews, and other early peoples of the Mediterranean burn their young alive, and followers of Moloch do not find it repulsive? Why are there similarities with Moloch wanting children sacrificed, possibly the firstborn son, and the Old Testament Passover, or Moloch torturing his son for the sins of his creations, and the New Testament with the whole Jesus on the cross shtick? Why are there elites today still associating with Moloch? The Vatican, the American elite at Bohemian Grove, the Masons, who knows who else? JFK warned us about secret societies, and he was murdered with many loose threads and suspicious evidence. Skull and Bones are associated with both the CIA and Bohemian Grove. It's a rabbit hole. What we can say is that there are many well-funded organizations whose goal it is to manipulate our beliefs, opinions, and desires. The defense against it, of course, is to learn as much about their techniques as possible and implant the countermeasures. The most powerful being question everything and trust no one. Gustave wrote, "A conspiracy may overthrow a tyrant, but what can it avail, help or benefit, against a firmly established belief?" Hearts and minds. If Gustave only knew about modern psyops. The American military has well-funded psyops teams, and they try to win over the hearts and minds of their targets. But if you look at the U.S. Foreign Affairs track record, their foreign psyops programs have been ineffectual dogshit. Look at Iraq or Afghanistan or 99% of the countries outside of the USA. If their psyops were effectual, the USA would not be one of the most hated nations, assuming their goal was to ingratiate themselves with the targets. Perhaps their goal was to terrorize the world and make them fear or hate the USA. Or perhaps the goals were to destabilize, gain resources, etc., and what the world thinks of them is irrelevant. So perhaps Gustave has a point. But we do see highly effective perception management campaigns today, especially since the outbreak of COVID-19. It clearly does not work on everyone, but it is scary how many people do fall for it and how deeply they do believe it. Gustave wrote, "The absurdity that often marks general beliefs has never been an obstacle to their triumph. Indeed, the triumph of such beliefs would seem impossible unless on the condition that they offer some mysterious absurdity." So he's saying they have to be absurd. The weakness of beliefs don't stop them from being accepted by the masses. He didn't write the crowd. He wrote the masses. If the beliefs suck, they have to offer future rewards for present hardship. So long as that time of reward never comes, the targets will keep believing the bullshit. If that time comes and there's no reward, the belief, of course, will collapse. That was Gustave's hypothesis of fixed opinions on the crowd. What does he have to say about the changeable opinions on the crowd? Here, Gustave rambles on about the genius of a race. Genius, I'm interpreting to mean zeitgeist, and race meaning nationality, specifically the French in his case. You could interpret race to mean genetic disposition. He makes a bunch of affirmations and conjectures, and I'm not going to bother repeating them. His claims are just not cogent. Perhaps I didn't read it close enough, but it did not resonate with me. His main point is that changeable opinions change. Well, no shit, Sherlock. I mean, he claims all those who are in opposition with the general beliefs and sentiments are of a transient nature, and the diverted stream soon resumes its course. It's an assertion with an analogy as evidence. It's not cogent. He uses this mode again and again. Assertion with analogy as proof. Sounds pretty, but it's not logical. I could write the same, type of bullshit. For example, intelligence grows in the presence of a marble as the sun warms a rock. It's literally that stupid. It's nonsense. Gustave refers to haphazard opinions without a past or future. It would seem to me that the natural selection of ideas, opinions, or concepts require the haphazard nature. At times, nature likes to spray and pray with hopes that something will stick. The onus is on the individual to pluck the fruit and leave the weeds. The best method I currently know and is using critical thought. Question it. What is the evidence? Are there alternatives? Does it really make sense? Are there fallacious appeals? Am I supposed to believe something because of who is saying it instead of verifiable, convincing evidence? Is there a phantom connection? Don't stop questioning it. Always look for evidence that indicate we might be wrong. I've read crap that I thought was batshit crazy until I checked the sources and was surprised that the claim was true. An example was a claim that in 2017, the FDA warned about mRNA vaccines and how vaccine shedding needs to be examined before animal trials. It turns out that this was true according to the FDA. The animal trials were, of course, never done before they started sticking it into humans. No regard for girl issues, birth rejects, etc. from vaccine shedding. Gustave claims old beliefs lose their influence based on what evidence? Does he mean old false beliefs with no evidence to back them? Even then, religions and gods are still believed today. Look at Gustave's own example of Moloch. That story is over 3,000 years old. Just being old is not sufficient for a belief to go away or to believe it. Perhaps not being repeated or reinforced is. Though given the mysteries of the ancient world, there clearly have been some truths that have been lost. Information can be lost. Does that information being true or false have anything to do with that? No. Look at the math they used to create the pyramids or all these other ancient structures, the techniques for carving those rocks in South America that fit perfectly. I would argue that it's change in technology or priorities or loss of civilization due to limited resources that facilitate the loss of information on a societal level. And, of course, there's genocide. Look at the end of the Bronze Age, all those civilizations destroyed by a roving band of water people. I imagine a lot of information was lost then. Gustave claims the newspapers are a force that causes contrary opinions in the crowd, with new opinions constantly destroying old ones at the whim of the news media. I could see this being true in a certain scope. There is definitely an effect where the crowd drink the Kool-Aid and do not question the worm-tongue opinions of the lying reporters hiding behind their false prestige. Perhaps the crowd are too lazy and are just, looking for what to think on current issues instead of having to think for themselves. I think Gustave would agree with me on that one. He claims the rapid change of opinion results in no opinion becoming widespread. They stay ephemeral. If that's true, what if the news media were to keep propagating the same opinion over and over? According to Gustave's logic, it would become a widespread opinion. Gustave claims that due to this ephemerality of opinion by the press, that the government has lost the ability to direct opinion. This assumes there is an independent press. What if the government were to dictate who was recognized news? What if the government were to become ideologically aligned with the press? Mao said this was critical. The press is the government. Today, the press is not important news. It is blatant attacks on those who disagree with their ideology, and roses, blind spots, and promotion for the villains who support their ideology. He claims the politics of his day are swayed by the impulse of the crowds. Today, the crowds are beaten back by the agenda of the state and their masters in the 1%. Gustave wrote the press of his day renounced all endeavor to enforce an idea or doctrine. The opposite is the case today. The papers do not answer to the readers. They dictate to them. The media as a consequence is becoming a legacy industry, which indicates people are not as stupid as they hoped. In Canada, the general population is way less critical than the U.S. counterparts, as the Canadian crowd is still suckling at the tit of a press that is subservient to the government. The union of state and press is called the political establishment. Gustave wrote that people of his day suspect every affirmation of being prompted by motives of speculation regarding the cynical view they have of the paper. So the opposite of the sheep crowd that he defined the masses of being earlier. The contemporary crowd today in Canada is too idiotic to be cynical of the garbage from media sources such as the Toronto Star, also known as the Red Star, the CBC or CTV, all horrible propagandistic garbage that only an absolute idiot would take as a valid source of information. The fact that Gustave wrote the people of his day suspected every affirmation from the papers as being prompted by motives of speculation leads me to believe he was writing to a more critical audience who might get that he's joking because he's using a lot of affirmations based on speculation. So he must be aware he's doing it unless he has zero self-awareness. Think, it was over 130 years ago that Gustave wrote, "The close watching of the course of opinion has become today the principal preoccupation of the press and of governments." Today we call the political establishment. Gustave implies the political establishment were changing their stances and public opinions to match the tyranny of the crowd. But over the last century, The political establishment have learned, and they're still watching the opinions, but with an eye to control the people, not be controlled by them. The political establishment dictates that the crowd execrates today what it applauded yesterday. Execrate meaning to declare, to be hateful, to denounce, to invoke a curse on. So look at Canada and how the former champions of rights and freedoms call those who still advocate for rights and freedoms racists, Nazis, and extreme misogynists solely because they are defending rights and freedoms. Perhaps the crowd has a tendency to natural predisposition to flip, as Gustave notes, or our political establishment have indeed learned over the last century to control, steer, or nudge the crowd with their steering committees and nudge units. Gustave claims the ephemeral nature of opinions results in extreme divergency of convictions and growing indifference. Extrapolating, then, the opposite of a sustained and repeated program of opinion management by the political establishment would or may result in extreme convergence of convictions and people who only care about some dictated narrative. George Floyd, Black Lives Matter, whatever Antifa puppets are rioting over. It would appear these opinions also have a shelf life to the crowd, though felt more intense for, a longer period. Or perhaps as the propaganda tap is turned off, there's a hysteresis or latent ringing on the narrative before the crowd drift back to their normal automatic behavior. Add fear to the program or pogrom, and we have the C-19 narrative of don't question the efficacy or safety of the shot. Actually wire the crowd to hate those who question government overreach or hiding of adverse effects or dare to look into prophylactic treatments like ivermectin, literally called, it's literally a Nobel Prize winning essential medicine, and they call it a horse paste. The idiot crowd actually bought it. Unbelievable. And they fear not just what those people say, they fear those people. People will be studying the effectiveness of the COVID-19 pogrom for decades to come. They might, be evil, people thrilled over the effectiveness of the pogrom against critical thought, or they might be survivors trying to grasp the effectiveness of the evil cast against the free-thinking humans who support, the true nature of science and critical thought. Gustave wrote, questions of doctrine such as socialism only recruit champions boasting genuine convictions among the quite illiterate classes. Clearly, they need to be literate to read the propaganda, Goose. So what he actually means is the uncritical morons who read and believe garbage like Marxist propaganda and are the only ones stupid enough to boast genuine convictions of such an idiotic ideology. If they were actually critical thinkers reading Marxist garbage, they would be, the most effective thing to break their delusion. He's also implying there are advocates of the ideology who know it's bullshit, but are using it as a tool of manipulation against their useful idiot followers. It's therefore self-evident that anyone who reads Marxist garbage who genuinely support the idiotic ideology is demonstrably an uncritical moron. Demonstrably. The question for thinking humans is then, who are the genuine idiots and who are the puppet masters publicly supporting it, but know better in private? It's the same with cults, religions, secret organizations, partisan political parties, probably some charities, organized crime, large corporations, biker gangs, the creepy inner circle who know better, and the useful idiots who are their devout followers who actually believe the propaganda and hype. Gustave claims that due to discussion and analysis, opinions are rapidly losing their prestige. Gustave must define opinion as false belief, Clearly, some people are becoming more critical of false opinions, and those false opinions are rightfully losing their prestige. I have to call Gustave an idiot for implying that all opinions are false. If he believed that, he has to think that all his opinions are false. There's a difference between being an open-minded critical thinker who knows they might be wrong and a narrow-minded idiot who believes all opinions are false. An opinion is defined as a view, judgment, or appraisal formed in the mind about a particular matter. There's no mention of it having to be false. An opinion is not defined as the antithesis or antonym of fact. An opinion is not the opposite of fact. Gustave has a pretty shaky logic here and there. He demonstrates his monolithic logic based on stereotype yet again when he claimed all monarchists believed the same thing about religion and evolution, and Republicans believed the opposite, that we evolved from primates. Is it not plausible that there were religious Republicans and monarchists who followed the scientific theories of the day? The following were deemed monarchists and killed by the Republican revolutionaries. Jean-Sylvain Bailly was an astronomer. Philippe Frédéric was a mineralogist. Jean-Baptiste Gaspard Bouchard was an astronomer. Chrétien Guillaume was a botanist. And Antoine Lavoisier was a famed chemist who named oxygen, hydrogen, and helped construct the metric system. Some say the father of modern chemistry. Gustave would have known this, yet he still claims all monarchists are religious and all Republicans are followers of Darwin. It's dangerous to speak so often in generalizations, especially based on assumptions and speculation, as one mind begins to mimic one's speech and therefore may think in generalizations. Gustave mentions how weak opinions fail to stir our enthusiasm. Do beliefs or opinions have to be exciting and stir our enthusiasm? I would argue the vast majority of all opinions are very boring and dry. In fact, what is an exciting opinion that does spark enthusiasm? It would probably be something new. Is there an old opinion that sparks enthusiasm? I'm stumped over any opinion that stirs enthusiasm. Is this the basis of manipulation in cults? Some crazy opinion that stirs enthusiasm. I suppose if it were a fantastic perspective that went right up to but not past one's belief limiter, it would probably stir enthusiasm. But once it crosses that limit of belief, it would lose all prestige and just be called hokum. I guess that's why the very narrow-minded people with tight, small belief limits are boring, whereas overly open-minded people with vast, relaxed belief limits are more enthusiastic about life and the possibilities. I'm sure it's more dynamic and complex about that, but it appears to be. So Gustave explains, it is certain that men of almost supernatural insight, that apostles, leaders of crowds, men, in a word, of genuine and strong convictions, exert a far greater force than men who deny, who criticize, or who are indifferent. Ignoring the apostles are by definition followers, it appears Gustave is claiming it is the speaker's enthusiasm that is more important than the opinion itself. I'm assuming he's talking about the effects on a non-critical crowd, because if he's not, he's barking bullshit again. Again, critical thinking does not mean cynical. A lot of people seem to conflate those two. Gustave's classifications of crowds. Now, I probably should have talked about this at the very beginning, since this will help you classify what he means by the crowds. So he has two main categories of his crowd. Mixed crowds, also called heterogeneous crowds, and the other is homogeneous crowds. Mixed crowds or heterogeneous crowds are broken into two subcategories: anonymous, like street crowds, and not anonymous, like juries and parliamentary assemblies, stuff like that. So his homogeneous crowds or homogeneous crowd is broken up into three categories: sects, S-E-C-T-S, sects, not S-E-X, S-E-C-T-S, sects. So sects which are political and religions, etc. And then his second homogeneous crowd is castes, which are, he defines it jobs, essentially, like military, priests, or laborers. And 3 is classes, which is, he defines as level of wealth and influence, like the peasant class, the middle class, and the 1%ers. So his class categories are also based on education. Today we define sects as a faction united by common beliefs, castes as hereditary rank, how racist is that, profession, or wealth. We define a class as anything with a common characteristic or property, however one defines that. So a sect is a class of people united by common beliefs. Castes are a class of people of similar hereditary rank, though Gustave defines them more based on their career. And social classes are a class of people who share common characteristics, which is implied to be wealth and influence. For those of you who heard my podcast on Marx, you'll recall that Marxists define social classes based on the relationship to means of production, which was never valid and is totally anachronistic today. You might notice that Gustave's classifications of crowds, anonymous, not anonymous, sex, caste, and classes include everyone, which is he was either lazy or overgeneralized, or he intentionally did that to make the reader realize that they too are susceptible to being part of the crowd. I would like to think that that is what he meant. So Gustave mentioned how sects or shared beliefs include a cross-section of individuals differing greatly as to their education, profession, or class, so no one is safe from the potential enchantment of the crowd. This point by Gustave is critical to grasp, that a belief can be shared across classes, regardless of education, profession, or class, since false beliefs are more in the domain of the uncritical mind, and false beliefs can be shared by a group regardless of education, profession, or class, then it is evident that education, profession, and class are not correlated to critical thinking. You might then ask, how does an idiot become wealthy, get a PhD, or run a government or corporation? And yet, we see evidence of this every day, especially every time an idiot like Justin Trudeau speaks. He became wealthy from inheritance. He was elected based on his father's name. A perfect example of someone wealthy, influential, and stupid. He clearly has an idiotic belief shared with morons regardless of education, class, or profession. There is evidence which supports Gustave's claim. We also hear from PhDs who are clearly clueless beyond their area of expertise, and sometimes even clueless in their field, like most PhDs in the soft sciences. Getting back to the idiot Justin Trudeau, who would vote for such a blatantly unethical moron? I mean, who would? Gustave defines electoral crowds or voters as collectivities invested with the power of electing the holders of certain functions. They are the mixed crowd or heterogeneous. Their action is confined to a single clearly defined matter, choosing a candidate. So they only present a few of the characteristics previously described, according to Gustave. But in the book, Gustave also defined the crowd as a group that is confined to a single, clearly defined matter. It's like the crowd is under control of a specific idea, like meme theory. In his 1976 book, The Selfish Gene, Richard Dawkins defined the meme or mimetic theory as a consciousness that uses people and natural selection to facilitate its existence, or something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing. In the case of Gustave's crowd, the meme is using the crowd to keep it alive, like an ideological parasite. It appears over here in this group, then disappears, could reappear generations later, do some damage, then disappear again. Dawkins' mimetic theory is not to be confused with French anthropologist René Girard's mimetic theory. One is MEMETIC, the other one is MIMETC. So René's mimetic theory is that human desire is not individual, but collective or social. His mimetic theory moves through a 4-stage process. 1, desire. 2, conflict. 3, scapegoating. And 4, the cover-up. Essentially, René's mimetic theory is that people want what other people want. We mimic them, which is the logical fallacy of appeal to the mob. Everyone else wants to drink the Kool-Aid, so should you. Brainwashing 101. René's theory is not based on what everyone else does. It's based on what non-critical thinkers do. But we are all susceptible to the powers and modes of influence, so we have to keep our guard up. So, getting back to Trudeau and the idiots who voted for him, Gustave claims the characteristic voters do have is slight aptitude for reasoning, the absence of critical spirit, irritability, credulity, and simplicity. So credulity, recall, is the tendency to be too ready to believe that something is true or real. And critical spirit, of course, is someone, I assume, using critical thought. Voters have a slight aptitude for reasoning. So they don't have an aptitude, they just have a slight aptitude. Absence of a critical spirit, irritability, and credulity. So I don't see the correlation with irritability, but whatever. The key ingredient to a stupid voter is credulity. The fact that they are too ready to believe bullshit. That goes hand in hand with lacking critical spirit and slight aptitude for reasoning. This does indeed make them simple. Gustave claims voters are programmed by affirmation, repetition, prestige, and contagion, not reason and evidence. A reasonable person looks at all evidence, not just the evidence that supports their argument. If one ignores evidence that counters their argument, they are by definition delusional, if they're aware of that evidence. Gustave claims the most successful methods of persuasion by politicians start with prestige. The candidate must have prestige, that is, widely accepted respect and admiration for their public image or persona. If they lack personal prestige, that is not prestige, or that is prestige of character, they must at least have wealth. Talent and even genius are not elements of success of serious importance, he claims. It is key that the candidate's prestige is sufficient to force itself upon the electorate without discussion. Discussion and inquiry will destroy the illusion of integrity based on prestige, according to Gustave. If you ask yourself why you like a candidate and cannot answer specifics, you are probably a Gustavian idiot and are basing your decision on prestige. Gustave claims workers and peasants don't choose candidates from their own class because they don't have prestige. The claim is plausible but arguable. Gustave writes that prestige alone does not suffice to assure the success of the candidate. The candidate needs to blow smoke up the voter's ass. Flattery of their greed and vanity and be overwhelmed by the most extravagant blandishments. A blandishment is a flattering or pleasing statement or action that is used to gently persuade someone to do something. Extravagant, of course, means unrestrained. So by extravagant blandishments, Gustave means unrestrained flattery to gently persuade. The nauseating, cotton candy, false flattery we've come to expect from scumbag politicians who kiss babies during elections. Gustave claims that candidates must give the most fantastic promises, perhaps insult and stigmatize employers, and an effort must be made to destroy the rival candidate by the power of affirmation, repetition, and contagion. The candidate must claim it is common knowledge that the rival is a scoundrel and guilty of several crimes. It is, of course, useless to trouble with any semblance of proof, according to Gustave. If the rival tries to counter the attack with justifications, he is lost. His only recourse is to also throw mud and affirmations while ignoring the opponent's attacks. Sounds like politics still today. Whether it's true or not, this is what we see on campaign trails, or they stick to a script of vacant messaging while claiming to rise above the mudslinging. Gustave mentions how the written campaign material needs to be vague since adversaries might use it against him in the future. The verbal program can be crazy, but those days have long since passed, as we now have recordings of speeches that can come back and haunt someone. Though if the news media is captured by the party, they can bury it. Though the internet is still a porous medium in which the truth can still get out. Gustave claims the most important reforms may be fearlessly promised. At the moment they are made, these exaggerations produce a great effect, and they are not binding, as the elector never bothers to follow up on campaign promises. So there are clearly people who play politics like it's a game and are using a paradigm where logic and reason are forbidden. Gustave claims formulas of words such as vile exploiter, infamous capital, and admirable working man have great effect, but wear out, and new expressions or formula are required to be meaningless and vague, devoid as possible of precise meaning, and flatter the most varied aspirations, is what he said specifically. The purpose of vagueness is so the targets can import their own meaning to it. Their own interpretation makes it more personal to them. Words that are their own antonym are great for this, or expressions that can be interpreted in diametrically opposed ways. It's like a Rorschach test with words. Gustave claims affirmations and invectives can be used in politics to keep the crowd outside, but never arguments, as in a logical argument, point, counterpoint. Logic and reason must be avoided at all times, or else the voter might start thinking critically and have questions. Heckling and insults are the play of the day. The morons in the House are intentionally acting like idiots. The fact that the House of Commons act like this today indicates they believe, or at least subscribe to, Gustave's theory of the crowd. And they think we are it. So Gustave essentially claims that since populism is the crowd and crowds are idiots, we should not allow populist movements. He is ignoring the fact that the elites are also crowds and equally idiotic according to his own theory. He has a blind spot or is a lazy thinker. He sounds like a typical elitist. Gustave claiming populism is the crowd is the fallacy of definition, or whatever it's called, the fallacy of equivocation, where you use a word or phrase which means two things. Yes, populism is a movement of the people, and a group of people are a crowd, but a Gustavian crowd is definitely different than a group of people. The fallacy of equivocation. Is it a coincidence that Gustave is using the fallacy of equivocation while mentioning the idea of a concept having two meanings? Or it's being its own antonym as a powerful tool for a political candidate? It's spookily similar. Is he making a joke? Right? Gustave argues that dogmas of the day are believed by every last soul, which is absolute bullshit and an overgeneralization. Gustave at least recognizes that truth and numerical superiority should not go hand in hand. The fallacy of the majority, or appeal to the mob, argumentum ad populum, whatever it's called. Gustave writes, it will always be easy to make a crowd accept general assertions presented in striking terms, although they have never been verified and perhaps not susceptible to verification. Gustave mentioned how the crowd can control politics and the news, and how the crowd can be controlled. So clearly, whoever controls the crowd controls politics. Today, it's the news media and their masters in politics who are trying to control the masses. Gustave on Parliament mentions the dangers include the inevitable restrictions on liberty consummated by parliamentary assemblies are the result of innumerable laws always having restrictive action, which parliaments consider themselves obliged to vote, and whose consequences, owing to their short-sightedness, they are in a great measure blind. So they're blind to what they're voting for, or the consequences. Gustave then quotes Herbert Spencer, who wrote, "The increase in apparent liberty is followed by the decrease of real liberty regarding the individual versus the state. What's worse is that, according to Gustave, amid the incessant transfer of authority, the administrative caste is alone in being untouched by their changes, is alone in possessing irresponsibility, impersonality, and perpetuity. There is no more oppressive despotism." Gustave is only referring to a natural tendency. What we have today in that is that compounded with an ideological idiot in office, especially in Canada, where Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is an egocentric, vacant moron. Gustave nails 2022 in 1895 with the following: "Victims of the delusion that equality and liberty are the better assured by the multiplication of laws, consent to put up with trammels increasingly burdensome. Trammels are a restriction or impediment to freedom." He continues, "Accustomed to put up with every yoke, they soon end by desiring servitude. They are then no more than vain shadows, passive, unresisting, and powerless automata." He describes those who believe politicians and reporters to a T in Canada in 2022. So that is Justin Trudeau's supporters. Gustave writes that once an individual has given up like that, they are bound to seek outside himself the forces he no longer finds within him, which further allows the state to make more power, a horrendous feedback loop of lost liberty. He refers to this as the decadent phase from which no civilization has escaped, and it signifies the old age of civilization, and calls this the common phase of civilizations. From the barbarous to civilized state based on an ideal, when the ideal loses its virtue, the state declines and dies. Yet this is again based on affirmation and supposition. One last joke by Gustave. Affirmations based on supposition. A word that oddly has disappeared from our lexicon is venal. Venal means showing susceptibility to being motivated by bribery. Why would that word disappear in a society where bribery has not? I'd like to finish this episode with a quote from Alexander Solzhenitsyn. "We know they are lying. They know they are lying. They know that we know they are lying. We know that they know that we know they are lying, and still they continue to lie." See you next episode.